the publishing company's like, it's doing good, and it's
nice.
It's going for $50 and it's 400 pages, 6 pounds, 1 ounce. And it's just been like, this has been my life, and it's in 400 pages, and I'm just really happy to share it with the world. It's just very, it was very rewarding to get it out there and get the feedback that I've been getting from a lot of my peers and the fans, especially.
Yeah. All right. Now, what are the years that it covers? Is there a definite time span? Because I forgot. I mean, man, there's stuff, and I'm like, dude, you took that.
It is the decade that rocks. Genre. I think it's pretty much the 80s.
I know,
and a little bit of the 70s, and
yeah, but when is it only the 80s, or is it? I thought there was some stuff that started even in the late 70s. I mean, you've been taking pictures like I've been playing the bass for like we're about the same age, I think. So for many years,
Well, we grew up in the 70s, and I got my first camera when I was 13 years old, 12 years old, and I got it from mowing lawns for $5 a cut, and I took that camera and I started taking pictures of my family and my dog, and then I got bored, I put it down, and then concerts started coming around, and I brought my camera to concert and snuck it in, and I just got the bug, and I just so it started in like 74.
Okay.
When I shot Elton John at Madison Square Garden, and that's my first concert. So it starts out like not a big photo, just a small photo, and then it goes to 75 with an Eric Clapton photo, which was a huge, big
right.
Photo.
Yeah, I remember that one. Yeah.
And then all the concerts at the Garden, and like Aerosmith played in '76, and Peter Frampton, Led Zeppelin, Kiss, and so the first chapter is called The Early Years, and I talk about how I got to where I am in that chapter. So it's about 10 to 15 pages of that with Zeppelin and, Aerosmith, Ted Nugent, bands that, I shot a lot of different kinds of bands, and I kind of left them out. I shot like, the Grateful Dead and bands like that, because I wanted to shoot anything that I got access to.
Right.
And I just loved shooting, and it just took me to 1980, where I felt when I saw Van Halen in '79, this is the music.
Right.
And then I just took that and I just ran with it. Then Judas Priest, the Scorpions, AC/DC. And then I started working with Circus Magazine. And it just snowballed.
In fact, your opening photo, I think, as soon as you open it, is of a Judas Priest concert, right? Isn't that the front and the back? Isn't it like a cool pre-show? Yeah.
It's a fan photo. I love the fans,
So I'm always pretty gracious to photographers, because I know it's a tough business back in the day. Rolling Stone or Circus Magazine or Hit Parader would hire you to come out, shoot film, like at Megadeth shows, for instance, and you were there basically on assignment. Today, very different world. People come trying to just get into the business. I see sometimes that they'll take photos and they'll just put them all up on Facebook. Like the next day, I'm like, how are you ever going to make any money as a photographer? It's such a very different business. So, people ask me, how do you get into, playing professionally? So how do you get into the photography, like the concert photography business now? Like
how do you do it now?
Yeah, like now. Yeah. Obviously you were back in the day. It was very different.
I would give them the same advice that someone never gave me, that I figured out on my own.
Right.
You just go to what you love, the music that you love. You go to bands that you think are cool and have a good image. Mm-hmm. And you just kind of gravitate and try to be part of the scene, make friends and show them the pictures and just kind of grow with them. And if it happens, it happens. Today, there's so many bands out there that are just a lot of in the smaller levels, but eventually a crop of them will grow. And even if they don't, they'll always need photographers.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. It's great. I mean, and it's so funny, I remember seeing some pictures, I shouldn't say pictures, photos. Particularly 2010, we were doing the 20th anniversary of Rest in Peace, and I just remember this distinctive moment where I could really tell, I'm a guy who just grabs a camera and takes a picture, right? That's me, right? You take a photo. There's a very big difference. And I remember somebody had we were at Long Beach Arena, and someone took almost the exact same moment, a photo of me, and one of them was like, yeah, it's pretty cool, looks good, it's a big rock show. Then I saw this other, I think it was a woman who took the photos, and she captured the sweat dripping off my hair, the stuff you see in your book, the fine details. And that's the difference between, you know, being someone who is just a guitar player versus a real musician. You know, there's that thing. And man, it's, you know, my kudos to you, because you're such a big part of our business. You tell the story. I always say, even young bands that Tom and I work with at our record label, I said, you know, photography and your imaging and all that stuff is so important, because there's the concert we play every night, which is to whatever, could be 100 people, 100,000 people. But that photo on the wall lives forever, you know, and that's what your book is. That book is took me back down memory lane, man. Like this, looking through that when I was flipping through it before I got on the plane and flew here to Nashville. It was a heavy book, so I couldn't bring it with me. Sorry. So I'll have to look at yours in the back. And Tom's popping some photos up here of the book. So it's just super, super great, man. I mean, it took me down memory lane. Some of those Guns N' Roses photos. I mean, even a couple of Megadeth photos you got in there. It's just like, I remember that. And I actually do kind of remember when and where that was. So
I mean, you mean back then I was shooting so much. I was on the Rat Tour, the Motley, the Ozzy, you know, I was just bouncing around all over the place.
Yeah.
And I didn't have a chance to stop and breathe. And I got the pictures in the magazines. I never really even ripped them out. I just stacked them. I never really had a portfolio because I was so busy, and I love seeing my photos in the magazines and showing it to the bands, but I never had like a organized, like what it is now, you know. So it's, I know I did all these photographs and people know my work, but to see it in one place, they're kind of putting it all together. Like, oh, that's the guy that did that and that and that, you know. It's like one person. So you could actually see how the decade, I feel like it's like a visual history of that decade. And you can see how it evolves, like the image, the look. Bands kind of like, you know, they changed too when, you know, synthesizers came in or you know, a little piano. So everything changed, music changed, as you know, like, you know, you experiment with things, you know. I kind of like, you know, I took the, you know, I was known for gels and smoke and colors because I always like to, you know, make it colorful. I just, you know, I love the, you know, T-Rex and Bowie, all the glam back in the 70s. I just kind of, and the bands that I shot love that music too. I mean, that's why we got along so well.
Right.
I just wanted to take that with my photography and just go a little more with it, just like everyone else. It was like one more, you know.
And it's interesting how just stylized it was too. And by the way, if you're just tuning in, Mark Wise Guy Weiss, this Osake New Stream is in his honor promoting his new book, The Decade That Rocked. It's coming out. The pre-order is up now. Tom will be putting a link up, I think, of where you can do the pre-order. Officially, it'll be in the bookstores or available for sure. I think on the 2nd.
It comes out June 2nd.
June 2nd.
Pre-order.
I mean, I don't know what bookstores are open now, you know, but
I know. Amazon, get it delivered. Right?
You can pre-order it now on Amazon. Mark actually gave us some copies that are autographed up in our eBay store that I'll post the link to. And there's also a ton. Mark was kind enough to donate a ton of these beautiful archival prints of some of his photos in various sizes that you can buy on our eBay store that I'll post the link to in a second here. And they're just beautiful. A lot of the photos I just showed you are available as, you know, beautiful archival frameable prints in our eBay store and honestly, usually they sell for what, Mark? Like anywhere from $300 to $1,200. I mean,
it's and they're signed, you know, they're archival museum prints, and you know, it's all going to your foundation, David. So
it is, yeah. So thank you for that. By the way, everybody. So anybody that bids on anything on the eBay auction, that money goes to the David Olson Youth Music Foundation to continue our Schools Out program, where we're giving free music lessons to students 18 years and under all around the world. And again, the Grammy Music Education Coalition is we're partnered with them on that, and our friends at Cisco have done just a wonderful partnership with us as well. So yeah, man of the hour, Mark Weiss here. He's going to be hanging with us for the next 4. It started as 3 hours, now it became 4 hours, right? Because
we're going to 11.
We're going to 11.
One more.
And you know what's funny? I was thinking about it. I saw someone commented it over here in the chats too. Is that, you know, it's funny that a lot of the photos back in the 80s, the decade rock, like, actually really good. Rock stars look really good, which is amazing for some of our good shows. looked in our photos, but it's a different day, when it was people. It was, you dressed to impress, man. It was a show. It was big rock. It was arena rock. It was a very different day. So it would be fun to kind of trip down through memory lane as Tom's put some of the photos up from your book. And the guests are coming on the show, man. A full on guest, just great tonight. So
let's get some guests in here. Let's get the show
on
the road,
man.
Let's talk to Jacob Bunton. Yay, Jacob.
Hey, Jacob, what's happening, buddy?
What's going on, man?
What's happening, man?
Not what's a thing. Just another day at the office here in LA. So,
Nice. Hey, Tom said you were on the Mega Cruise.
I was. I've been a huge Megadeth fan my whole life. So
nice. Thank you. Thank you.
For sure.
What were you doing on the cruise to fill everybody in, just so that everybody else knows?
I literally just went to watch the bands, watch
Nice.
you guys, and ended up seeing the show with Tom singing.
Yeah,
which was really cool.
Yeah.
Always been a huge Overkill fan, Testament fan, so it was just awesome. And hung out with Mark a bunch.
Nice.
And Jacob, if everybody doesn't know, sings for Mick Mars in his new solo band, and sang for Steven Adler and in his band. And so Jacob's been around the block, man.
That's cool. Yeah, for sure.
I've known Mark for a while. I've known Mark for probably 15 years or so. I played in a band called Lynam and met him in New Jersey. And I think the whole reason that I'm even on here is because I'm the guy that kind of twisted his arm to do this book in the first place.
Thank you.
Years ago.
We hail you. Thank you for that.
When I say this is like 7 years, like I've known Jacob every year. I'd see him, and he's like, and I'd be doubtful at some point. I don't think I can do it. It's just too much stuff. I couldn't do it. And every year on the cruise, he would say, "Mark, you got to do it." He was my cheerleader every year, and it did help, Jacob. Really.
Hey, I've always said everybody in this business needs a cheerleader, even some of the old dogs like us, Mark. Tom's my cheerleader. So come on, let's go. Let's get up and go. Let's go. So well, that's super cool. And so Mark's in New Jersey, by the way, Jersey boy.
Yeah, the Jersey boy.
Which put you in a cool location to shoot a lot of stuff. Obviously, John Bon Jovi, the cover of Slippery When Wet. He's kind of your neighbor right there in your little hood. When me and Tom, we did the tour for Sleeping Giants last year, our Ellison solo band. We actually went over to Mark's house, hung out right there, did a little photo shoot in your living room, and your office there is so cool, man. You were busting out, and you also own, if I can say this, you own Rock Scene magazine, right? The brand, the trademark, I think, right? You own that and have relaunched it,
Yeah, I mean, I wanted a place to put my photographs because there weren't any magazines, and I wanted to have control over a layout. I wanted to shoot a show, but I wanted to have a purpose for it. And really it's really hard to sell photographs of your favorite or my favorite bands that are still, whether they're playing clubs, even arenas. There's no really outlet for it. So I just wanted an outlet. I can show the band, get a little social media love, from everybody, and keep it alive. And the magazine Rock Scene was it was like one of the first magazines when I was like 18 years old. I had like one or two assignments for them, and I loved that old dirty, style that like Bob Gruen was one of the main photographers that I looked up to, and and I just loved that style. And then when the 80s came, they didn't change, and they didn't go to the rock and heavy metal and all that. They just they tried to go a little new wavy, and it didn't work. They folded, and then they actually turned into a heavy metal magazine called Rock Scene, and they changed the logo, and it turned out to a metal, but it was in the same. So really, I kind of pay homage to that era of the magazine, and just post things. And I also there's an archive of all the issues that are on there as well. So it's just, it doesn't cost anything. You just go there, and if you want to look at the magazines, you can do that, post it.
What is the link for that, Tom? Do you have a link that you could post on that maybe at some point? Yeah, Rock Scene. So as a kid,
it's rockscenemagazine.com, isn't it?
Yeah, that's
all it is. Yeah, cool.
There's actually a cool interview of me and David up there too from last year when we were at Mark's house.
And dude, you took it. So it's so funny. So growing up in the Midwest, right? I mean, the only way I had especially on a farm. I mean, I wasn't even in Minneapolis, like where there were cool radio stations and that. So the magazines were usually Hit Parader. remember the first Hit Parader I got had Roger Daltrey on the cover when Keith Moon was still alive, and then also Rock Scene. And Rock Scene, I know, was very much a New York, like always everything had a lot of Ramones, Blondie, Patti Smith, a lot of the kind of punk rock stuff that was going on at that time, the Dead Boys. I discovered them through Rock Scene magazine. And you're right. They always with CBGB's, Max's Kansas City. It was always that sort of flavor.
Yeah, it was very like Ramones, Sex Pistols, Debbie Harry, Blondie, Talking Heads. They had some eclectic bands too.
Right.
It's a cool underground magazine. The Stones loved them. Queen was in it. Just a good, all around magazine.
The Talking Heads, Iggy Pop, exactly, all that stuff.
That was my beginnings too. And then when, like I said, when I loved Aerosmith, and then when Van Halen came out and Judas Priest, and I kind of just gravitated to that as opposed to, I guess that era kind of died out too a little bit.
The only other one was Cream, and they used to just talk shit about everybody, and then it's one of those magazines like, as a kid growing up, and then, your band kind of starts taking off like Megadeth did. And then you get in those magazines like, oh shit, are they gonna like throw us under the bus now too? Because that's what they would always do, especially Cream, right? Wasn't that the magazine that did that?
Yeah, they did the Boy Howdy.
Yes, the Boy Howdy. Yeah,
satire,
Yeah. So, but yeah, it was great. I mean, then again, Circus magazine. I mean, that was the premier one, And I remember when our photos got into probably your photos, quite honestly, into Circus magazine. I mean, it was just, that was the day you've arrived, that's like the call home to mom moment. It's like, hey mom, go to the grocery store in little tiny Jackson, Minnesota, and Megan, we're in that. We're in there this month. So
yeah, you know how you were saying earlier, Dave, that some people take pictures and Mark actually takes photographs. It's like, it's such a huge thing.
Right.
I'll remember the band Lynam that I played in. We were on the first Motley Cruise, and Mark was on the Motley Cruise. And there was this huge announcement, that when you get off in Cozumel, make sure that you stay with cruise approved tours. Don't go off, don't go off the beaten path. It's really, really dangerous. And Mark said, hey man, when we get to Cozumel, we're going to go take some photos. And we're like, all right. So we get off the ship, and the first thing that he does is he just goes up to some random person in a random black van, and it's like, hey, can you take us to the Mayan ruins or the ruins or whatever? And we're all like going, Mark, is maybe we shouldn't do this, man. They were, nah, man, it'll be fine. And we get in the van, and we drive what seems like forever, and like we're all just like shitting ourselves, going, man, this is nuts. But anyway, we end up at the ruins and do a amazing photo shoot that day. But nice. Yeah, so Mark is not only an amazing photographer, he's also has mental issues.
He's a risk taker.
and a tour guide too.
Tour guide. Come to the Mayan ruins.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
In all the best ways, man.
But we just feel like whenever I meet someone, and I usually meet them because I'm to photograph them, and I just become friends. So it's like, I always look forward to like meeting, shooting new bands. Cause it's like, damn, I'm going to have 4 or 5 new friends now, and it's awesome. And I love like showing the pictures, and then they call me, and I call them back. I send them pictures. It's like, it's really fun. I love doing it.
Yeah.
It's cool.
And everybody keeps asking me what the status of the Mick Mars record is. Just so you know, it's all Mark's fault. He's been so busy promoting this book, he hasn't shown up to do our photos yet. So we're just waiting on him.
Awesome. Well, hey, we're gonna get our buddy Mark Slaughter in here. Hey, look at that.
What's up? How are you?
What's happening, dude?
Hey, man. Good day to be chatting.
It is, man. You look good. You're like all freaking. You need a haircut. This quarantine, man. Like, come on.
This is quarantine. This is what we do,
Nice, man. That's nice.
You guys doing all right?
I'm down the street from you. Yeah, I've actually been here for about a week. We've been working on some Megadeth stuff this week. So
well, cool.
Great. Yeah.
Well, get on your mask and come on down.
Yes, I have my Megadeth mask here somewhere. Actually, I should probably bring it. I wore it on the airplane because they make you wear it on the There
you go. That's awesome.
I'm good. Yeah.
That's awesome.
So what have you been up to, buddy? We chatted. God, I guess it's been a month or 6 weeks ago since we chatted on a stream here. So what's been going on in your world, quarantine or otherwise, since we last talked?
Just been writing, just playing here in the studio. Get some stuff done at the farm that was needed.
Yeah.
Seems like everybody's like, well, I always need to do this, so now's the time. So,
Right.
we cleaned up a lot of acreage here, bush hogged it, and did all that farming stuff. So it's all good.
Nice. It's so funny. I grew up on a farm, right? So we did all this stuff, and I was like, I can't get the off the farm, move to the city, go be a rock star, right? Like do the stuff we all do, right? And it's so funny because a lot of people who grew up in the city, they can't wait to get out and live on a farm. I'm like, if you only knew how much work it really is, right?
It's a lot of work. Yeah.
It's a lot of work. Yeah, it's a lot of work. I'm all about. I think I'm going to retire in a condo and let someone else do all the work.
Yeah, well,
nothing.
You get somebody else to mow it. That's the key point,
Yeah, right. But it is nice down here. Tell you what, it's freaking hot out, man. Jeez, it's like, I mean, it's warm in Arizona. Where I'm from, it's like 115 degrees or something. It's nice. It's nice to go outside and the big open spaces and open air. I mean, I the appeal to people. It's like people rockers of our generation either moved to Vegas.
Yeah,
or they moved to. If you want to party, you go to Vegas. If you're a family guy, you move to Nashville. That's
right. That's kind of how it is. Yeah.
If you're a glutton for punishment, you move to Wisconsin.
Yeah. I think there's like a total of one of you, right? live in Wisconsin, right? Do you have, who else is up there by you? Tom?
Hey, you know what? Let's see. Geez.
Fill us in. I don't know.
Dave McClain is buying a house up here. Funny enough, so he's going to. Yeah, some people are starting to.
Right.
Well, look, Charlie's in Chicago. And people are motivating this way, like the Midwest, man.
Dude, you're Midwest, a trendsetter.
The Midwest Metal Mafia, baby. We're alive and well.
Yeah. Trendsetter.
Well,
dude.
the crazy thing is they actually canceled the Wisconsin State Fair for the first time.
I know.
Unreal.
That.
Just crazy. Yeah. But
look who just showed up, man. John Gallagher from Ravens here.
Hey,
there you go.
Hi to him.
What's up,
gentlemen?
How are you, buddy? What's going on, man?
Good to be here, man.
Hey, it was good.
And lost in the wilds of Newcastle in England, the United Kingdom.
Is that where you are right now?
That's where I am.
Nice.
Awesome.
How is it over there?
It's lovely, man. It's 70-odd degrees, sunny. Can you believe it?
Can you go outside? Can you do anything? Or is it you like locked down, or is life carrying on?
They unstrap me and let me out of the doors every now and again. It's all right.
Nice. Hey, you said some great photos in
my drool.
In March,
my gruel and I get my medication. We're allowed out with gatherings of up to 6 people now. Wonderful.
Wow! Almost ready for a concert.
Jeez.
A couple more people, you can have a show.
So yard work and then recording videos and sticking them up on Facebook. I've learned more bass in the last 2 months than I have in the last 2 years.
Yeah. It's funny. I had the same thing. It was like I was pulling out, as a kid who played an orchestra band and jazz band, I used to, sight read and stuff. And obviously we don't do too much of that in our rock bands, But all of a sudden I'm cleaning the office. I'm finding all these books from like Berkeley and these old blues books and slap bass books. I'm busting them all out. I'm like, got nothing else to do. I may as well practice and get good at playing the bass again,
Yeah, here you go. Legato.
There you go. Let's learn how to do vibrato and slur. And
right.
Yeah.
If you're wondering what Mark Slaughter is doing during the quarantine, he's mastering his legato.
That's it.
Nice.
Yeah, mastering it. That's it.
Nice.
So Mark,
Mark, if you get caught doing legato outside, you might get arrested.
hey, guess what I found, John? Guess what I found? I found video footage from the photo shoot from the album cover we did.
Get out of here.
I have video footage. And I don't have a lot of the other stuff. I only have you and Twisted Sister and Ozzy. That's it. And you coming out of the lockers, the whole thing.
Wow.
I want to see it. Then
I'm gonna post. Yeah, it's so cool.
That's awesome. I want to see it, and then we've got to burn it.
That's a metal thing to do, right?
I still have nightmares about that. You know that. Don't you?
How about those outfits? Those outfits kind of, you still have those outfits from the photo shoot?
There's an expression in America, you gentlemen should know it. It's called jumping the shark. and Mr. Weiss was there while we did it.
That's great.
So tell me about that, the shoot we did. What do you remember from it?
Well, the concept was, you know, we were like a gang when we were on the roads, and our manager was a huge football fan, and it was the Green Bay Packers. The pack is back. The pack
There you go.
All right.
and all that nonsense. You would know about that, Tom. That's
I know
your
all
neck,
about
right?
that nonsense. I'm in Green Bay, Wisconsin right now, John. I know
That's right.
all about that
It's
nonsense.
like those guys were royalty. So somehow, what you're seeing there is supposedly related to football. I'm not sure how, but so we let ourselves get talked into this nonsense, and Mark put together these lockers and destroyed them in a beautiful manner. And we had these costumes that we turned up on the day, like, we're wearing this. Okay. So to quote one of our old songs, the lambs were led to the slaughter. There you go.
That's it.
They were troopers. They did whatever I told them to do.
So, you know, I remember we were there and we were gone in about 20 minutes. It was so quick. It was ridiculous. Mark took a couple of test shots, right?
Yeah.
And then it was like, all right, get together. Boom, 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 boom. You're done. Get out.
I mean, it took me like a week to set it up, but you know, I knew exactly what we needed to get, and once we got it, you know, and that's not a long photo shoot for me. Like the Twisted Sister photo shoot, Stay Hungry, was literally 22 hours. Remember D saying? 22.
Yeah, right.
Wow.
Yeah. Especially for album covers. My gosh, album covers are usually like, oh, just one more roll. Just one more roll. Right, John
right.
and Mark? That's what we get. Oh, just one more roll. So,
22 hours surrounded with rotted meat.
I know. You haven't gotten the photo yet. So, yeah, man, that was good job on that one. 20 minutes. Yeah.
I have an idea.
Another 22 hours? If I had to spend another 20 minutes in that outfit, I would have killed
Mark, do you remember our first photo shoot we did?
Yeah, absolutely. It was the first time you shot me was when I was a couple days into the tour with Alice Cooper. We shot at the Chrysler Building with Vinnie Vincent, and we were walking through the Chrysler Building with our hair teased, 2 feet higher with platform shoes on, and that actually ended up being a poster, which is pretty cool. Hey, there's the girls. Hi, ladies.
I thought we needed some ladies in here. It felt like a locker room.
Yeah, it's turning into a stag meeting here. So,
That's
yeah,
right,
nice.
that's right.
Thanks for joining us.
Roxy and Maxine Patrice from
Hey,
Ladies,
Madam X.
yeah.
cheers.
Wow.
Cheers.
Kristen.
They brought their drinks. They're ready to party tonight. Nice. So where are you girls at?
7 Studios. Detroit. Where the big D.
Which where? The audio cut out a little bit. Which is where? Where are you at?
Detroit, Rock City.
Okay, got it.
They're in
Nice.
Detroit.
Nice. Very nice.
Yeah, when we were starting, we tested out with them, and their audio is kind of cutting in and out. And they're like, "That doesn't matter. How do we look?" And I said, "Well, you look amazing as always." So
We can see on the toast bar. The
Yeah.
man behind the glass, the artist to the artist.
That's right.
There you
Yeah.
go.
Cheers, Mark.
Bye,
I toast you, but I don't have my drink here.
Cheers. Mark White.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Cheers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The book is absolutely wonderful.
So, Maxine, did I represent? Okay, did I represent?
Oh my God.
Let's see your photo. Pull it out.
Let's see it.
Tom, do you got that?
The bathroom. Like, wow.
God, let's see.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That is a hot photo.
Yeah.
That one stuck out. Check it out. See, talk about the decade that rocked.
Right?
Yeah. Today there'd be like hate groups against that, and like lawyers and stuff, right?
Right.
Right? They so missed the point, right? You know,
Yeah.
there is no back then. Nothing was politically correct, and it was just awesome.
Hey guys, we got to say goodbye to John and bring somebody else in. John,
All right,
thank you so
John.
much for
Thank
joining
you.
us.
Cheers,
Yeah.
John.
See you later, buddy.
Go to sleep.
Raymond Rolls.
Yeah, go to sleep. It's
Go to
late.
sleep. Yeah, it's like midnight over there, 1 in the morning.
So, Mark, I was trying to think of when we first met you, Mark Weiss, and I couldn't remember, but I thought, well, because you were always around. I mean, you were always where you needed to be, and it's like forever. It's been 35 years, I think Maxine was saying, right?
35 years.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
Everybody say hi to Rob Afuso, formerly of Skid Row, hiding out in
Hey,
the
Rob.
corner over
How
there.
are you, dude?
Hey, Rob.
What's
How are
happening?
you?
How are you?
Hi guys. Hi Dave. Hi Mark. Hi
What's
Tom.
happening?
Hey,
All right,
man.
man.
Jonathan, Mark
Thank you
and
for
Mark.
joining us.
Yeah.
Where are you at, Rob?
I am in New Paltz, New York.
Nice. How are things out there? Are you close to where Mark is? And Mark's in Jersey. Is that anywhere?
Well, you know, it's 2 hours north. And
Yeah.
by the way, Dave, hold on. Let me see if I can do this. I too am on a farm.
Oh,
There you
wow.
go.
Nice. Very nice, man.
Can you get that? I don't know.
Yeah.
Wow.
There's bass in that. There's bass there in the pond. There's horses in the field.
Very nice. So you're truly living the dream. Now, are you a Jersey guy? Did you grow up down in Jersey?
No.
With Skid
No.
Row guys? No. Okay, gotcha.
No. I grew up in upstate New York. I was born upstate. I ended up back here.
Got it.
But I tell you what. First of all, I love Mark Weiss. Love Mark Weiss. Known Mark since I was, I think, 23.
Wow.
Early days of Skid Row.
Nice.
And we'll come back to Mark, but I really love what you're doing with the youth music thing. I was
thank
big in
Thank you.
orchestra. I thought when I was in high school I was going to play timpani for a living.
Nice. Nice. So you found out you can't make a living playing the timpani?
Well, and also
Wait, you can't?
girls don't like the timpani play.
It's not the sexiest. It's not the sexiest instrument. No. Yeah. Or the French horn and these kind of things. I know.
I used to. I played timpani in high school orchestra and did all the we did these national orchestra competitions, and I would count for fucking 30 minutes until I would hit
Yeah.
3 notes, but they were the biggest notes in the song. You know, it was
Yeah.
like
do do do
Yeah,
do
do,
do
you know,
do
it's
do do. Yeah, right. Thank you very much. Please step aside, timpani player.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you. Now French horns.
Yes.
Yeah.
So now,
Couple of nerds too. I was a clarinet player, flute player.
Nice.
Wow.
tenor
Well,
sax right
We
here.
can start our own nerdy orchestra here with you.
Okay.
You
guys.
know what? I would love that.
Hey, you know what? For the Schools Out initiative, we literally are looking for musicians. Obviously, you know, guitar, bass, drums; those are kind of the easy go-to because people like to rock. But not everybody is doing that. So we may need a clarinet, flute, and timpani.
No,
What is
no,
it?
we don't. No, we don't.
Timpaniist. Is that what-
Timpanist.
Timpanist. That's what it is. Yes.
Timpanist.
Timpanist. Yeah.
You know what?
That sounds like a metal name.
You never know. You might get a request.
So one of the hardest things though playing timpani is like you've got to tune it on the fly, and
Yeah.
I think Pitch Perfect would help for that, but I would have one of those little
Pitch pipe.
Yeah, little pitch pipe. Yeah.
pitch pipe. Thank you. In the middle of the song, and the whole got a 50-piece orchestra up there playing, and I'm trying to tune the fucking timpani.
I can't remember because tenor sax. So I sat right in the middle of the orchestra. You know what I mean? You're kind of one of the lowest pitched woodwinds.
You're the one who always get
Yeah.
yelled at.
So I'm sitting behind the ladies, by the way. So flute, you're up front.
Oh no, the
clarinet.
drum section, Mark. The drum section,
Yes,
Mark.
yes.
Yeah.
And I can't tell if I could remember if I could tell if the timpani was out of tune. I guess that was the word of the point is like I know it need and I remember playing in jazz band and like the vibe, the vibe players, like that was a whole other scene, right? The vibe, and because that technically fell under percussion even though it had a pitch, right?
Yes, of course, right. Well, because it as actually, even a piano is percussion because
Right.
you hit
Yeah.
Yeah.
People don't know that. That's actually a percussion instrument.
Yeah. I took some piano lessons when I moved out to Scottsdale in 1993.
Yeah, I did too. It went
Yeah.
bad.
Well, it's funny. I remember this kid giving me the lessons, and he was saying that it's basically, he goes, stop thinking of it like a melody instrument. Think of it as like a percussion instrument, and because
Yeah.
and I was like, God, it just opened up a whole other world
Right,
to that
right,
to that whole thing.
right.
So yeah.
Where did Mark Weiss go?
I don't know. Mark, oh, there he
quit.
is. He's back. He keeps falling in that.
Oh, Michelle.
All right, guys. Rob, dude, it was so awesome.
Hey there.
Thank you. Where can everybody find you? You're doing your new thing now. To give everybody give a quick plug for your Soul System Orchestra.
No, I don't want. Well,
Okay.
Soul System. So really quick, because I'm not here to self promote at all.
No, of course.
Soul System was this thing that I would come off stage after 2 hours of rock and roll heavy metal, and my head was pounding, and I didn't want to listen to music, and I started listening to Temptations. Normally I was part of the party on the bus, but when I didn't want to be part of the party on the bus, I would go listen to the Temptations. I love the harmonies, the big bands. I love the horns. I loved everything was so musical.
Mhm.
And I said, one of these days I'm just going to put this together. I love this music. And so on in 1992, one of the Slave to the Grind tour breaks, I came home and I put this 12-piece funk band together, which I still was. Well, at that time I was in upstate New York, and so I pulled a lot of people from upstate New York, but I pulled them all around from the region, and we just played these fun big club dates with a 12-piece band.
That's awesome.
Yes, it was fun. And then it started to people were like, wow, this is really amazing. How can we book this band? And I'm like, well, you can't, because we're going on tour next year. And then in 1997, 98, unfortunately that kind of ended. And Skid Row ended, so
Yes.
it was like, then I said, okay, well, we're available, and then it became a business. So
Nice.
so the band morphed itself into a company because of its popularity. So now basically what I do is I'm the band leader of a 12 to 20 piece band orchestra that does corporate events around the world.
And you lead from the drum position, or you kind of the Buddy Rich thing, where you're leading from the back, or do you?
I do, except I don't fuck off everybody on the bus. But
those are classic tapes, right? You're like,
I know.
geez, we thought music was supposed to be fun. Wouldn't being in a band be great? We'll all be friends. We'll take over the world. We'll all get rich together.
Yeah, well.
Remember when we always used to think that? And then Mark puts his book out and tells the real story.
Well,
Right.
but so back to Mark. I mean, I remember some of the early days of Skid Row and doing that whole Skid Row album cover thing, and just walking through the streets of old Red Bank before it was gentrified, and we were like, should we really be back here? I mean, it was kind of funny, it's one of those things that it was Red Bank was a really upscale neighborhood that turned and then, and now only John Bon Jovi can afford to live there.
Right. I remember the Count Basie Theater in Red Bank. There it was.
That's
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah.
Well,
Hey,
thank you so
Rob.
much.
Rob, do you remember the first photo shoot we did?
Mark, I think I do. On the street, we were out in all the no.
Keep
Yeah,
going.
we were out in the street.
Before
In the
that,
streets, but the album cover we did was in the studio.
wait.
Yeah,
Do you remember this one?
Wow, look at that.
Where'd
No,
that fucking hat come from? Oh,
That was the photo.
That's
The
awesome.
photo that we did, and then it was kind of like a test. And then when everyone saw it, they were like, "No, we can't. That's not going to be what we're doing." So no one's ever seen those before. That's like a first time. I don't even know if you saw it, Rob.
well, I've seen that picture, but I
Now it lives.
I'm not sure I wanted the rest of the world to see that, but never
Now
mind.
they all
Never
have.
mind in your book, dude.
Big hair ruled. Remember that?
That's right.
Hair ruled.
All right, guys. Thank you
Well,
so
cool.
much for joining
Rob, thanks
us.
so
Rob.
much for stopping in, man. Appreciate
Thanks for
it.
having me, guys. Thank you, Mark.
See you
Love
later.
you.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Tom,
guys.
Dave, Mark.
Mark
Thank you.
Slaughter.
Yes,
Take it-
See you
Awesome.
later, buddy.
Mark.
Thanks for
Thank you
joining
for
us,
Thank you for
Mark.
joining us.
Love you guys. Cheers.
We love
Thanks
you
for
too.
coming in. Thank
See you
you
later.
so much. Be a part of my history.
Maxine and Roxy, you guys are so awesome. Thank you for joining us too.
And it's funny the Sebastian Bach moment there between right for those
Yeah.
that don't
And Sebastian
yeah,
went
right.
from Madam X with Maxine
went from
to
Madam
Skid
X
Row.
over to Skid Row. Exactly.
And there's
So
also
you were-
pictures of Madam X with Sebastian in the book too.
So thanks for giving the kid a start, ladies. We
Oh, wait,
appreciate it.
Maxine, you talk about the wedding. Remember the wedding when you came to my wedding?
Yeah, I would remember that. I wouldn't even know where to start.
Okay, we'll save that for another episode.
Oh.
There's
If you remembered the wedding, you weren't there, right?
There she is. She's in there.
there.
Oh, yes. That is a great photo, man. That is a very cool photo in there. I'm glad you put that in there.
Yeah, Zach. That's when Zach used to look like a girl. Well, early like biker dude. I remember him when he was like that.
So we toured like 18. Well, Vixen did. We opened up, and Zach was playing guitar,
Yeah.
and he was just this wild, young little kid. Like he was a motherfucker on the guitar.
Mhm.
I saw him, 20 years later. I was like,
What?
who's this?
That's a lot of
That's,
Oh,
that's awesome. That's awesome.
mean theater.
but still a motherfucking guitar player.
Oh my God, he's incredible.
Yeah.
Awesome, guys. Well, thank you so much for joining us. Everybody say goodbye to Roxy and Maxine.
Thanks, ladies.
Yay.
Good to see you. Thanks for coming. Thank you. See ya.
All right.
Very nice.
And now we're going to say hi to our friend Tommy Bolin from Doro. Hi,
Hey,
Tommy
buddy.
Bolin.
How are you, man?
Warlock, Doro, how are you?
Doing good, man. Just trying to send you those videos. Did they come through at all?
No, it did, and it wouldn't open. So I'm trying to figure. I'll figure it out.
I
So I'm gonna
messaged
shoot-
to you, and also it's in the text to you as well.
Well, I can't get it from my text onto my computer. I'll figure it out. You guys talk.
All right, well there you go.
So, Tommy, what's going on, man? How are you?
Doing good, man. Good to see you guys. Just keeping busy here, working on new tunes, trying not to go stir crazy out of my fucking mind. You know.
Yeah. So we got a good history for people watching. So Tommy Bolin played with Doro back, or Warlock or Warlock, right?
Warlock.
Yeah,
I was the first,
Warlock.
I was the first American in the band. Did Triumph and Agony. I did What All We Are and all that.
That's exactly. And we were out with it wasn't
Yourself.
Nevermore yet. Yeah, it wasn't. No, it was So Far So Good So What, right?
Sanctuary,
Wasn't it?
Sanctuary.
Yeah.
You, Megadeth,
Sanctuary.
Sanctuary, and us. Yep.
Yes, and Sanctuary, that before Nevermore became Nevermore, they were called Sanctuary. And actually, Dave Mustaine had actually produced with Terry Date, I think their debut record or something. So they were out with us, and then that's where we met. Yeah, I mean, Warlock was incredible. I mean, great band, and it was just great to have you guys out with us. We did a big American. Pardon me. God, okay, this I remember most everything. Now I just had a brain fart. Were we in, or did we tour in America?
I don't know.
Or
Let's ask-
did we
let's
tour in
ask
America?
Doro.
Doro, we need some
Let's
help,
ask Doro,
Doro.
maybe
Come on
she
in.
knows.
Did we tour in Europe, or was it in the
No.
United States?
It was America. It was
Okay.
a big America tour. So awesome.
right.
And, oh
US.
God, I remember the way. And, yeah, and huge places. And
It was great. Thank God somebody has a good memory around here.
Great. Yeah.
Hey, so we got to rock Doro on the Mega Cruise. Was awesome. You joined us on the Kiss Jam, and oh, that was so cool.
I got to sing "God Gave Rock and Roll" to you from Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey with Doro.
Yeah.
One of the greatest moments of my life.
Everybody, and then I could sing my favorite song, the Megadeth song, "To the Mount," with this cover band, but they were actually pretty good.
Yes. So good. You know, we did a show recently. I was actually doing a bass story, which is my solo kind of clinic clinic platform, sort of a spoken word thing, over in where were we? We were in Europe, and you guys were playing right next door, I think, right after my show or something.
Was it in Germany? No, it was in Strasbourg.
It was Strasbourg. Yes, you're right. Yep, your band came over. It was great to see everybody, and then that's right, you guys were playing. Yeah. Small world, man. Small world.
Unbelievable. And yeah, I just want to say congratulations, Mark. And, wow, the book is awesome. And yeah, I'm so happy to be in it. And man, great memories, great times.
That's a really cool book, man. It's very cool.
Now,
Yeah,
Mark, did you shoot, was that the album cover for Doro that you shot? Was that what the photo that's in there?
The album cover was an
yeah,
illustration.
I thought so. Yes, I thought so.
I did the photos for the promotion and the
Got
other
it.
posters and all that.
Yeah.
That's the kiss of death. That was the kiss of death.
Right.
Because the integration of the graphics, which were, like you say, they were illustrations, not photos, that into the actual photos was like seamless, right? I mean, right? It's like there's like Doro as like an animation, and here she is as a real person, and they're like the same. It was really well done, man.
I still love that stuff. I still love all the magic stuff. And yeah, he was doing like a whole set, like trees and wood. And it was so cool. And the fans loved it. They loved that poster as well. But the same, like they loved the album cover. And yeah, and we did lots of great photo sessions. And Mark did one of my videos, Rare Diamonds. I don't know if you remember that, Mark. You were doing. I don't know, you had a partner, and we did a great video too.
I mean, once I like, that's the first time I met Doro, and it's like, you know, we worked hard. You know, it was a long, you know, she told me her vision, what she wanted, and then she walked into my studio, and I got a full moon for her.
Yes.
I think it was a surprise. She wanted a wolf, and she wanted, you know, so I just created this environment in my studio in New York City, right across from the Empire State Building, you know, as a juxtaposed. And she walked in, and she just looked around like this. I'm like, well, we got to take photos now, you know, and then we got to town, and she was great. You know, she took direction, fantastic. And I got some great images. And then from then on, you know, again, it's another friend I made.
Awesome. I think that photo made every cover in all over the world, in England, America, Germany, all over Europe, South America. So yeah, that was one of the best ones.
And my book, I mean, I took thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of photographs in the 80s. And to make a book that was only supposed to be 298 pages, you know, to pick the photos from that, it's kind of hard. And now I actually designed a book that was 600 pages, and they said, no, you got to cut some down. And we cut it to 400 pages. So like I got an extra 120 pages out of it. And
awesome.
You know, Doro was, you know, it was had to be a full page. And, you know, there's a lot of bands that didn't really make it, you know, and it's just not about just, I took a lot of photos of bands that just put them up against the wall because the magazines wanted them against a red background, a blue background. And that's how I made money, you know, $100 here, 200 there, by putting them in different backgrounds, change your jacket. It was just like, you know, it was kind of like a machine. But when I could, you know, take my time on something and do something, you know, those are the photos that made it in the book, you know.
Hey guys, hang on a second. I told Tommy we'd show a little video plug for our friends at Tascam.
My name is Tommy Bolin, probably best known for being the lead guitarist of Warlock, the German heavy metal band with Doro Pesch. Tascam definitely was essential, you know, that. And even now, in the album I just came back to play on, Forever Warriors, Forever United, I sat there and they mailed me the tracks from Germany. And I wrote a bunch of tracks, some ideas, some hooks. I flew those tracks back to Germany, even vocal tracks. On Turn It Up, I sang backup. And Tascam recorded tracks wound up on the record. They used the actual versions I sent them. So, I mean, the quality, Tascam is the reference standard, just it's top shelf. When you're creating something, you want something that's easy to use. That's not a million menus to go through. The way Tascam always built their gear to keep the original users digging the vibe, it was just so easy to use and just seamless. And then the quality just unbelievable. So it kept getting better if you could make a Cadillac better.
Anyway, we love Tascam. Tommy
Yeah.
loves Tascam, so they've
That's
always been
actually
very
me
good to us.
singing. That's actually me singing in the background. That's my voice screaming
Nice.
my ass off.
Hey, Wilson, that's funny. When we got
Sounds great, Tommy.
when we
then
got
my
our
thing,
first
my bad.
advance from Peace Cells, I remember we bought like a little Tascam, like a little 4-track, and I was the only one who
Studio,
took
man.
the
That
time
was
to
it,
learn
man.
how
The
to
Porta
use it.
Studio.
Yeah. And I was just I love that thing. I wrote riffs for So Far So Good. So
That's
What
how
on
I
that
did
thing
with
was great.
Triumph and Agony. I had the Porta Studio. I'd take the cassettes home. I'd work on ideas and bring it back. And then next thing you know, just I mean, I still have those cassettes. You know,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
it was a great piece of gear.
Yeah. Hey, and another cool guy, Tommy Hendrickson, who was in the band back then, right? It now plays with Alice Cooper, with the Hollywood Vampires, and so it was great to see. I saw him in Europe a couple years ago. We got invited over to the birthday party for Johnny Depp over in Copenhagen. So it was nice just to sit and get caught up. And I was thinking, God, where do I know you from? And he brought, I mean, I knew him obviously from Alice's band, but I said, there's some from, and he brought it up. He goes, remember I used to play in Doro's band? And I go, oh my God, that's right. I mean, talk about a little trip down memory lane, you know? So it's great to reconnect with him again.
Totally.
And Tommy, you have something else. Oh, sorry. Hey, Tommy, you had another.
Yeah, I got the Morley. Did you get the video for the Morley pedal?
I was going to just say, when I was on the Monsters of Rock cruise this past February, and I saw Tommy up there, and I saw him hanging around backstage, and he's like, you know, can you get some pictures of me? You know, I'm going to be playing with Doro. And I honestly didn't know anything about him. You know, I just thought, all right, yeah, cool. You know, he told me his history. I'm like, all right, he's got to be good. And then when he went up on, and he's just this really low key guy in the background. And then when he went on stage, I was like, because like he just went crazy. I just couldn't believe it. He was just like such a showman. I couldn't stop taking pictures of him. I still got to get you those pictures. Did I send
I
them?
appreciate that. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, I just when I get up there, just the energy with Doro is magnetic, and I just work myself into a full lather and just lose my fucking mind. So it works out.
I can't believe that, like, you didn't hit her. I mean, you came this close like so many times. So you must have some kind of language or something.
We do. There's that. I can feel the energy. I mean, she usually gets on my shoulders. So I care every night on the Triumph and Agony tour. She'd be on my shoulders every night, and just the chemistry. Yeah, there you go.
Right?
There it is. There's
really
the Morley
quick,
picture.
talk about the Morley pedal, and then we gotta get out of here. But
this is the new. This will be in Doro's merch shop in about a month. Morley made a custom circuit. If I can get this, there you go. The Morley Wah-Wah with the Triumph and Agony logo on it. And that's a custom shop circuit for a limited time. This will be in about a month. It'll be in Doro's merch shop by Morley. Really kick-ass pedal. Morley's. I'm wearing the shirt. Shameless plug right there. But it's a great pedal, and it promotes Triumph and Agony because the anniversary.
There's a cool video for that. I'll post it on our socials or something later. Unfortunately, we don't have time to show it. But thank you guys so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Awesome.
See you guys.
Yeah. I'll talk to you, Mark. Everybody. Cool.
Bye. See you later.
Take care.
See you later.
See you later.
Hey, Tom.
Thank you, Dora. Yes.
Bye, Doro. If you would put up the.
I love you guys. Love you.
Love you too.
Put up. Put up our eBay link if you would, and maybe our foundation
I've been
link.
posting it all.
Have you? Good. Good.
Yep.
So anyway,
All right.
just you tuning in, Mark Weiss. We're celebrating his book, The Decade That Rocked, his new photo book, available June 2nd. Pre-orders are up now. And he's we put this stream together to promote his book, and so many of the guests that are in the book are coming on the show here tonight. So super good stuff. Part of the David Ellison Youth Music Foundation. Tom's got the links, EllisonYouthMusicFoundation.org. And anyway, brought to you also by the Grammy Music Education Coalition and Cisco.
Yeah. So let's bring in some more of our friends, man. JJ French from Twisted Sister.
Hey, JJ, how are you, buddy?
Whoa.
Is this a no hair band thing? I don't understand.
It's so good.
What happened? What happened?
Yeah.
Well, no, you guys don't know. Me and Joe Satriani were separated at birth. You guys
I like
don't
the
know.
look.
You don't know that, do you? Yeah, well, what happened was I was listening to President Trump. He said to inject Lysol. I did, and my hair fell out. So I don't know what happened. But anyway, Mark, I just want to tell you, we go back a long, long time. We go back 35. I need ibuprofen even to come up with the amount of years ago that we but you and Ross Halfin defined the bands. Ross in Europe. you here in the U.S., right? So Ross kind of started it off. If people who don't know, this isn't to promote a Ross Halfin book, but there's famous photographers.
Yeah.
And Ross is big over there and got us in the rock magazines there. And Mark kind of took the torch here and ran with it. And basically Mark's eyes defined the band's image, for better or worse. And I say for better or worse because it's controversial. You know, what happened with the band was enormous and yet kind of backfired in a way. And that was our own doing. But Mark's eye caught some iconic images that became permanently ensconced in people's heads. And what's really interesting is that when the band came back in 2001, because of the benefit that we did for New York Steel, when the band decided to return in 2003, we had no idea that the world knew or cared about us, and the world did know in ways that we never understood. And Mark is partially responsible for that because of the image that the band had. So all of a sudden, we come back, and for 14 years, we headlined the largest festivals in the world, and largely because of the images that were defined by Mark. So it was a double-edged sword, but it turned out at the end to be great. And like Mark, I have a book coming out too. I mean, you know, it's interesting. We have years in this business, guys like you and me. We have years, and so I have a book, and it's about reinvention, and we all have to reinvent ourselves, especially at this time of crisis with COVID-19. When we all emerge from it, it's going to be a different world. And this year, the thing about this book that's so amazing is we don't have the luxury of seeing these bands this year, right? We don't have the luxury of seeing the bands that are in this book. But the fact is the 80s was destroyed by the critics as being a terrible music decade. But you want to know something? That decade probably played to more kids worldwide than any other decade in the history of rock music. Probably sold more tickets, sold more albums, and had more of an indelible, long-lasting effect than any other era in the entire rock history. Because for bands like Twisted Sister, Kiss, Judas Priest, Motley Crue, Whitesnake, Def Leppard, we can travel the world today and sell out arenas and soccer stadiums around the world, maybe not in the United States, because the US has its own peculiar, weird way of packaging things, like it's oldies. It ain't oldies in Europe. It ain't oldies in South America. It's contemporary music, and those kids revere it like it's a religion, an absolute religion. And the images that Mark created are part of the reason why that image and that music today resonates so in such a big manner that people who don't get it, don't understand it, don't realize it. I am telling you now, if this wasn't happening today, if COVID-19 wasn't happening, somewhere around the world, there would be one of those bands I just mentioned playing to 100,000 people, without a doubt. So Mark is partially responsible for the images that created the longevity of this kind of music. And by the way, Mark, you owe me $100 for that.
Right? For that plug.
Speaking of which,
well said. Yes.
Let's bring our friend Eddie Ojeda from Twisted.
Hey, Eddie, what's going on? What's happening, man?
Eddie!
What's the up, twin man? Guitar attack right here.
So you guys, you live fairly close to it. Well, no, wait a minute. Eddie, where are you at now?
Moved to Nashville.
That's right, you're in Nashville. All right, you're down the street from me. I'm actually in Nashville this week as well. So
I heard you're in Franklin, right? You're over in Franklin?
Yes, exactly. Yep. Love Franklin down here. And JJ, are you in New York or?
I'm actually seriously in the epicenter of the disaster.
Yeah.
I'm in the Upper West Side, and you can't get away from it. I mean, I tell my friends who live in other places, you possibly can walk out of your door and not be confronted with this, but I don't have that luxury. The minute I walk out of my apartment, I have to have a mask on. I have to have gloves on. I can't be in my lobby without a mask and gloves on. I can't have people come to my building without masks and gloves. Wow. The minute you walk out of the door onto the avenue, every store is shut. The hospital is just 20 blocks by me. So all you did for the first month and a half was hear ambulances coming up and down the street. So it was a surreal life to live. And when people ask me what it's like to live in it, I say it's like living in luxury house arrest.
Yeah,
because like you're allowed out for an hour a day for a walk. You know,
Mr.
French,
jail.
Mr. French, it's 4:00. You can go out. And if you're not back at 5, we're going to send somebody out to get you.
Yeah,
So
right.
it's and Eddie's in Nashville. Eddie and I have spoken about this. It's not quite the same where Eddie is.
It's not at all. It's not at all.
Yeah.
In fact, I flew here on Saturday. I came over here a week ago, and wore my mask, my little Megadeth mask, which I don't know if it did any good, but I wore it. And the plane was about 40% full, which wasn't bad. I live in Phoenix, Scottsdale, and it's kind of the same as it is here. And living out in the suburbs where you're out, there's not a lot of people. Kind of like it is here, Eddie. There's not a lot of people around. You're spread out. You're socially distanced anyway. And
unless you're downtown, downtown is where it's but we're in the burbs.
Yeah, on the burbs. Yeah, exactly. So you can go out riding a bike, and I know largely unaffected by it. Unlike where you are, JJ. So it's a very. We're all affected because everybody shut
It's
down.
happened half here. Like I see half the people wearing masks and gloves, and half of them don't give a shit. And I'm wearing a mask and gloves. I'm not risking it. You know what I mean? And
Right.
you
Yeah. So you're in. It's interesting. So obviously in the thrash genre of the Big Four, Slayer retired. You guys did your big trip around the world a couple of years ago, and interesting the timing of that for you guys.
Well,
to have done that big run.
In the history of Twisted, it's interesting. First of all, let me just acknowledge, for those who don't know, Eddie Ojeda and I, 50 years ago this month, were in George Washington High School. That's where we met.
Nice.
In George Washington High School 50 years ago.
Great with the dates. So
50 years ago, and Eddie was about to graduate I dropped out.
I graduated. You didn't.
Yeah, I dropped out in May of 1970. Eddie stayed and graduated. But Eddie and I were high school buddies, and we had a band, and we did one performance. It was called Powder. And we lost out to a Jackson 5 cover band. It was a high school.
Our drummer got into the fashion show, and then he took a bunch of Quaaludes and fell out a window.
He fell out. Our drummer got so depressed that we got booed off the stage. He took some Quaaludes. We went upstairs to the guidance counselor, Mr. Harding's office, and he fell out the freaking window. I mean, folks, and nobody got hurt. Okay, he didn't get hurt, but he did fall.
So from that to arenas, stadiums, and festivals around the world, you two have been mighty blessed. I must say.
You know what? We have been blessed. When the band broke up in '75, and I was debating whether to put it back together again, and I called Eddie and I said, "You want to give it a shot?" Because Eddie came in a couple of years after the band started, and he said, "Sure, we'll give it a shot." And I found some photos from that show that we did at Popeye Spinach Factory in Brooklyn.
Oh,
and Eddie sang Some Kind of Wonderful, and I sang some Kink songs because I sing songs by bands with terrible lead singers.
Nice.
Because God
Kinks are
created
good.
God created Bob Dylan so I could do cover material. But Eddie's got a great voice. So Eddie would sing like the Dave Mason, the more soulful stuff, and I sang whatever shit that Lou Reed wrote because you can always tell somebody does a bad Lou Reed song when they sing on key. That's how you know they're a bad Lou Reed guy. So.
Can we talk about the movie for a second, man? Let me tell you, I've watched the This Is Twisted fucking Sister movie like 100 times, man. I bought it on Vudu. I've literally watched it 100 times. It's incredible, man. I mean, really, I didn't know the history of the band and how deep it went. And you guys talking about this kind of brought that up. Twisted Sister started like in the 70s, man. You guys were a band for a long time, killing it before Stay Hungry or You Can't, before any of the success. It's really kind of crazy.
Yeah, we were a 70s band that made it in the 80s. That's how I looked at it. Because Eddie, you and I spoke about this. We were a 70s bar band that learned how to be great in the bars,
It was, it was good. It was a great experience. I mean, all those live shows really get you ready for anything.
And we had done before the band was signed. Because I go back 2 years earlier. Don't forget, hey Eddie, we did 6 shows a night. We did 5 shows a night, 6 nights a week for years. So we did thousands of shows. Thousands. But now that Eddie Trunk is here, I can now say this, okay? Because this is you asked about the festivals and about the timing that Twisted had about stopping performing. Twisted Sister stopped performing at first in 1987, at the end of '87, and so we missed the whole death of hair metal, the Nirvana, the grunge. I mean, all those bands who suffered from that demise, we were gone. So we didn't suffer from that demise at all. We kind of just knew when to get out. We came back because we did the benefit for New York Steel, which God knows, when Eddie Trunk called me about that request came 2 weeks after the MTV VH1 Behind the Music that portrayed us as one of the most hateful internal organizations in the history of mankind. You know, like we just got on each other's case. We hate each other's guts. And Eddie goes, man, if you could put the band back together, we could sell out Hammerstein Ballroom. And we did. And that brought the band back. And then in 2015, AJ passed away. And we decided in 2016 to end it. And Eddie Ojeda and me and Dee were celebrating our 40th year together in 2016. And we called the farewell tour 40 and fuck it.
And we're glad you did. That was cool. That was great. In fact, you know, I remember JJ, we did the show, and Eddie, we did the show together over at Grass Pop, I believe, right? I think we did Grass Pop. You guys were just killing it. Remember, Dee was yelling at us. He said, I know you guys just got done having sex over there, but can you turn the music down so we can warm up? Because we just came off stage, and Dave's got the stereo cranking, you know, kind of like the love fest we just had from being on stage. So,
oh, that's right. We're in the dressing room trying to get the show.
Yeah, the dressing room, yeah.
Well, people don't understand. They really don't get the Euro Festival phenomenon, which is essentially what it really is it's basically Mark's Book Live. It's really what these Euro festivals are. They're like, you know, it should be the decade that shocked as well, because it really was. This is exactly what these festivals are. There are these incredible testaments to these amazing bands that were basically destroyed by critics in the 80s and have unbelievable staying power.
It's also the energy, the kind of rock, you know, the energy of that decade and the anthem rock. Everything was big. Those songs like that don't go away. You know,
no.
Anthem rock is just.
And here to defend us all is Eddie Trunk. Eddie, what's going on, buddy? What's happening?
Guys.
Trunk man.
Kind of snuck him in there.
Everybody.
What's
JJ,
happening,
I
man?
like the look, man. It works. I like it.
Thank you. Well,
I may be pulling that off soon myself if things keep going the way they're going for me.
I don't have to worry about that.
Well, you see, people say to me, you know, why'd you change your look? And I said, well, you know, in '64, I had a Beatle cut. And in '69, I looked like the Grateful Dead. And in '72, I looked like David Bowie. And I guess I've been listening to Pitbull lately, and it's been having a really terrible effect on me. You know?
Let me say this real quick about Twisted Sister. With all our history, which you touched on a little bit a second ago, JJ, the thing that I'll say, though, is that I said this on my radio show a bunch recently. You guys, to my knowledge, are the only band on record, now with Motley Crue coming back, that has done a farewell and stayed away and hasn't done a return from the farewell. You're the only band I can think of that actually held true to the farewell. Now, unless you have an announcement to tell us on this broadcast, that's still the case, right?
Well, Eddie, you know, to that point, Mr. Trunk, to that point, when you asked us to play that benefit, I said to you, we would do it, but we will not commercialize it for any reason. We're not there to promote an album, a reunion, a tour, nothing. We're doing it only for one reason, and that was to raise money for the widows and orphans. And that was it. We had no intention of doing another show ever.
I remember.
Ever.
Yeah.
And it was 2 years. It took 2 years for the promoters to go banging on doors. Now, we have gone on record in the past, and I have gone on record when the band stopped in '87. I'll never do it again. We'll never play again. People say to me, it's bullshit. Everybody reunites. I remember one day walking across Grand Central Station, and this was back around 1995, and some guy comes up to me and goes, hey, fucking JJ, hey, man, when are you guys getting back together again? I said, no, we're not getting back together. Oh, bullshit, man. Everybody's got a number. I said, no, there's no number. He goes, bullshit. Everybody's got a number. I said, let me ask you something, asshole. You ever been married? He said, yeah. I said, you divorced? He goes, yeah. I said, how much would it take for you and your ex-wife to go on a van for 30 days? He goes, you couldn't fucking pay me enough. I said, bingo. So anyway, the bottom line is this. We have no plans. to play again. We've never discussed it. In fact, we had dinner together. The whole band had dinner together in January. Eddie, Ojeda, did we ever talk about a reunion at dinner once?
No, we just talked about what we were going to get to eat.
No, we're just, you know what?
And was the band paying for it?
What people don't realize is that the band's music, We're Not Going to Take It, and I Want to Rock, are the most licensed songs in the history of heavy metal.
Yeah.
And we do an incredible business on licensing. But We're Not Going to Take It and I Want to Rock are the most licensed songs in the history of heavy metal, more than AC/DC songs, Kiss, Guns N' Roses, you name it. So if there's any legacy that this band has that's going to be an ongoing legacy for people to remember, it's going to be the fact that we have We're Not Going to Take It and I Want to Rock. Because even if you don't know the name Twisted Sister, you know those songs. Those songs have become worldwide anthems. We're very proud to have those songs. We're very proud that people sing them around the world. They sing them for every reason on the planet. Left, right, politics, you name it. They sing these songs. And we are the ones who recorded those songs. And we're very blessed to have
Grateful for it.
Yeah, that is very cool. That is very cool. Good for you. Good for you. Yeah.
Well, Mark, I want to say on the record, congratulations. The book is amazing. I know how long you worked on this. I know how long this took to get together. And, I'll tell you what, I have a friend of mine. I tested him to make sure he was COVID free before I let him in the house. But I'm at the Jersey Shore right now. And I just showed him the book, and he was blown away by it, and also couldn't believe the price the book is.
Me either.
How much you get, which is incredible. You may know this guy. I let him in my house.
Oh, you let that guy in? Come on. Come on. 2/3 of the act is back. Talk about putting the band back together.
And I called Florentine, but he's actually doing stand-up comedy at a drive-in movie theater right now in Atlantic City.
Wow.
Did you check Jameson for any other communicable infections?
Well, I can vouch for that. That's a whole other kettle of fish. What I find on my bed sheets is what I'm really worried about.
Exactly.
He's staying
I
over.
want to show Jersey strength for Mark, and again, congrats. And Eddie, I'm going to sit on your lap later, and you'll read this to me.
Yeah, we're going to tell bedtime stories.
Can we live stream that, please?
Can I ask Mark Weiss? I want to ask Mark Weiss a question, okay? Because Mark hasn't had a chance. You're just sitting here soaking in all the love. But Mark, when you first met Twisted, what was your tell us the story of how you first met Twisted?
Well, you want to really know the story? It's actually on page, I think like 72. In 1980, there's a photo of White Tiger in there. It's one of the first heavy metal bands that I shot. They were big on the circuit. You guys and Twisted and White Tiger. And Neil, the singer, said he was trying to I just started working with Circus Magazine, and he kind of wanted to show me off a little bit. So he's like, Twisted's playing the Fountain Casino, and he wants to, do you want to come down and meet the guys and maybe shoot him or something? I'm like, all right, whatever, So I go there. He brings me backstage. You guys are almost getting ready to go on stage. And I know from later on, when I started working with you, you don't go near the band when they're just getting ready to go on stage. So here's Neil, this cool looking dude, with spandex, the whole deal. And he brings me backstage and he introduces me to everyone. Now, I don't think any of these guys even remember me because they were zoning into their thing like they always do before the show. But because it was a club, I could go anywhere. And Neil brought me there. So Neil played the club too. So the security guard just let him in, without passes. So they were looking at me this is Mark Weiss. He works for Circus Magazine. I don't give a crap. He goes, well, and I'm like, I felt like this little kid, all right, let's go, Neil. And then we left. And then I kind of hung out in the back and watched the show. And then during, I think it was the Stones song.
It's Only Rock and Roll, but I like it.
Yeah. It's Only Rock and Roll. And during that song, the spotlight comes out, and all of a sudden, me and Neil are hanging out and not trying to be cool, just having a good time, But I'm not the kind of guy that goes like this, I like to observe. I'm an observer, and that's where I like to have my camera because I feel like I can do something and not have to do that, So it's like my tool to be who I am.
And D still picked on you.
D picked me out of the crowd, and he's like, "What's with this guy?" He's like, and I felt like 2 feet tall,
Did he call you an asshole though? Did he say that? Did he say those words? You know,
I don't know what he said, but I left. You know, I didn't leave. I like went around. I left and then I went around because he wouldn't let me be. And like when I started shooting the band, he started doing that to everyone else. And like so I tell that story in the book. So it's kind of.
And when was the first official time you shot us?
Well, the album. You walked into the door for the first time when I shot the album cover.
Wow.
Stay Hungry album.
Yeah.
Ross Halfin was the fluffer.
Right. Yeah. Right. Well, it's funny because Finn Costello shot the first cover, right? Finn Costello. Then Ross, shot the back of the second cover, I think, and for Can't Stop Rock and Roll because there was a logo on the front. And then you did Stay Hungry and Come Out and Play, right? Which are obviously,
both. Yeah.
Everyone was like, "Who's this new kid? Who's this photographer? Who is Mark Weiss?" I was shooting. Before that, I was getting a name for myself with Circus Magazine, shooting Ozzy on the cover, Richie Blackmore. But it's a magazine cover. It goes away in 30 days. I always wanted to do album covers ever since I had my first one in my hand. And when I got the opportunity, I don't even know why they picked me. I mean, just maybe because they saw my credits in the magazine, but they picked me to shoot this album cover. And when Mark Mendoza got on the phone and told me his vision, I was like, yeah, I can do that. I'm excited. I never built a set before. My father was in construction. We built this set. Yeah, we had some turns and things like that, but everything worked out. Everything worked out.
Awesome. Hey, guys, we got to move on. Thank you guys so much for joining us.
Thank you,
I want to
JJ.
take a second just to plug my favorite hot sauce, man. Eddie Ojada's Twisted Hot Sauce, man.
How ironic.
I know, right?
Thank you, Eddie.
I'd go out and I'd take this stuff with me, man. Thank you, guys.
Nice. All right. Thanks for joining us, you guys. Be safe there in New York, JJ.
All right, man. Thank you.
See you down the street in Franklin, Eddie.
Okay.
See ya.
Send me the book.
We will.
Thank you.
I just want to say, I was done with my book and I was trying to write my afterword. And I'm like, am I supposed to write? I never did a book before. And like, I started writing it and it's like, it doesn't seem right, for me to write it. I was just kind of saying the same stuff that I wrote earlier and I was just trying to figure it out. And this was like New Year's Eve, I believe, New Year's Day Eve. And I'm like, I'm going to send Eddie an email. It's like 2:00 in the afternoon on New Year's Day Eve. And I sent it to him. An hour later, he goes, "It will be an honor to do it." And I was like, oh my God, this is great. I'm like, I don't even know why I didn't do it in the first place. We're both from Jersey. We've known each other for 30 years, 40 years. I don't know. And then I got all excited. I told, my girlfriend about it and everyone. And I said, I can't. And he said he's going to do it. And before I could tell anyone else, it came to me like an hour later. And I was like, oh my God, this is going to be the best New Year's ever. What he said was just amazing.
I like to get things done. I like to have things lingering around. It was on my mind. It's like, let me get this done for Mark. And it just rolled out of my head. I mean, I didn't really think much about it. I just started I hadn't even seen the book yet at that point, but I knew how much you were putting into it and how long you're working on it. And I was just like, well, let me just talk about my history with Mark because both of us being from New Jersey, I mean, I literally think it's probably close to 40 years, certainly when I first met you. And then, of course, maybe like 35 years that I really got to know you. And then when I was at Megaforce, with Anthrax and Overkill, we would shoot and then but as I talked about in the book, what I wrote in the afterwards of the book is very true because I was, I'm a little younger than Mark and I would go because we're from the same area, I would go to all the same shows, all the rock shows, Meadowlands Arena, Garden, wherever we were. And it was always, to me, I'd always see this guy, because Mark always looked cool and he looked like he could have been in a band. And I would always see him walking through the orchestra pit, going to the photo pit. And that almost became a sign to me as a kid that the headliner was about to go on because you knew it. At that point, I knew he was a photographer. I would see him shooting shows. And I figure, okay, he's probably shot the band backstage. Now they're about to go on. So he's walking to the pit because, you never know if you're getting a beer or you're in the bathroom when the headliner's actually going to hit and the lights are going to go. So like seeing Mark's head walking up to the photo pit or towards the stage was always a signal to me. The house lights are going to go any second.
Hey, guys, say hi to Eric Bloom from Blue Oyster Cult.
Hey there, Eric. How are you, my friend? How are you, buddy?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you good. Where are you at?
I'm at home.
Which is where? Like what part of the world?
Currently, I'm in Florida.
Nice. Okay, good. Good. Things are safe down there. You're okay?
Yes, everything's fine. Everything's good.
Good. Mostly the East Coast contingent here on this Osage News stream.
Most of the year I live in Long Island.
Yeah. Nice. So what's Blue Oyster Cult up to right now?
Well, I'm sorry I missed the Twisted guys because we're all buddies.
Yeah, it was good having those guys on. Yeah, we had D on about a month ago when we did one of these, and it was great to. There you are. Look at that. I love that photo. That is a killer photo. When was that photo taken in Mark's book?
I think about 1980 or 81.
No, 1980. 80.
Yeah.
Black and Blue tour.
Black and Blue.
We were. Let me take this out so I can hear myself talk. We were playing Madison Square Garden, I think, and Mark said, "Why don't you get on the bike and go?" It was one of the ramps leading up to the stage, I think. And Mark took that picture on my bike, which I used to ride on stage. So that was fun.
Yeah, that's cool. It's so funny when we were putting this together, and just found out this week you were going to be able to join us. So the first thing I said to Tom, I said, dude, the Black and Blue tour, and I didn't get to go. I was living in Minnesota. I didn't get to go, but it's any. Probably for us, and certainly me and Eddie, and maybe for you too, Mark, since we're probably around the same age. I mean, the Black and Blue tour was of legend. That was one of the first real legendary, especially in our genre of metal and hard rock, one of the legendary collaborations of. Aside from that photo, I guess, was there anything of note of memory for you from back in that period?
Well, it was a great tour. Did a great business, and it was a great playing with Black Sabbath. Of course, that was the Ronnie Dio version of Black Sabbath, the Heaven and Hell era. And Ronnie was a friend of mine going back to upstate New York, where Ronnie was from, and in the late '60s. Ronnie and I were in competing bar bands, so we knew each other going way back.
Yeah.
And what a great guy! What a great memories I have of him being famous.
Yeah, pre-Rainbow, Elf days.
Pre Ronnie Dio and the Prophets. Yeah. I saw him in clubs, and I saw him play fraternity parties. And he was freaking awesome.
Yeah.
I let me tell this quick anecdote. I've told it a couple of times, but it's just great for all you Ronnie Dio fans out there, and I know there are millions of them. I was playing a fraternity party at Hobart College in upstate New York, which is near Syracuse and Rochester. And he used to play 4 sets a night, which sounds common to all you bar band guys out there who've been on before me and will be on after me. And we're playing this fraternity party. And you usually have about 20 minutes off or a half hour off between sets. And Ronnie was playing across the street. So we ran across the street to go see Ronnie play. And we're playing through like Fender Pros and a custom bass amp and a little 4-piece drum kit. We ran across the street to see Ronnie play. And there's Ronnie Dio playing in the living room of this fraternity house. And he's standing on a riser with Sun Coliseum PA, Standell amps and Marshall amps. And he's wearing like velour pants and ruffle shirts, British era, mod clothes. And he was the bass player, which most people probably never saw him play bass.
Yeah, he's a bass player.
And he starts off playing the Underture from Tommy. Ba, 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 and he's playing the horn. So I got to see Ronnie Dio play horn and then start playing bass during the whole beginning of Tommy. And then he went right from that into a Tom Jones medley. So I saw Ronnie Dio when. Let me
Yeah, back when, yeah. And it's so funny, isn't it? Yeah, Ronnie, always about the presentation, right? You know, it's funny, somebody just mentioned Soft White Underbelly, so that was, or is maybe still the sort of pseudonym that Blue Oyster Cult, you would do it, I guess, for warm-up shows? Is that why?
Well, I mean, I joined the band in 1969.
Okay.
So that was the name when I joined.
I see.
And that name existed for a little while, and the band had a record contract on Elektra Records for a short time, and then the band evolved and had a few different names after that.
Right.
So there was a time when Blue Oyster Cult was kind of famous, and we wanted to go into a club and play a little underground. So
Right.
we used that name to go play a few shows.
Well, we took a nod from that in Megadeth, and we borrowed that, and you are of legend in our camp. So we have a mascot named Vic Rattlehead, and so we go under the pseudonym of Vic and the Rattleheads. Played
it's
St.
kind of-
Vitus,
it's kind of fun.
it is fun, and of course fans now know. You know, probably like your fans would know too. Oh, that's Blue Oyster Cult. You know, because after a while the legend goes on, but. Especially, I remember back in the early '90s, we would do stuff like that. We'd play, clubs, and we played a club in, I guess, the Cat House, and did a little MTV show and stuff like that. And it is fun. So just thank you for that. That was like a legendary showbiz trick now that we have borrowed from you. So thank you.
We owe it all to Blue Oyster Cult. Thank you, Eric, so much for joining us. We got to say goodbye to Eric
And thank you to Mark for going back and being my friend for about 40 years, and for this book, which looks great, and for taking some great pictures of all of us and documenting all our history, and for being my buddy all these years too.
Nice. You know, it's like what I said is like I shot him 40 years ago, and the last time they needed publicity photos, they called me up. So it's just great. You know, we
did a session with Mark only about 2 years ago or so. So the other bands have talked about taking a break and then being asked to start again. I think there's been a lot of bands like that, and Twisted says they're not going to do it again. But our legend is on tour forever. We have a new album coming out in about 6 months. So we never stopped.
Good for you.
Thank you so much, Eric. It's so awesome.
Thank you, Eric. Be safe down there, man. Be safe down in Florida. Be well. Yeah.
And now we're going to say hello to our friends Scott Ian and Charlie Benante from Anthrax.
Hola.
Hey, guys. What's going on? What's up, Scott?
Hey.
What's up, Charlie?
How are you guys?
Uh-oh, it's a good thing we got Eddie on here because now it really comes full circle.
East Coast in the house.
This is now the kiss portion, right? The kiss portion of the broadcast.
God, no. I'm vetoing.
We thought we were coming on to break down the 40th anniversary of Unmasked.
Jeez. Wait, you have, what are the kiss photos that you have in the book, Mark?
Actually,
about Kiss.
So Eddie
talking about Kiss.
No, but Eddie was at the same show that when I was getting arrested at the show at 77. I think that was your first concert, wasn't it, Eddie?
Me? My first Kiss show was December 16th, 77 at the Garden, yeah.
That's when I got
there. Ever.
And I got arrested for selling photos that night. And then I went to Circus the next day. And that's how I became who I am. So it's just funny how we were both there.
If you guys put up that photo of the Anthrax I'm the Man cover, Mark has alternate versions of that. And you can see clearly in the graffiti behind Frank Bellows' head, it says "Kiss My Ass, Ed Trunk" in the graffiti on the album cover.
Yeah.
No way.
Yes, absolutely.
Really?
Charlie, did you get? I think I sent it to Charlie. Did you get it?
Yes, you did. Yes, I did.
Yeah, you can see it. If Frank's head moves like another inch, you can see it. But on the actual album cover shot, you see like ED and K because his head is like in the middle of where it's written.
Hey, so where did you shoot that? Where was that photo taken? The one that you just had up?
At my studio, my penthouse in New York, right across from the Empire State Building.
Wow.
34th Street, New York City.
And what year was that?
That was 87?
86. We
86.
actually did this. I think we shot it in 86.
Yeah, and Charlie came in before the band did, and he did the graffiti and all that. That's all his work.
Oh, you did that? No kidding.
Doesn't it say like "Go to Hell, Eddie Trunk" or something on the wall?
I played Bello for 45 years for doing that. It was you that wrote it.
No, I didn't write that part. That was I did the main piece, and everybody edit stuff too.
Scott did that.
The funny thing, you mentioned Kiss, and the first time I met Mark Weiss was at a Kiss show at the Palladium, and you were with a young Matt Dillon. We were all young at that point.
Yeah.
I remember we were walking around the front, and there you were, and I recognized you from Circus, and I'm like, that's Mark Weiss, and he's with Matt Dillon. I was like,
wow.
You know,
Charlie, was that the first? Was that Eric Carr's first show?
That was the first. Yeah.
Wow, you guys were all at that too, huh?
Yep, I was there.
That was an amazing night. Mark, you shot that? I don't think I ever saw photos from that from you.
I did. There's actually in the book, there's a black and white strip. I don't know where the colors are. Maybe it was assignment for Circus and I didn't get it back, but I did find a contact sheet. And in the book, I believe there's a strip in the chapter. In every beginning of the chapter, I have little photos in there, so I put it in there. So there's a photo of Eric actually standing up, but I don't have like full set. I mean, I shot it, but I don't have them. Unfortunately.
I don't think there was a pit in there that night. It was just jammed in such a small place. Because a year earlier, they were doing 2 nights at the Garden, and a year later, 1 night at the Palladium, which is like a 3,000 capacity theater that's now NYU.
Yeah, man.
So around the area, so for Scott and Charlie and for Mark too, I guess. So back in the day, like I always remember, like I tell this story a lot. I remember we were playing where we were staying at the Biltmore Hotel up in Providence, and I think we were on the Peace Cells tour. You guys must have been on Among the Living, and we were like still very poor, and we were like in an RV, and up pulls Anthrax and like a tour bus, and you guys are all dressed sharp. You've got cool trench coats. Like, how did these guys get so rich? What the hell? Why are these guys so far ahead of us? I just remember having that feeling, but there was such a cool culture back in the East Coast. And I mean, you're all part of it. If me and Tom were the Midwest Mafia, you guys were all part of the heavy metal mafia of the East Coast. And
There you go.
when did you guys start shooting photos together? Because Mark was big time, right? I mean, by the time we started shooting with Mark,
hold on, you definitely have us confused for another band because we never dressed sharp nor wore trench coats. So
it must. I think it was Dan Spitz. Dan Spitz had the trench coat on. He was a sharp dressed man.
Yeah, a trench coat on him. That would be like.
Yeah, I get it.
He could wear a crop top, and it would have been a trench coat.
I just remember you had a tour bus and trench coats. I'm like, these guys are rich. Like, God, these guys are really just killing it right now, So, no, you guys. I mean, what was the first? What was
these money, Dave?
Yeah, exactly. All that money from back in the independent days. But like gigging around back there, like Mark, did you obviously got Lemore's and all the places, right? And the Ritz and all the stuff, right? Did you shoot Anthrax back in those settings?
Not really. I mean, I shot a video maybe for him. I didn't really know too much about him. I did some live shows, but I did. It's not one of those bands that I went on the tour bus with them and hung out really that much. It's like it was just whenever maybe they came to New York.
I don't think Circus was really.
Yeah, they didn't really.
They weren't really hip to Anthrax.
In a week with Anthrax in 1980.
They weren't Anthrax friendly at the time.
Even though you were rich and had a nice
they hated trench coats over at Circus.
We weren't rich.
That shoot like super rich. A lot of recognition. It's just that iconic image of the artwork and the time, and there's a rock band, acting like rappers, and it's like no one's really done that, and they had the balls to like put an EP out with those images on the front. I mean, you wouldn't know that it would be like one of their most successful records.
Dude, as a kid and as a fan, that record is what made me absolutely. I already loved Anthrax, but that record was what made me a diehard Anthrax fan for life. Was that EP and that photo and everything around it.
Right on. we always wanted to work with Mark as a New York band, and like we addressed before, as kids that were going to shows since the 70s, and we would see Mark all the time. I overheard Eddie in the prior segment saying how when he would see Mark come into the photo pit, he knew the lights were about to go down. And it was the same kind of thing. I would see Mark all the time in the photo pit and always wonder, like, how does that guy get to do that? Like, how? Because I didn't know how anything worked back then. Right. When I was 13, 14, I was like, I see that guy at every show. He must know every band. Like, how does that even work? But yeah, we had just seen him around forever. So, and then once we found out like he was this amazing photographer, we had always wanted to work with him.
I remember getting the call about doing the I'm the Man cover, and the idea we had was exactly how you see it. That's what we wanted to do. And Mark's name, of course, was like brought up right away. And I'm like, yes, let's get Mark. Mark will he'll do a great job, because the thing about photographers, of course, the biggest thing is access. Okay, if you give access, you have your camera, you'll get the shot. But there was something about Mark. It's like when you saw the picture, you just saw the essence of the band too. He just had that eye.
It's more than an eye. It's just like being in the same room with people that you like. And once you're in that room, in that space, I just pull out a camera and just take a picture. It's not that hard. So I just gotta get them all together. I know what they want, and then just wait a little bit and maybe guide it. Maybe because I don't know about, like, I'm not a very technical guy, but I know when a light hits the person, I know which way their face should go to make them look as best as possible, and as strong or however. And I just, it just.
But you would always yell stuff too at us when we were taking photos, like, "Come on, give me that,"
Well, they let me have fun with them. Like, unlike Danzig, they let me have fun.
I read that in the book because I got the book and I went through the whole book yesterday. Just sat on the couch and literally like every page, and I got to that Danzig page, and even at first I was like, I feel like. It just seemed almost like a weird coupling of you shooting them, and then I read the thing, and I'm like, okay, my instinct was correct.
But that's not unique. When I read that in the book, it resonated with me because I don't know Glenn well, but I've had him on my radio shows over the years, like 3-4 times, and we had him on that metal show, and every single time we could not get him in an interview to speak loudly enough to be audible. Like, it was crazy. Like, even on TV, the guy would put triple lav mics on him, and the guy would come out of the booth and be like, "You're doing an interview, you got to speak up." And he would. We're like, this doesn't work. So it's like, Mark, you're not the only one that had some sort of like, something going on there. And when I read that, it really connected with me with some of the. With me, the only issue was getting him to be audible during an interview, speak loudly enough to be heard.
Yeah, I got a little physical with him, which he did not like.
Mark showed up with his purple gels and the smoke, and Danzig was having none of that.
No, I knew how to shoot them. Like, they didn't walk into that. I gave them what they wanted, but they wouldn't. They were like, they wouldn't do anything. And like every time I spoke, I just wanted them to look good, and they wouldn't listen to me. So I just like, and I did this with all the bands, even with with Anthrax. I would like take them if they didn't get it. Actually, all the guys in Anthrax, they knew how to like. They took the direction good. They were good. But some bands, I had to like literally take their shoulders and move them forward and push them, and I have fun with it. Like I tickle them sometimes, and I like whisper in their ear, like you're kidding around. But with Danzig. They wouldn't look. I said, just move forward, just lean to like you can't hear me. I had a little bit of tricks, and they wouldn't do anything. So then I literally went one at a time to the guys, and when I got to Glenn, he said, "Don't touch me." I'm like, "All right."
So Danzig would not let you tickle him.
Well, I didn't even try to tickle him, but I couldn't. And then I took I think a few more photos, and then that was it. And then Glenn's like, "Well, we want to do one more thing," and then they came out without any shirts on. I'm like,
And Mark, it would have been great if you showed him the cover of Cinderella Night Songs and said, "I want to go for something like this."
Go for something like this. Dude, awesome, Eddie. I know you only had a little bit of time, and you probably got to get out of here. Thank you so much for joining us, man.
Thanks, guys.
Yes,
Great to
thank
see
you.
everybody.
Yep, thanks, Eddie. Appreciate it, man.
Congrats on the book, and I'll talk to you on my radio show on Tuesday.
See you later.
Eddie.
Tell Don to behave, okay?
Be safe, everybody.
So behave, Don.
I
All
love
right.
that. I love
Charlie.
that. We actually made the cover of the book. If you look closely at Slash's shirt.
Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, yeah, nice.
Oh, that's right. That's
awesome. An extra plug. That's
It's
good.
not-
I was wearing my Anthrax Puck Hockey Knotman sweatshirt, but I had to take it off because it was too hot. So I
Hey,
tried.
you know, it's funny. You were just mentioning that about turning your head and all these little tips that we learned taking pictures from guys like you, Mark. Right? That it's like, lean forward so your double chin doesn't. So when we're at our VIP meet and greets or at the merch table or something, and everyone, when they take a picture, like a fan, they do this, right? So they've got the worst. You're like, dude, don't do that. You're gonna hate that photo when you get home and see it.
Well, one of my tricks is it started when in the beginning I shot Ozzy in '81 is the first time, and he would always lean back, and he's like, I said, Ozzy, lean forward to me, lean a little bit. He's like, what, Mark? What? And then when he did that, it worked. So that's what I would start doing to people. I would just mumble, so everyone would go, what? And then and that's how I got my little. That was my little thing, So I would mumble on purpose so people couldn't hear me, if they didn't get it.
That rules.
That does roll. That's cool.
Little tricks,
Yeah, that's awesome. We thought that was something out of a college course, how to take pictures.
Yeah, chin down, chin down, chin down.
Chin down. Give me some attitude. Lean forward.
Give me some rock star
Yeah.
attitude.
Move your head. Don't just take the same photo. You know what I mean? When you're sitting there now, especially when you're taking digital, because digital's cheap. Film is expensive. You guys just take a few photos, and it was everyone mattered. You know what I mean? It was. Until we were saying earlier, when you're at the end of the shoot and they're like, "Oh, just one more roll." We're like, come on, dude, we've been here freaking 8 hours. Can't we go now? Come on,
Yeah. Well, if it wasn't for that one more roll with Dee Snider, it wouldn't have had that cover.
Yeah, you were telling that story. Yeah,
that was the last roll and the last frame on that roll.
Wow.
Unreal.
Awesome.
Unreal.
Well, thank you guys so much for joining us, Scott, Charlie.
Yeah,
Scott. Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
I'm gonna post about the book this week too, with the link and everything.
Thanks.
Cool.
Do a little. Did you see Sebastian's little? He unveiled the book. He had the book for 2 weeks, and I'm like, dude, did you open it yet? He goes, I'm waiting for the right time. And he goes, me and my wife were waiting for the right time. I'm like, all right. So he had it for 2 weeks, and then he texted me 2 days ago. He goes, go on Facebook Live. I'm showing the video. I'm like, all right. So it was awesome, but you got to check it out. It's classic.
Cool.
That's awesome, man. Well, thank you guys. We'll talk soon.
Thanks, Charlie.
Hey, man. Take care, guys. Stay safe.
Yep. See you guys.
Thank you, guys.
See ya. That was cool, man. That was good
was
stuff
awesome.
there. Very good. Very good.
Awesome.
stuff.
Unfortunately, the room's full. Everybody keeps coming in early. Everybody wants to see all the excitement, and I feel
bring
bad.
'em in.
I
Yeah.
can't yet. We got to stay in order, man. So,
Right.
and I need the next people to be able to get in, and the room can only fit 10 people. It's
Yeah.
awesome. It's like my head's blowing up. I see Marky Ramone
I don't know
come
how you
in.
guys
And,
do this, but God bless.
Fortunately,
Yeah,
you're a well-liked man, and you've done well by everybody. So this is
Right.
a good. This is like having a roast, only no one's talking shit about you. It's like
I know,
it's
right?
all good,
Well, we got Sticks in India here from Steel Panther.
Hey, buddy, what's going on?
How
And
are
I'm
you
sure
guys?
Michael
How are
Starr is
you?
probably trying to get in, and he can't because
He's trying, dude. He's been texting me. He's like, dude, I just cracked open my mom's computer. I don't know how to work it. So he's trying to get in.
Well, just tell him if he can't get in, I keep kicking people out so he can get in. So
Don't use Google Chrome, by the way. On the Mac, Safari does not work. Just a tip on that.
Use
so.
Chrome.
Yeah.
You know, actually, the instructions say that on the Mac you have to use Safari, so I have no idea.
No,
But we'll
absolutely
see.
not. It won't let you in. Yeah.
Right.
We've actually had a few problems with that with a few people. So yeah, Chrome or Firefox, you know, whatever. So
I'm on the Fox. So
on the Fox.
I'm on the Fox.
So what are you up to, man? How are you? How you doing?
I'm quarantined. I'm not gigging, but
yeah.
I got to tell you, Steel Panther has never been more busy at home. Hey, Michael.
Hey, what's going on there? There's a rock star.
Busy at home. There he is.
There he is.
We've been busy at home creating content and trying to figure out ways to navigate the new Wild West music business. So it's been, you know what? It's been trying, but it's been pretty damn awesome because there's a bunch of new things that we're going to try to do. It's cool.
Yeah. And we last saw each other over in Oslo back in January. You guys, and it's so funny because we were all right on tour, right around each other. I think that we were both in Europe, and you guys went up to the UK. Now you were safe, right? We didn't have any problem in Megadeth or Five Finger or Bad Wolves. We all got home safely, no COVID issues. When did you guys got home? Maybe a little bit before us, by like mid-February or something, right?
We got home. I think our last show, Michael, was our last show, February 16th.
I think so. We got home on the 18th. Yep.
Yeah. Then we flew home. Everybody was
safe
you know
and
what?
good.
Our tour manager, he went down hard.
Ooh.
He got tested. It was negative. He had like straight crazy flu and pneumonia, and we took him off tour. We put him in a hotel room for 3 days in Newcastle, and then he hopped a flight over to Ireland, and it was crazy.
Carried on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. We were, the people in Italy obviously got hit really hard, and we were over there. We actually played a smaller venue too. I remember looking over the side of the stage, and there's Chris Cale, like everybody would be like literally standing on the stage. You know, it was like more like a club, like a 4,000 seat club or something. But yeah, that was great, man. That was really fun to be on tour together over there, and appreciate you guys coming to the show in Oslo. I think you guys had a night off, and you were playing the night after. Or something.
We had a night off in Oslo, and our hotel was literally I could throw a baseball from my hotel room onto the arena you guys were playing. We were right across the street in a cul-de-sac, and you guys, everybody was so hospitable, so awesome, and it was fun. It was fun to come hang, and you guys killed. So
yeah,
thank
that
you.
was cool. Thank you.
Great time
Thank
watching
you.
you guys.
Yeah, thank you. So you guys, you're in LA, right? I mean, you guys all four of you live in LA.
Yeah, us two live in LA. Our guitar player lives in Vegas, and our bass player lives in Denver now.
Oh, wow.
We actually had your guitar player on the last time we did one of these, which was awesome. Speaking of which, so we got one of your, I don't know why you guys hate cats so much, but we got one of your pussy melter pedals, which have been completely gone from the face of the earth for like 2 years. And Kevin was nice enough to donate one to the foundation for us to auction off. So thank you guys so much for that.
Thank you for that.
It's
Thank
our
you.
pleasure. Kevin reached out to us, and he said, "Hey, Dave wants to know if Steel Panther is willing to do anything for the cause." And we're like, all right. So we dug deep into the ground where we buried 6 pussy melters, and we pulled one out like John Wick, like we went deep, John Wick, and we held it up, and the lightning struck, and we gave it to you guys because we want to do anything we can to help.
And now I don't have
Dude,
one.
it's awesome. Yeah, you don't have one. I know.
Sorry,
but
Michael.
we can sell it back to you on eBay.
Yeah, you can buy it on
It's
eBay right now.
There's one left. And yeah, so
paying our rent with it, man. But
that's awesome.
Yeah. Well, but yeah, that's a thank you for that. eBay auction goes to the David Olson Youth Music Foundation, and that's what's been able to keep our Schools Out initiative going, where we're giving the free of charge music lessons to students 18 or under. It was originally just going to be in America because things were shutting down, and now it's all over the world. It's everywhere. So
it's actually high school age or under, but yeah,
that is awesome.
Yeah, high school.
It's
really cool.
We're very happy to do anything that we can. So thanks for including us.
Much appreciate that.
Now, weren't you guys? I thought I saw you guys were doing some kind of a live quarantine concert thing, weren't you?
We are. We're doing it's called the Concert to Save the World.
Yeah, I know what I'm talking about.
And it's June 7th. It's Sunday, June 7th, 2 p.m. LA time, 5 o'clock on the East Coast, 10 o'clock UK, 11 o'clock Europe, and then 7 a.m. on Monday morning in Australia. We're doing a concert. It's not a quarantine style. It's full-blown concert, us in the room, full electric, 6 HD cameras, then another HD camera on a jib, so it's full production, lights, smoke, the deal. We're giving away 3 of our new pedals. The oh my God, I'm blanking.
Butthole burner.
The butthole burner, and we're gonna give away a ton of shit. There's like a chat thing. People can put up their pictures of what they're wearing or what they're not wearing during our show, and we're gonna try to make it as inclusive for the people watching. So it's not just you in your living room watching your TV or your computer. You're going to be able to interact with everybody during the show and the band. So hopefully, if it goes off right, I think it could be a new way to do live streams until we can get back out on the road.
That's awesome.
That is cool. Now, where's that going to be at? Where's it posted at? Is there a link that people can go to, or a subscription, or how does it?
Yep. You go to our website, SteelPantherRocks.com. You can buy the ticket there. You watch the show there. You can buy merch there if you want. That's where the chat is. That's where the Instagram post will go. If you do #PantherParty, it'll put your picture up there. And so that's the cool thing about this is the technology we built makes it an all under one roof solution. So you don't have to click this and that and this and that. You just go to one site, SteelPantherRocks.com. You can do it all right there, and that's going to be if it goes off like technologically speaking, it's going to be awesome.
Yeah,
and it's only $15.
Dude, you guys, I think you guys only $15. It's cheaper than a show, like third of the price of a show. I think you guys are probably the first band to have figured that out.
We are,
because obviously I think all of us, you for sure are. I mean, it's funny, you get these Live Nation emails, and obviously you think, wow, there's all these big Metallica, and then they're sort of like these sort of, kind of web check-ins, and I think obviously the big boys like Live Nation, they're trying to figure out how to do it, and you guys, I think, nailed it. I mean, that is really, really incredible, man. Good job for that.
Thank you. It was interesting because we got a call from our booking agent, and they called us, and they go, how the fuck are you guys doing this? Like, their tech people over there they couldn't understand how we built it. And what we have done essentially is we pulled together some different technologies and kind of created this all-in-one solution. And it really will be a test that when it goes, then there's some larger conversations to have about giving bands access to do this from their sites and have it be much easier for fans. Instead of giving it away and having these third-party companies take all this money to host your stuff, it's gonna keep it the power in the band's hands, and that's important for us.
Well, can we just pay you to do all of them for all of us? Then you guys can make all the money.
Fine with that.
You're good. Nice.
I'm fine with that.
The entrepreneurial new way of the music business. You
have to be.
You do. You totally do. Man, I'm impressed. That's very cool. Because so many of us, obviously, we've been sitting around talking about I've been having conversations with people. Tom and I have been chatting about it. Is there like an app or the thing? And, the wheels of progress grind slowly. But that's kind of always been the thing for Steel Panthers. You guys have always done that. I mean, from the very beginning, from the beginning of the band, you're like the biggest DIY band ever. Like headlines, festivals, download and shit.
You know what? I swear that is like the best compliment. I feel like we truly are the most, like, we are so DIY. We are the record company. We're the merch company. We're, we do it all. I mean, obviously we have a booking agent because that's a whole world I don't understand.
Right.
But we do it ourselves, and that's the exciting thing is we can make a decision. And we can pivot and just we can execute fast instead of being tied to a big company where there might be definite benefits, but all that stuff runs slow. So if you have a big merch deal with Bravado or Live Nation, and a pandemic hits, they're so big. It's hard for them to make decisions and execute different game plans. And so there's pluses and minuses to being DIY, but certainly in this scenario we're all in, it's beneficial for us.
Super cool, man. Congratulations. Good for you. That is super cool.
That's awesome, man. Well, look, if you guys want to hang out for a minute, we got man, people keep disappearing on me. I had Bobby Blitz in here waiting, and I guess he doesn't want to talk to us now. He disappeared.
Yeah, you can only stay on hold for 10 minutes, and then you got to redo it again.
Is that what it is? He's logging out.
No, some people stay in here for hours. You know, it's funny. Like I said, this backstage area only holds 10 people, and I keep having to like kick people out who are in later because they, you know. So I feel bad. I'm like kicking out Marky Ramone and like all these, you know, like come on.
It's Marky?
No, he's coming out. He's not here yet. He was here and then he left. And
I'm going to try to get.
Let's see. Who do you want? We got Don Dokken. We got Rudy Sarza. We got Jason McMahon.
Bring him in. Come on.
All right.
Yes.
All right. We got Don Dokken. There's Don Dokken.
Hey, buddy. Woo. What's going on? How are you, man?
I'm doing good. You know, I mean, got a lot of thunder and lightning right now at the house. It's getting ready to pour down rain. I'm like, okay, I'm in the house for the night. You know,
Nice.
it's thunder up here in New Mexico.
You're in New Mexico. Nice.
Yeah, I'm at the New Mexico house. It's far, far, far away from anybody, way up on top of a mountain on 13 acres. And
wow,
I'm kind of become kind of a recluse. So, you know, and I was just looking at Mark's book, and
haven't we all?
when he said he did a book, I mean, I thought it was just like a book. I didn't know it was just like 15-pound, you know, tabletop thing. and I can't believe you're only selling it for $29.95. That's a great deal for this book.
Don, it's $50.
Is it really?
$50, free to you.
For me? Oh, thanks. Because I just saw these pictures of me and all these other people. God bless them. Some are gone now. And Wendy O. Williams with Lemmy. And I remember when I was in Germany doing Breaking the Chains, the first album in Germany, Wendy O. Williams was in the studio with Dieter, and she was doing her record. And we were all just kind of ogling at her because she just had this, you know, sex appeal, and it was sad to see her go. And then I see Lemmy. Obviously, he's not with us anymore, but great pictures. And I was just telling my girl, I said, the first rock star I ever met was Lemmy in Hamburg, Germany, on the, you know, any band that's been in Germany knows about the Reeperbahn. The Reeperbahn is, you know, where all the whorehouses are.
Yeah.
And we were playing in one of those clubs the Beatles played at. So I went to the Top 10 club the night before he played to check it out. And I'm looking at the bar and I'm going, you can't miss the moles, you know.
Yeah.
It's like, it looks like Lemmy Kilmister. And they're just starting to get famous with the Ace of Spades. And I walked up and I said, hey, I'm Don Dokken, and from America, and you're Lemmy. And he said, you buy him? I go, yeah, I'm buying him. So we drank. Obviously, I lost, you know.
Of course, yeah.
You know,
there's no winning with Lemmy.
These great pictures.
You know I'm about to lose. Ironically.
Mark, well, you're kind of a pimp. You always want us to grab a chick from the audience and bring him backstage.
We don't talk about that here. We're not going to talk about that.
Okay.
No, I mean, the thing is, like, I'm the guy in the photo pit before the band goes on, so I just turn around and usually the hot girls are in the front.
Yeah.
So,
right.
Mark's down there pulling trim for all the headliners.
Yeah, we're not going to talk about that in a stream for. Yeah, no, that's not an appropriate conversation here.
Okay. We're just commenting. It was the decade that rocked. That's all we're saying.
Yes, it was.
That's all we're saying.
It was. I specifically told the Grammy Music Education Coalition we would not discuss anything of that nature, so we're not.
Okay, so duly noted.
But read the book.
But Don back in the day, he, you know, when he was on tour, he used to give me keys to his little Hobbit house, you know, like, you know, and I used to stay there. When he was there, I'd be on the couch. When he was there, I'd stay in his bed. And he was like my brother, you know, we were like, as soon as we met, we were like really, really close. And you know, still to this day, it's like one of those relationships. When I first met him, you know, with Elektra doing their publicity shoot for that one album. And then it just developed into, you know, I did Under Lock and Key, which is a very infamous cover that we're all proud of, right, Don?
Yeah, with our waiter outfits on.
Hey.
They were fancy outfits. They were very colorful. You were one of the more colorful photos in there.
The first time they saw that was at the photo shoot. Like, you know, they all put it into, like, you know, they all, like, George could barely, like, fit in it. They were all like, you know, Mick was like squeezing in there. Which one's mine? Mine's the yellow, mine's the green, and it was.
Were they Ray Brown clothes, or were
that's Ray Brown, but he was doing Priest and Motley and Poison and Bon Jovi and everybody. So we thought, and we were kind of more of a jeans and t-shirt and a leather jacket kind of band. And my manager wants to stay that way, but like an idiot, I thought, no, we gotta get some real fucking cool fancy clothes with tails and fringe and then it's like, okay, Mick, you're purple and George, you're red and I'm gonna be green and you know what? We spent $10,000 on those clothes, did the shoot, I wore them on the first concert. I couldn't move, and that was the last time I wore them.
Never wore them again. There they are.
Never wore them again. Never.
Yeah.
Awesome, guys. Well, look. Sorry.
We were trying, but because it was a sign of the times, and we were trying to go into that mode. It was a mistake, and I own that. It was a mistake. We should just Megadeth.
It wasn't a mistake. It was the sign of the times. Poison was just coming out, and then Motley Crue went Theater of Pain. Like I did this big shoot with Motley Crue in the gangster outfits. They were all like spandex and everything. Everybody was doing it, even Ozzy. So it's not. It wasn't a mistake.
All right, you're probably right. I look at these pictures in here of Axl, and he's got this huge Aquanet hair, and I'm like, I go, who's that? I had to read that's not Axl. Oh my God, that's Axl Rose. He didn't look like that. He has this huge, everybody smelled like Aquanet back then. Everybody had, and if you're really cool, you had the extra hold,
And Steel Panther still does.
Don't stand next to the pyro.
I love the picture of me. I'm standing in front of my tour bus, and on the thing you put on the tour bus, and it says "Females Welcome" or something like that.
No, females wanted.
Well, that was the old. Remember the old American Eagle? The bus drivers, those buses came off of any number of gazillion tours, right? Country entertainers to rock bands. Yeah, and they always had that little marquee up there that you could flip around, right? Right. Yeah.
But I'm shocked about Mark. Honestly, I'm looking at these pictures.
There it is.
Some sad stuff. Robin Crosby and and people have left us, and Leonard Hayes, he's gone, and everybody in YFT's gone that day, but they all passed away. But I really loved Phil. Phil Kennemore, to me, was the epitome of a cool rock star, super nice guy, bass player. I loved him so much. I was so sad to see him go. But what I'm kind of shocked about is, Mark, you take all these pictures. What were you in fucking high school? 1980? 1981? What were you in? Just get out of high school?
Hey guys, we got to say goodbye to Styx and Michael. So
all right, guys. Thank you for joining us. And hey, check out their show. What is the date on it again? Sunday, June 7th at 2 p.m. LA time. Got it. Go to the Steel Panther website. They are reinventing how the touring business is working. So thank you guys for that.
Thank you guys.
Yeah, thank you to see you guys.
I want my fucking royalties.
Well, fortunately, Don, every time I listen to Hair Nation, on Sirius Radio, I listen to either, Boneyard or Hair Nation, and I swear, like at least once every 45 minutes, there's a Dokken song, which is music to my ear. I love it. So
I never seen Steel Panther. Actually, I saw them before when they were called something else, and their manager took the
Metal School and
Metal School.
Metal School.
Metal School. Remember they used to play up at the Roxy. They were like the Monday night thing on the Roxy.
They played in the Viper Room. They played that crazy story with Corey Taylor where he tried to jump off the hotel balcony. That happened after the Viper Room. Me and Corey and his wife at the time went to go see Metal Shop play at the Viper Room, and then that happened afterwards. So funny enough.
Wow. Yeah, the Viper Room. Fun times there.
Yeah.
But I remember my daughter was like, I don't know, 16 or 17. She goes, Dad, can you get me on the guest list to go see Metal School? I said, who in the hell is Metal School? And they all play 80s things, and they kind of punk everybody, and they check their makeup with the mirror, and they fix their hair on stage. And I'm like, I don't know if I'm proud about this or I'm they're punking us, they do punk you,
Yeah. Those guys are funny, man. They got a good
Don,
sense of humor.
Man, Don, thank you so much for joining us. It's
Yeah,
so
Don,
awesome
good to see you, man. Thank you for stopping in from this. I appreciate you taking the time. We all do, and your pictures are awesome, and we all went through
Some of
that
my
phase.
favorite in the book.
Yeah. They're great.
Honestly,
They're great.
man.
Yeah.
The picture of you and George with Freddy Krueger, I think, is my favorite picture in the whole
That
book,
was
man.
cool. The Freddy
That's
Krueger
pretty
shoot-
metal.
The Freddy Krueger shoot was so funny. We're filming the video. He has 4 pieces of the burnt on his face, and he wanted to have some pizza, and one of the pieces of the burnt was falling off. And I'm like, Robert, your face is falling off. Man. You need to glue that back on. But he's a super sweet guy, Robert England. You guys have fun. I'm very happy for you, Mark. I wish you the best. I hope you sell a shitload of books and make a lot of money. For $30, I think it's a very reasonable price.
I think Don's got a Groupon for these books.
I think he does.
Yeah.
Mark, you should do that. You should make a Groupon for your book.
Good idea. It's a good idea.
All right, guys. Thank you,
All right.
Don.
Thank you, Don. God bless you, man. See you, buddy.
Love it.
See ya.
Bye-bye.
Well, look, we got Don Dokken. Oh, well, he's not there. We'll talk to Nuno.
Hey, Nuno, what's happening?
Betancourt. What's up, man?
Nice.
Father Zach wasn't. Oh, there's Father Zach. We'll get him in there too. Look, we got Zach. We got Father Zach and.
It's a shred fest. Uh-oh.
Look at what I got. My little baby Bookie. What's going on, guys? What's happening, man?
What's happening, Zach? How are you, buddy?
Nothing. This book
All right.
came out insane. Pretty good, man.
So let's hear some Mark Weiss stories from you, Father Zach. What's because usually Mark's the one telling the stories about the rock stars. We figured now we'll flip the.
No, Mark got me the gig with the boss. It was Mark, Dave Feld, and Mark. I remember I was playing. Dave Feld saw me playing in a club called Close Encounters, and there was 3 people in there. The guy behind the bar. It was 4, 2 heroin addicts and Dave. So packed house, man, and it had seating capacity of 5,000. But the whole thing is, Dave was like, "Hey, man, Zach, you ever think about all?" I was like, "Oh, you know Jimmy Page and Robert Plant too? Yeah, their phone number as well." And I'm like, "I don't know any of these people." So, but he was like, "No, my buddy's Mark White," and he goes, I can't guarantee anything, but I can get, if you make a tape or some pictures, I can get it to Mark, and we'll, you never know." So that's what I ended up doing. My sister took some Polaroids of me at my mom and dad's house, and then I made a cassette, and then gave it to Dave, and Dave gave it. I went up to Mark's studio, and Ozzy had gone out that night because he went out drinking with Andre the Giant. So,
Of course he did.
Yeah, right, of course.
You know the old man.
Like everybody does on a Saturday night. Andre the Giant. Yeah.
So I mean, I was just hoping to get an autograph. So just meet Ozzy.
Yeah, right.
So
but Mark ended up taking some pictures, some Polaroids or whatever. Anyways, Mark got the package to Mom with Mrs. O, and then she called me at my mom and dad's house, and I could have sworn it would be like any of my buddies setting me up. Like, dude, just call up Zach. Just make believe you're Sharon Osbourne or something. Just take a picture. But yeah, so and then they flew me out to LA, met Ozzy, crapped my pants, and then he said, "Zach, play with your heart and change your pants and go make me a ham sandwich and go light on the mustard."
No,
And that's what happened.
we lost audio.
We heard enough. Something about making Ozzy a sandwich and pooping his pants. I mean, we heard enough.
So I was when Zach came to the studio, he was supposed to look at some of my photographs from the shoot I did, and I told Zach, just come on up and we'll, wait for Ozzy to come. And I told Sharon about it, and Sharon said, "You were going to come by." And I told her I had this kid up, and he's pretty good. So every hour she'd call me. He goes, "Well, we're kind of doing something now." And like at midnight, she finally told me Andre the Giant and Ozzy were under the table. Like, I don't think anyone won. They both kind of like fell at the same time. And then she get me the photos. I did some Polaroids. Zach had a tape. I brought it to the hotel the next morning. And then when they got to London, she called me up and was like, "Bring him to LA. Let's check him out." And it took a couple tries. I mean, it wasn't immediate. Remember, you had to wait online with everybody. And
I ended up came out there one time, then I went home, then came back out again, and then that was it. You know what I mean? Then it was like you got to get ready to go to England. You know, so yeah, it's definitely cool.
They weren't going to take anybody else but Zach. That wasn't about to happen.
It was fate. It was fate. It really was. It was like, you know.
And we're all hanging out here, and then like years later, then Nuno was going to end up playing with the Boss, and then
my God, that's right.
that was like insane. Yeah, so I'm just saying we're all sitting here hanging out. So it's crazy. And then actually, because we do the Gen X thing, I remember not too long ago, like when I messed up my shoulder when we were getting back out to get lifting, I was like, I couldn't even play the guitar. I was just like, I couldn't play. So I was just thinking, I told Barb, I go, if I can't do this thing, I was just like, I'll just call Nuno, man, and have Nuno go out for 2 weeks or whatever until my shoulder, you know, without a doubt.
What time sound check? I would never do that.
Exactly. Great. We're all hanging out here. Oh, the comedy, man. Yeah. So what else has been going on? Who else has been in hanging out talking?
I just got on with you, so we popped in at the same time. I saw a little Don Dawkins, little Rockin' with Dawkins was on.
Okay, right? Cool. Father Don. He's always rocking with Dawkins.
Right? Me and David have been locked up at home. We're actually working on a record. Me and David started a solo band, and I'm the singer in that. So we've been working on a record. He's in Nashville now doing the Megadeth record, and then we're going to finish ours. And that's kind of been our quarantine mission, man, doing all this stuff at the foundation. And we've been doing this cool, you know, this David Ellison Youth Music Foundation thing with, you know, giving lessons to kids and instruments. And it's been really cool and really exciting. So that's kind of been our quarantine agenda, you know.
Good for you. That's awesome.
I don't know where David went. He disappeared. Oh, here he is.
I'm back. There we go.
Your ears must have been burning.
I had an audio issue. I thought it was Zach dropping out, but it turns out it was my my Apogee. Yeah. Yeah. So and Nuno, I just wanted to. By the way, cool Aerosmith shirt. By the way.
Thanks.
Right.
I think I paid like $300.
Because you're in Boston, right? So they're like social media feed, right?
Yeah,
what's going on? What are you up to these days? What's Extreme doing? And sorry if I missed all this. I'm just repeating the conversation. Oh, is that nice?
That's me when I was 17. I used to scare people at the Haunted Mansion in Long Branch. And look at the Aerosmith shirt.
There it is. There it is.
That's it. There you go.
It's one of the greatest logos of all time. Come on.
I love it.
It totally is. Yep.
So what somewhere in here, I still got my copy of Father Zach's book he signed for me like 10 years ago.
There you go, brother. Comedy, without a doubt, man.
No, Nuno, I was just saying, like, what are you up to these days? What's happening?
Well, my right hand's getting pretty strong these days.
A lot of guitar.
Yeah, a lot of that kicking that.
Guitar, what?
But honestly,
that.
Besides that, man, I just been, you know, look, I've been fortunate enough to, you know, where I live in the house that I have and have a studio here at home that not much, I haven't been affected like most people have, you know, which is, it's unfortunate for them. You know, a lot of people that live by themselves in apartments, I can see the downtown LA from where I am. And it's just, you know, knowing that all this stuff was going on and it was this kind of apocalyptic and crazy to believe what was going down. So it's been like writing, working, and keeping it going. And I'm very blessed to have the space that I have and the house that I have with, you know, both my kids kind of got stuck here, you know, this little prison that I have. And I got my girl here and family. So I've been surrounded by great people and just working, you know, just
nice. Father Nuno, did you have you finished the record yet? The stuff that you were playing me when we were when we were in China.
We're in China. Yes. Developing COVID-19 on stage.
We brought it back to America.
I say they brought it to Florida without a doubt.
Literally, we were doing the Gen X thing, and Nuno was playing me some of the new stuff. You know, some of the new Extreme stuff. Right?
Yeah. Look, you know what? It's funny you said that. I just sent it out to the rest of the guys and management 2 days ago. Just wrapped it up and. I'm pumped. I'm excited. I know I played Zach 2 or 3 tunes. It's probably the heaviest stuff we've done, which I was excited about. And
nice.
And you know what? And I was telling Zach, man, these guys, they gave me this inspiration being on the Generation X. Or, you know, back in the day when we were first starting out, even though we had our heroes, it was we were influenced by all these guys, but we kind of wanted to take them all down in a way. That was our, like we loved them, but like we had that same fire. And it was like, no, we're going for blood, And as you know, 4, 5, 6 records in, 15 years later, you're still doing it, but it's not that you lose that fire, but maybe from the guitar standpoint, the Olympiad version of you is kind of like, you know who you are, you're doing your thing.
Right.
But man, after getting on this Jet Axe tour, kicking my ass, these guys every night, and standing next to Zach every night, and watching Vi and even Yngwie and Tosin, it lit such a new fire under me and inspired me. It wasn't like a competitive fire; it was just inspired me. Like, you better get off your ass, dude. Like, and people, and if you're gonna put something out, make it count again and make it.
Hey, Father Nuno, talking about that, like the competitive stuff, like back in the day. I'm just saying, like the early Extreme records, where I'm starting with Ozzy or whatever. I remember we were at the Stone Pony opening up for Blue Oyster Cult, and they were going out as Soft White Underbelly, right? Just before
the channel in Boston under that name as well.
Okay, so there you go. So all I remember is, like, Nuno, me and you be backstage, and I go, right before I go on, I'm like, Nuno, I wonder if Buck Dharma's like here, and he's gonna. I gotta really blow him away, right? Or just so he's just like blown away by put. And I'm thinking to myself, now it's just like Buck Dharma didn't get there till about maybe, I don't know, 40 minutes after we got off stage. It's like, hey, Buck Dharma, did you hear this Nuno kid? Did you hear the Zach kid? It's like, I'm sure they're wonderful.
Yeah.
We go on in 2 hours. All right, I'll get in the car in about 2 hours.
Yeah, just buying me a drink.
It's so true, because when you're coming up, you have these posters in your room, and you're learning everything off these like you drop the needle for a second, you get 2 notes, and you're like, okay, let me find those, and then or a cassette, and you're just going back and forth, and you're trying to learn the stuff. Even to the point, I was telling the quick version of this, in reference to Ozzy, and I told Zach this story, is that when the blessed, obviously, as Zach refers to, Saint Randy Rhoads passed away, and it was in the news, and it was in certain, it was shocking, that this happened in this airplane and the crash. Months later, down the line, there was an ad in magazines that Mark photos were everywhere. When I used to read his name everywhere and think, like, one day, man, he's gonna take the photograph of my penis in the perfect light one day. It's gonna be incredible.
You're gonna have a massive lens, sucker.
But these ads were, I remember reading Circus and maybe Hit Parade, a couple things, and there was an ad, like a little black and white ad that said, Ozzy looking for guitarists, and send your demo here, like learn a couple of those tracks and send them. So I'm like, I don't know, I just quit high school. I don't know how fucking old I was.
Well, you were like 15 then.
But I'm like, this is my gig. I'm getting this gig. You believe it at 15 years old. So I literally borrowed a Eventide harmonizer from one of my producer friends to get that Randy sound, because I wasn't sure. I didn't have a half, so I put it in my bedroom. My mom locked the door so nobody would come in. And thought I was nailing Crazy Train, and I don't know. And those were the two. And I'm going to send this bad boy out with a letter, put it in the mail, and I'm just going to wait, because this gig is mine. And I'm getting this thing. And I waited. And I walked to the mailbox, asked my brothers, and said, did something come in for me? What do you mean it didn't come in? That's impossible. What do you mean that? So years go by. Obviously, you hear about, remember Brad Gillis jumping in at that time.
Oh, yeah, right, yeah.
Doing, and then inevitably
with that
Zach
guy?
and everything went on. What up, man? And everything went on. Everything went on, and then years later, we're talking. This was maybe, what was it? What year was that when that happened? Maybe 83, 82?
Yeah, 82 probably, right?
82. Cuts in 1994 on tour with Aerosmith in London, opening for Aerosmith. And Rod McSween, who you might know, Zach.
Yep.
And the boys.
Yep,
probably
he's
all
our
know,
agent. Yep.
Who agent as well, worked with Ozzy.
Mm.
Comes over and he comes to the gig, and I'm working for him. He pulls me out of the band, like really serious. And he says, hey, I need to talk to you. It's important. I'm like, what's up? You can't talk in front of the band. He goes, no, not this. And this is Zach I believe, had split and doing some other things. So he says, I just got a call from Sharon, and he's telling me this in the hallway, just me and him. And he says, I just got a call from Sharon on the way here. He says, talk to Nuno. If he wants, there will be a jet somewhere at London Heathrow. If he leaves right now, straight on tour, no audition, everything. And he's telling me all this, haven't said a word. He's going on, he's giving me all the details, everything. And you know how when somebody talks in the movies and their voice disappears and it's just silence, like it goes to silence? And then when he finally finished, all the sound came back, and all I could muster up when I looked at him, I go, they heard the cassette? They finally heard the cassette? And he's like, what cassette? And I'm like, oh, no, never mind. This is like, it was like, it tortured me for 12 years. And I finally heard the cassette. And what did I say? No, I can't do it. I'm in my band now and do whatever, which was a stupid mistake because then my band broke up like 3 weeks later. I could have fulfilled my dream of
Once again, perfect timing.
but it's amazing how you manifest that shit. It took a minute, but it, finally got the offer,
You did, and you turned it down. So I just saw Rudy Sarzo sitting there in the holding area.
Hey,
I
Rudy.
figured, hey, let's drop Father Rudy in and say
Hey,
hi.
buddy. How are you, man?
I see a band forming here. What's happening?
I know, right?
Exactly.
Hey, Tom, do you have that video by any chance?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
We'll do it later.
So, Rudy, what's happening? So like we need your Aussie story now because we've got 2 other ones, right? Actually, 3 with Mark.
Yeah.
Where's my book? Damn it!
It's right here, Nuno. Here.
Hold on.
Grab it.
Yes,
there you go. Oh yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that was actually the second photo session that we did with Ozzy for the Blizzard of Us tour. I believe this was shot backstage at the Capitol Theater in New Jersey.
Yeah,
that was the first time that I met Mark.
Yeah.
Nice.
Hang on. Let me find that. I got that over here. Let me see.
Mark has done some legendary stuff like
75.
No, here we go. Check this out. This is awesome. Yeah, Mark is pretty awesome, isn't he? Actually, you know what? Let's see. I don't even know if I can share my screen because there's so many of us. We'll try.
Yeah, remember that story back in the day when you got Zach the gig with
Look at that.
Look at that.
Beautiful.
A lot of skinny dudes, man.
Tommy looks like he's in Devo though.
I would before the show, like right back then, like I didn't have a photo studio then. I was just starting out, 1981. I just met Ozzy. They liked me. They let me have the access, and I'm like, I always wanted to have a studio. I wanted everybody to think I had a big studio in New York. So I'd bring that was like my bedroom sheet. I just would hang it up, put it really tight, and this is in the Capitol Theater. And there was a small little dressing room, and I would just put it up, and it was like wrinkled, and I had to iron it. It was like, I was like a one-man show, it was hysterical. I was only like 21, 22, and they and they just kind of like right before the show, they just went up there and I grabbed the shot, and actually the photo the solo shot I did of Randy, I wanted him with his guitar. Of course, you want a guitar player with his guitar. But it was already on stage and they couldn't get it and all that. So I'm like, well, let me just get you by yourself, Randy. And he's like, okay. And you rarely see pictures of Randy without his guitar. And that photo that's in the magazine or my book is the shot they used in the Rolling Stone for his obituary. So it was an honor, to have it represented in that. And it's just like, it's just a moment, just the connection that me and Randy had, and like I have with all my artists, everybody.
Yeah.
So that sheet So is that your sheet too, Mark?
You still have the sheet. That's the question.
What is the sheet exactly?
What?
The sheet that they wrapped the Quiet Riot rap.
Quiet Riot bed sheet.
Yes.
Did you do the graffiti? Or was
He's
that
like, I got it
Frankie
right here.
that did the graffiti for that?
Frankie did that graffiti. Frankie did. I met Quiet Riot at the Us Festival. I don't even think I met him there. I was there with Ozzy, and I shot Owl Access, so I shot all the bands. And the first time I met him was there. I didn't even meet him, but I shot him. I'm like, these guys they're good. And then when they came to New York City, they played the Garden. I forget if they opened up for Black Sabbath. I'm not sure, but
Maiden.
Maiden. Okay.
Yeah.
And then I arranged a photo shoot because I really liked them, and I arranged a photo shoot with them. And then Frankie had the idea to do this thing with the graffiti and all that, and I got the cloth and he painted it up, and I did it, and it ended up being like the Bang Your Head, for the was it Bang Your Head? It's right here.
Actually, it was the "Come and Feel the Noise" single. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah. And then Bang Your Head.
Came in handy, man.
Yeah.
Awesome. But yeah.
Like certain things, like in my office, is like everything around my office is like things that really mean something to me. And I have this. This is mine when I was like 12. You know.
Nice.
And this is my bong when I was like 14. And
That's when you were 8.
This is my film canister with seeds in it for 45 years, believe it or not. And
wow.
Yeah.
I remember what we used to put in film canisters, right? Is that the
I have
PG.
I have one photo. I have two photos in the hallway. One is the Slippery When Wet girl. Right as soon as I go into my bedroom, is the Slippery When Wet cover of the girl, and the other one is. Hold on, I'm going to tell you. Hold on.
So it's like the Brady Bunch.
Hold on.
The best thing about this is the conversation that I'm seeing on the right. The little chat.
Yeah, you ignore that. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain.
I'm just like, I'm going to tell Steel Panther what you guys just said.
Every time I go to the bathroom or I go to my bedroom or my office, this is here. And that's all there is, Rudy. That's it.
Wow.
You're in this bathroom.
Are you telling us that that's what you masturbate to?
I believe that's what he's saying.
I was going to say, you know what that bed sheet's for.
Hey, so who is the Slippery When Wet girl, and where is she? She a Jersey girl?
Her name's Angela. We did the photo shoot. We did the back cover in Bradley Beach, and they all brought their girlfriends and friends, and we were finding girls, but none of them had really big, boobs.
Yeah, right.
We did the boobs, for the Slippery When Wet boobs.
Breast, please.
So my friend Danny Sanchez, and who was assisting me, and Tico went to the beach across the street and came back with Angela. And we put her in the center. I'm like, that's her. And then we shot the shoot. And then a week later, John said, like, that's the cover. Let's get Angela. And we shot her. She came to my studio. She came in. We cut up the shirt. We dyed all the shirts. We had the shirt yellow. Had a little ice. Did a little what I had to do. I shot like 20 rolls. I only had to shoot a roll, but
And then 9 months later, Mark got the phone call.
That's one of those. Just one more roll, baby. Just one more roll. We'll get the shot soon. Yeah.
With Angela, it was 20 more rolls.
What a great story.
It didn't end up being the cover. Funny enough. So
yeah.
Where is she now? Anywhere?
Yeah, right. Like her, the girl from Ipanema. I mean, like all these.
Where's
Angela?
I do want to find her because I'll do some promotion with it. So if Angela, if you're out there, she looked me up about 10, 15 years ago. She they were doing a thing for Playboy, like girls in their 40s, and she wanted me to do a test shot with her. And we talked about it, and my girlfriend didn't want me to do it at the time. I'm like, all right, that was it. So I almost had the Slippery When Wet girl, in it.
Wow, well, good. Well,
you're like her agent now.
Yeah.
So call out to Angela. Please get a hold of Mark.
Angela, just call in now.
Just call in now. Exactly. We'll see if she shows up in the Facebook feed over here. Here I am. Yeah. Nice.
All right. So what's everybody been doing during quarantine? What have you been doing, Zach?
Just actually enjoying time home. This has got to be the longest I've been home in probably the last 20 plus years, man.
Right? We just saw each other. We were in Warsaw, Poland. I remember we stopped over to see your show.
Yeah, I mean, doing either the Zach Sabbath thing, Black Label, rolling with Nuno and the fellas, doing the Gen Act thing, and then playing with the Boss, and then doing the Experience Hendrix thing. I mean, it's like, and one thing ends, then I'm back out on the road with another thing. So I mean, it's like I'm,
Yeah, Zach, you got to get off your ass and start working, man. It's.
No, but I'm actually, it just it is pretty crazy. I'm thinking, once the grind starts again,
yeah,
a lot of people are going to go, man, remember when the world like slowed down for like 2 minutes? That was like kind of nice. You know what I mean? I'm just,
yeah.
you know, I'm just once the hustle starts again and the grind,
yeah,
it's gonna be, you know, it is what it is. But no, I've just been actually just enjoying time with the family, just
Time at home. Yeah.
you know, jamming and doodling and stuff like that. But you know, about it, man.
Hey, Rudy, what are you doing now? We had Eric Bloom on a little bit earlier. You played with BOC for a while. Are you still playing with them or with the Guess Who?
No.
You just
No, I'm in the Guess Who.
the Guess Who? That's right. Yeah, yeah, nice. How is that?
Yeah.
I mean, talk about.
Great.
I mean, come on.
Is
how
there
fun
any
is it to
bands
play
you
those?
haven't been in, Rudy? Like, what are you played in every great band ever? I think
I
just
know.
about, man.
Yeah, yeah. So far, so good.
Yeah, yeah.
Not
Good for
complaining.
you, man. Hey, you know what? We're of the blessed. And Nuno, you know what? Seeing you at the Grammys with Rihanna. I mean, come on, dude. That was such a cool gig. I was so proud of you, just as one of the brothers, you know, to get that gig. I just thought that was, you know, I mean, your chops are just to the moon, but to have a gig like that, a big, cool Highline gig with her, and like,
You know, it was interesting. I'd never, obviously, being in the rock world, I've never performed with an artist like that, or ever, you know, especially R&B or pop or hip hop,
Yeah.
whatever it was. And I just had agreed to do like just a quick run, a quick promo run, and I had just finished an Extreme tour, and I was like, I think I was like 44, 45, and I said, fuck it. I've said no to stuff like that. I did a Janet Jackson track, Black Cat, years ago that I played on. And then from that, I'd gotten some offers like, hey, you want to tour with this person? I was like, nah, I don't do that shit, man. I'm not like that side guy who's gonna. I got my own band. I got my own shit. But then I thought, man, this is really interesting because I saw some live stuff. The musicians, it was like Stevie Wonder's drummer, and like these guys were the best of the best players. And I thought, you know what, this might be an incredible experience. And when I went to do it, it wasn't as easy as I thought it was.
yeah, right.
Really, because as much as we can shred our own stuff and play our own pocket and do everything else, I had to like go from like a reggae tune to like a club track to like a trap tune to doing pop, and all these different feels and pockets. I was like, wow, I've been prepping my whole life to be able to do this and not just play solos over something or play heavy funk guitar. And you know, and it was great doing it all those years. I actually learned met a lot of people. But the biggest moment I got, you mentioned the Grammys, was performing with Paul McCartney at the Grammys, because that was beyond a reward. You know, as you know, I don't need to tell anybody anything about that other than that it's Paul McCartney, right?
Right.
And when I called, I actually left, and I left the last run, and I was like, that's it for me. I'm going back to rock and roll. Had a great time. Did like 5 tours with her. It was insane. And ended up being musical director as well, which was incredible. But it's time to go home. Time to go back to home to rock and roll.
Yeah.
And a few weeks later, I was finishing another Extreme thing. I was on my way to a Patriots Super Bowl, and I get a call on the runway, and it's a manager saying, "Hey, can you do this performance with us?" And they're kind of like the, you know, in a good way, my friends, but it's that mafia. They pull you back in. I'm like, no, I'm out. And he goes, oh, that's a shame. He goes, the only one I thought of it's to perform with Paul McCartney and her. And I was like, my schedule just opened up. What's the day? You know what I mean? And all I could imagine was, wait a second, I'm going into not just doing a performance with him, but I get 3 days. And it was unannounced. I had to sign something that nobody knew they were performing. And I got to hang with the Paul McCartney for 3 days full in rehearsals and just talk and play songs and sing. Wow. And I had to go in going, don't freak the fuck out. Don't lose your shit.
Yeah.
It is Paul. He's a Beatle. You know it. We know it. But the second this dude walked in, I was like, I never get flustered like that. And I was shaking, thinking this dude's about to walk through the door.
Does Paul make you feel at ease, or does he? Because he doesn't seem like he puts off an air of making you uncomfortable.
You're so right. I was just about to say that. He was the first one there out of the 3 artists that were going to perform together. He walked in by himself. There was a guy that left him at the door, and it must have been his driver, maybe / security. He comes straight over like a 17-year-old. He comes over and he goes, "Where's my guitar? Let's get the guitar." And he comes right up to me and goes, "Hey, man." And he gives me like a big hug and a kiss. And he goes, "Let's play. Let's play." And I'm like, what the 30 seconds in.
Yeah.
This guy still got the fire like a child to play and jam. And he's like shaking hands to the guy that's like mopping the floor. No rock star shit, no bullshit, no entourage, no nothing.
How
And
cool.
this guy is like coming over and he's like, "Let's play, man." And he's asking me about the chords of this song because he wrote it with him and they flipped it and they took a sample and whatever. So I had to learn the thing. Now I'm teaching Paul McCartney how to play, and I'm actually doing lefty like an
Yeah, right.
I'm teaching Paul McCartney how to play these chords, and he's right here. He's going, oh yeah, so that section, yeah, great. You know, that I have to do the voice because it's just so like it's insanity. And not only the 3 days were amazing, and he was so sweet, and he was so giving, and you know, he talked. I mean, when Paul McCartney looks at you, when you pull him aside for a minute, you go, listen, I know your career. I know you don't work with many people. You've done like maybe Michael Jackson. You collaborated with Elvis Costello, and I think that's it. Like, and I kind of went, what are you doing here? Like, you got Kanye West in the room and Rihanna. And no offense to those guys, but it was just an interesting mix because of Paul's generation and genres. And he said, you know what? I just got this crazy call, and I thought, why the hell not? You know, like, just it seemed so out of the box for me. And then he started looking at me, he goes, you know, because when I wrote with John, and he starts talking about Lennon. You know, when I was writing with John, and I'm like, okay, now I'm going to shit myself, and now it's all going to go.
The good news is now you can take all those experiences back to your own band. And hey, man, Paul never pulled any of that rock star crap.
Right.
Like, get out there and sign autographs.
Right. So Mark wanted me to show this.
Stop fist pumping and shake them.
Exactly.
So Mark wanted me to show something here real quick. He's been pretty excited about this. So hang on one second. We got a little cool, never before seen video, I think, of something cool. Let's see. Am I hyping it up enough?
I don't know. Zach, do you remember this day?
What do we got? What do you got, man?
So far, it looks like an ultrasound. Okay, there you go.
Oh, yes. Yes. This is the wedding of doom right here.
Little background vocals by Mark Weiss.
Yeah.
Sebastian
over there.
Zach just got the gig with Ozzy. He didn't record with him yet. And I just met him like 4 months earlier. I'm like, I'm going to invite him to my wedding. And then Kevin DuBrow was there, and the Madam X guys, you know, came in, and there we are, the trio, my best man, Dave and Danny Sanchez, doing the.
No, that's when Sebastian got the guy. I remember there's Dave Fell. Dave, we never see Dave anymore. I still talk to him all the time. Not Mark, though.
What, were you shredding on a telly?
Oh, rocking out on the telly.
Killing it.
Dragon on there. There we
You're
go.
like a Fender Twin back there. It's awesome.
But what was I going to say? I remember Sebastian. He came over to the table, and he's sitting there, and he goes, "Oh, dude, I'm a singer, man. You got to check it out." And I go, "Oh, cool." And he's sitting down at the table. I'm sitting with John Bon Jovi's mother. And he starts going, like thinking glasses start breaking at the table and everything like that. We're like going. Oh man!
What a wedding, dude! That's rad.
Yeah.
Sebastian, you and Sebastian. That is
Sebastian's hair. Oh my
God! I just hope Mark Weiss gets married again, and I better get an invitation.
Look at that. That's awesome.
That's
hair for days right there.
That's some Hanoi rock shit right there. That's great.
One more thing I wanted to mention that, you know, I'm a younger guy, you know, I'm not as cool as all you guys, but one of the first things for me that really, you know, Extreme and Megadeth, you know, so the new Bill and Ted movie's coming out, and you guys, Extreme obviously was a big part of the first Bill and Ted movie. Megadeth wrote what was supposed to be the theme song for the second Bill and Ted movie. What was that like? You guys got any stories or anything, you know, pertaining to, you know, how you ended up on the soundtracks for Bill and Ted Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey and Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, etc.?
I mean, yeah, there was a song we had on our first album, Play With Me, that had like this, you know, my best attempt to somewhere between Randy Meek and Malmsteen, and I probably failed miserably. But in slow motion, at half the speed though. And they used it at this, you know, massive mall chase scene where all the characters, Mozart starts playing the keyboard, and there's a massive chase, and they just kept looping the solo. But what happened was the star, Alex Winter and Keanu Reeves, obviously, Alex Winter, he directed our Decadence Dance video.
Oh wow!
Yeah, he directed that video, and so that's how that connection happened, and how we ended up I can't remember because I have a few brain cells burned and stuff. But I can't remember which one came first. Or if we met him at I think we might have met him at the premiere. They just submitted our song, our label, and then we became friends. Yeah, and they reached out to me recently about being part of the new one, and I was like, great. And then I sent them a couple of things, and I never heard back. Go figure. Not the old days anymore.
Something about you sending the tape in. There's a theme here, right? Yeah, send the tape in.
10 years from now, you'll get a call and be like, "Hey, we want you in Bill and Ted 4."
That's funny, man.
That's cool. Right.
Well, listen, I don't know if we're keeping the space away from some other amazing people that I see on this list, but
yeah. Well, guys, thank you so much for joining us. Nuno, good to hear the stories and good to see you again. And Father Zach, always good to see you. And, yeah, Rudy, thank you so much.
Man, this has been amazing. As a nerdy fan, I'm just sitting here like, holy shit! Look at this, man.
And listen,
Thank
man,
you, guys.
I know I speak
on the book, Father Mark.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I know I speak on behalf of all of us, Mark. And ever since I was back in the day seeing that name on there, and I joke about it with you, but it was always one of those things that we knew. We always thought the photographers were the rock stars because they had all the access. They were back there with all the bands, all the chicks, all the booze, and they saw things that we probably couldn't even imagine and someday hope to be a part of. And you were always the rock star to me, and I appreciate even being here, and I know everybody does. And,
Thank you.
You're supporting.
And these three guys, it's like it's like the Brady Bunch. I love it. And I just have I don't even know what to say. I see Rudy there, who I have such a history with. Zach, family. I had a birthday party last year. It was my 60th. He came in he brought his family in, and we actually did Born to be Zach Wild, which is on my website. It's a very memorable moment I had. That meant so much to me, Zach. Let me tell you, that was awesome. And
that was great.
And Nuno, it's like you're great. What can I say? And the Aerosmith shirt. And the fact that it's sitting certain things are around my room, and that was one of them. It's just it brought it together. It's I didn't even realize that it was over there until I had to put two and two together. It's just weird,
Yeah, man. Look, same for me. I'm looking at Rudy here, man. I used to stare at this dude on albums and love his bass playing and think, man, these guys paved the way for all of us. They changed history for all of us and gave us. We wouldn't be playing the way we are. We wouldn't have written the songs we were if it wasn't what these guys were doing and Zach and everything. It's amazing that we're blessed to all be able to talk to all these talented people and be inspired by them all. It's amazing.
And we can only hope to look as good as Rudy for as long as Rudy has looked amazing. Come on, man.
Are you a vampire, Rudy? Tell us the truth.
We love it. It's great.
I love you
guys.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for taking time out. Yep, see you.
Take care, guys.
Yep, see you. Thanks.
So how awesome was that?
Super great, man. Super, super great.
Hey, do I hang up?
Yeah, you can hang up. Yeah. How do I get out of this Zoom
awkward
call?
moment with new technology. We're like,
Are we done yet? Yeah. I love Nuno, man. He's great. That is so cool.
That was a good group.
That was a good group right there, man. That was awesome. That was good.
How are we going to top that?
Well, we've still got more people coming, man.
And that was totally not planned. That's one of those fun little on-the-fly things. Nuno was supposed to be first, and he just popped up, and I saw Zach and Nuno. I'm like, hey, watch this.
Well, it's great because they've been out doing I totally forgot about that. They've been out doing that tour. And so Generation X, that's what it is, Generation X, right? Who is that? Is that like a Joe Satriani thing or?
Yeah, I think it's Satch and those guys. You should have probably asked them when they
should have probably asked them. Yeah, I don't know who kind of put that together. I mean, G3 obviously was Satch's thing. So, but yeah, what a great
Generation X was like Tosin Abasi and Zach and Nuno and and Satch, and it's kind of like a Young Guns thing, and the old fathers. It was great, man. It was really, it was cool.
Yeah. We'll check in from overseas. Phil, how are you in the UK? Yeah, we've still got about an hour 15 left, something like that.
I don't know. Who knows with this shit? Who knows?
Who knows?
We'll be here all night.
We schedule it and then it just goes.
And then it's a fucking free for all, man. So So look, Mark, and it's so funny. Like people keep coming in and out. Like we had Marky Ramone earlier, and then he disappeared. And so we're gonna move on, and we're gonna bring on our friends Bob Chiappardi and Steve Lacy.
Hey, how's it going?
What's going on, you guys? What's
How
up?
are you guys doing?
Oh, yeah.
New York City in the house, man. The Kings in New York, right here.
Yeah, that's right. That's a tough group to follow up from. I don't know how we go from there, but
That
we'll
was
try.
fun.
Yeah.
It's all good. All good. Where, Bob, are you in the city or are you up north?
I am just outside the city. I'm
You're
in
outside the city. Okay, gotcha.
Lovely Long Island City. When you come over the 59th Street Bridge, you can go left or right, or go right into my apartment building. So,
Hey, are the beaches open? I thought I saw something maybe online. Or are like some of the Long Island beaches open
Long
again?
Island, yeah, Long Island's opened up. Everything's
Yeah.
open up except for Manhattan. And there's
Got
we're talking June 8th now.
Jeez, yeah, we're talking to JJ French earlier, and he said he's pretty much locked down. You know, it's yeah. Wow, what
You know
a
what's,
speed.
you know what's interesting in the city right now is they're opening up the bars to takeout, so it's almost like New Orleans. Every bar,
Yeah.
up and down the avenues is takeout, which is totally different than you've ever seen before.
Steve, you're in the city too, or where are you at?
Yeah, yep. I live on the Upper East Side. I'm actually a news anchor there. That's my night job, and then I do art with Mark, so that's my tie into this whole thing.
Nice. Yeah, good. Yeah, tell us some Mark.
And if you don't know Bob Chiappardi literally gave me my first job in this business. I swear to God, my first real job in this business was writing for Bob Chiappardi's magazine, Foundations, when I was 18 years old, I think. I literally been one of the most
So, and I'll just, Steve, hold on. Yeah, hold that thought real quick, and we'll get to some Mark Weiss stories. But yeah, Bob, Megadeth, our manager, Ron Lafitte, hired Bob to work the Rust in Peace record back in 1990. And I think we hired you all through the 90s. Usually when, these major labels, they understood kind of from the middle up to the top, but they didn't really understand from the middle down to sort of the grassroots, the organic street stuff. So that's why we always hired Bob Concrete, his company, Concrete Marketing, to make sure that as we were making these steps up into the stratospheres of the major label success, that we didn't forget about or overlook the street marketing. And in fact, there's a great video, I've seen it online, when you had us play at the Foundations Forum, which was like your annual thing.
I missed Foundations.
Yeah, your annual show. Remember Gene and Paul? We did a little press release. Gene and Paul introduced us, and we played "Go to Hell," Tom, over the Bill and Ted movie. And Gene and Paul were there. I think they gave us the award, whatever it was, best thrash man or something. So we had a lot of. You did a lot for us.
And you guys did a lot with for us. I mean, there were so many things that you guys did. You guys, Dave, you guys always stepped up.
Didn't you get us the gig for the movie Rockstar? We were like kind of the fluff band on the radio to like bring the people in, right? Father Zach was there, of course. He was in the band, the Rockstar movie band with Mark Wahlberg.
And we worked with Bob and helped promote that concert. There was a big concert at the LA Sports Arena where they filmed all of the Steel Dragon scenes, and Megadeth played Anthrax. And for some reason, I couldn't go, and I'm still so pissed off at myself to this day.
We had 4 bands. So we had Megadeth, we had Wasp, we had what do you call it? Great White.
Yeah.
And we had this cover band open up called what were they called? They were called Metal Shop at the time, and now they're Steel Panther.
Steel Panther.
The Panther, yeah.
And speaking of which, I just snuck Steven Adler in there, so we all got to say hi to Steven Adler.
Hey, speaking of which, come on, Steven's on the cover of the book.
Hey, Mark, I did it.
Come on,
Yes,
there it is.
I love that.
There it is.
There he is, our man.
Dave, how are you, brother?
Dude, I am doing great, man. It is good to see you. It's so good to see you. I think last time we saw each other was backstage at the Gibson Amphitheater. I think Slayer, Megadeth, and playing, and you were with Lon Friend.
No. It was Motorhead and Megadeth.
Was that okay? You would probably remember better than I do.
Before they
froze
tore
up. We lost
down
him.
the Universal Amphitheater.
Oh, there it is.
Yes. Yep. Well, good, man. And it's, I always tell the story. Fred Curry's coming on a little later. I always tell the story, of course, because, with, now that Nikki put up the Heroin Diaries and the story of him dying, that happened when we were, I
was going to ask you about if you remembered that.
I do. I remember you and I were buddies, and I remember I went up to see you at the Franklin Plaza, and you and I were hanging out, having some beers and a couple of other little fun, party favors.
Yeah,
and
those fun
Fred
Persian
Curry. Fred Curry was filling in for you because you broke your arm. I think you guys.
I fractured my finger. Freddie
Yeah.
was there. You were coming up the stairs. Freddie was running down the stairs.
Yeah.
And you're all, what's going on? He said, dude, Nicky's dead.
Yeah. Yeah. Remember, Mickey and Slash came in our room, and I was kind of wanting some of what they were looking for, and they didn't have any, so they went next door, and we carried on. And yeah, like 10 minutes later, they're knocking, and oh my God, Nicky's dead. He's in the bathtub. Yeah. That was it, dude. It was, and Fred was like, "You got a car?" He says to me, "He goes, you got a car? Get me out of here. I don't need this BS. Like, I'm just filling in for these guys." It's like, well, you are in Guns N' Roses right now, so that's how they roll. So, well, Steven will come back here, I guess, a little bit. But so, Steve, I'll back over to you. We were just talking to Mark Weiss story. Since you're
all right. So I met Mark. I was just walking up Lexington Ave in the city one day, and he was actually doing a show with another artist who would take his photos and make these big paintings. I saw it from across the street, and I was like, "Oh, whoa! I got to go check this out." I was like a big painting of Ozzy, maybe a big Nicky one. I popped my head in, and he's like, "Hey, what's going on? I'm Mark. These are my photos. Do you want a shot of Jack?" I was like, "Sure." It's 2:00 in the afternoon. We've been friends ever since. And now I do art out of his photos. So the cool thing, I was the kid who grew up. I was in 7th grade in '87. So I was totally the consumer of Circus Magazine, Hit Parade, or Rip Magazine. So all those photos I grew up on, and being friends with him has been incredible. And to be in the same room with Steven Adler was nuts, because GNR was the band that got me into music more than anything else. Here he is. Here's Steven again.
Speaking of GNR.
My wife called.
Wife called. Yep, kicked you off the Zoom call. Uh-oh. Nice.
Yeah, Zoom. We don't ever talk about Zoom.
I know. What a StreamYard, whatever.
No, so it's but it's wild. This is the sort of people you run into when you hang out with Mark. He's brought me. We were at the last Motley Crue show at behind the scenes at MSG
in Florida.
What's that?
In Florida.
Oh, in the pictures in the book are you on the Motley Crue tour, which is incredible.
Yeah,
Steven,
is that what you're talking about?
Well, you know what's funny? Steven, I actually interviewed your mother on her book tour at Fox 5 in New York City. She was so lovely.
She's a wonderful woman. I've been very lucky in the mom department.
Yeah, she was so sweet. We had a great talk. It was her and the author, and she sent you a picture behind the scenes. I think they had like a Family Guy or a Simpsons photo or something. She's like, "Oh, Steven loves this stuff."
Family Guy, dude. It's all about Family Guy.
Yeah.
So that was fantastic.
But I took him backstage to Motley Crue. He's like, can I assist you, Mark? I'll be a fly on the wall. I'm like, here's Steve Lacy, who's got his face on every bus in the city. He's the anchor on Fox News, Channel 5. He's got his faces on the buses, and he's carrying my bags around.
I help Mark as an assistant. So we're back there. We're literally set up in Nicky's dressing room after the show. It's Mark, Nicky, the guitarist for Alice Cooper, and me. And I'm just sitting there willing myself invisible. I'm like, oh my God, I have nothing to add to this. This is so crazy. And of course, in my pure rock star fantasies, what does Nicky do right off the bat? He goes,
"Hey,
Mark." He was like, "I was looking at these photos, man. I can't remember where they're from. I was so junked out." And I'm like, oh my God, this is like being on Behind the Music. I couldn't believe it. It was the greatest. And that's the sort of stuff that happens when you hang out with Mark. It was crazy.
Oh, that's a little bit of what happens when you hang with Mark.
Indeed.
And Steve,
so those photos, like the cover, where was that picture taken at, Mark? The cover photo.
I'll tell you, I was doing Motley Crue, right, and out in Florida, and Guns were opening up. I don't even know who was opening up for them. I was just there for Motley. I just flew in. I got there, and I'm like, oh, Guns N' Roses are playing. And I just, I shot them like that year in New York. We spent like a week together doing like the CBGB's show and a shot of my studio. So we became kind of friends. And then there they were, and I'm like rushing. Like it was kind of like, like right before the showtime. And I saw Steven goes, "Hey, Mark, how you doing, man?" And I'm like, "Hey, bro, what's happening?" and I go, "Hey, I gotta shoot Motley, but can I, you think I can get a photo of the band before they go on stage?" And he's like, let me see, let me check it out. So like after the show, I went back there, and Steven kind of like, I guess, talked to the guys and said, "Hey, Mark's out there. Remember him from New York City?" And next thing you know, he's like, Mark, come on back. You know, we're going to do a photo shoot. And I come back, and Axel's got a towel around him with the red boots. And I'm like, wow, this is cool. I definitely got something. So I set up some lights, did a little photo shoot. I did some individuals. And then afterwards, we did some shots with his clothes on and stuff like that. They're both, you know, documented in the book. But
Axel wasn't going to do it, but I told him that you shot Led Zeppelin, you shot Queen. And once I said that, he was like, okay, I want to meet him.
Yeah. And
I want to meet him. I said, dude, he shot Kiss, he shot Queen, he shot Led Zeppelin. We want this. He's like, really? Queen? Zeppelin? Okay.
All right. I shot them when I was 17 sneaking in, but I got, you know,
That's so awesome, dude. I got to see. You're gonna have to put another book, number 2.
Yeah.
The Decade That Rocked 2.
Oh, there's definitely plans for sure. You know, there's
because you got so many great pictures. I haven't seen most of those pictures, like the ones with Sebastian. Who the hell knew he was in a band called Madam X? Whoever heard of Madam X?
Right.
That's awesome.
That's when I first met Sebastian when he was in Madam X. That was when I first met him, and it's that's why. And then when he turned on MTV, and you're like, that's the guy, like singing, right? You know, there's a lot of guys like that.
The first time I met Sebastian was backstage when you were opening for Bon Jovi. And he goes, Stevie, I love you, dude. Check this out. And he whips out his wiener and he ties it in a knot. He said, dude, check that out. He could tie his wiener, he could tie his rig in a knot. So that's impressive.
That's a man of rock and roll right there.
Yes, indeed.
The first time I shot Sebastian was in Madam X, right here.
So how old was he?
He was like 18. And then like a week later, I had their manager fly me to LA. And when I got to LA, I did a shoot like with the same background with Guns N' Roses, my first shoot.
Holy smokes, that's right.
That was a week later after I shot Sebastian. Same background, same lighting.
That's great. That's a cool story right there.
Hey, Mark, what year was Sebastian and Madam X? When was that?
85. Or no,
85.
86, probably.
86. It was like toward the later 80s, right? Right before. Yeah.
Videos with him.
And that was the first time I shot you guys in 86. And I remember I went there and they really didn't want, I was for Hit Parader magazine. It was before the Appetite was even released. But the buzz was out that these guys were the shit. So
it's so funny. The buzz was great, but the record label was all, just let them make a record, get it over with.
Yeah.
So we showed them. We showed them. All right.
Yeah.
We sure did.
The record it took like 3 years to make. Didn't Appetite take like 3 years to make? I remember around Hollywood. There's always this buzz about you. How long?
It took 6 days.
Oh,
no, but I'm just saying, like the whole like. You guys are kicking on Hollywood. I mean, yeah,
about a
couple of years. Yeah.
We've literally only did maybe 12, 13 shows before we got a record deal.
Yeah.
So it was
you guys
like,
were the buzz.
We're just hanging around. All of a sudden, okay, let's make a record. That's all we want to do. Let's get it over with, get a tour bus, get it on the road, and play every night.
Yeah.
30 years later, I'm so happy there's just these things going around. I don't have to go play anymore. That Weekend Warrior crap, man. Oh, enough's enough.
All from that one record.
One record. That's all it takes.
That's all it takes. If it's that record, that's all it takes.
That's all it takes.
God bless you, man.
View.
You are.
Check out my view.
Yeah. Pretty nice, dude.
Light over there, huh?
Fuck yeah, it's beautiful, dude. This is
so
Rockstar
easy.
House.
So easy.
Steven, I want to say, like, Steven is like, he's the most amazing person, like, ever. Like, out of everyone I've known in my whole life, he is so amazing. You know, I got like,
funny story to that. So here's a funny story. So Slash and Steven, you come over to my apartment. Remember on Cherokee, right? I was living with my girlfriend Charlie, right? You guys come over to my apartment, and I've got like a Pontiac Fiero downstairs. Like I'm like rock star tricked out. And these guys come over and they're like, "How do you get this place? You just drive around and you like go to the rental agent and you get an apartment." He goes, "And you have furniture?" I said, "Well, how did you get all this?" And I'm like, "Because you go to the furniture store." And you just like, and I was like, Megadeth, we probably had a couple of gold records. So not big, certainly not live forever money and not even rich money. Just like getting by, can have a car, an apartment, can afford your credit card bill money, right? Can't afford drug habits. I've learned that because the drug habit took all that away. So then I had to get clean. But right, that was the lesson. So Steven going from my apartment going, "How did you get this furniture? Like to that view?" All right. So
this is good.
Miracles do happen.
Oh, and I was like, "Dude, you live so good."
I know, you guys. That was so funny. Yeah, you guys. That being domesticated wasn't your thing back then.
No.
So, yeah.
We
Can't
wanted
domesticate
was
Guns N' Roses.
All our dream was just we want a bus, we want to go on a tour.
Yeah.
That's all we wanted.
And you did it. Well, that's awesome, man.
The dream came true. I'm happy. I'm thankful.
Yeah.
And I love you guys.
Well, it's good to see you again, dude. It's
Good.
always
We're so fucking old. Look at this beard I got.
Looks good. You look like me. You look like me now, Steven. Except yours is blonde. Mine's gray. I don't know how that works, but
it's not blonde. It's nice and white, dude.
Oh, see, I can't see it. Well, it looks nice and blonde from here.
I'm going for the Jeff Bridges look.
nice.
The dude abides.
Look, all about
There you go.
Yeah, there we go.
You still got the hair from the cover of the book, dude. It's awesome. You kept your hair.
No more haircuts, no more coloring hair, no more nothing.
Yeah. Quarantine's serving you well. Yeah. Screw it.
Hey, heroin's a hell of a drug.
Man, you all lived to tell the tale. So
we did, man. It's unbelievable.
Thankful.
It's unbelievable. I always say Guns N' Roses, Motley Crue, and Megadeth. Like our music was very different, 3 different genres, but our lifestyle was exactly the same. Oh man, yeah. We're lucky to have survived it, man.
Dude, we're all 3 of us are in all 3 of our books.
I know, right?
Yeah.
The GNR book. We're all.
And you guys are all in mine and David's book too. So Freddie and you and all those stories.
Sure. I'm kind of glad I had a stroke and I don't remember most of it, but I still like to. I was thinking about putting a book out called Steven Adler, the shit my friends remember I did.
That's great. Let everybody else write your book. Just put out a book that's all other people telling Steven Adler stories.
What did I
That'd be
do?
amazing. Call me. Let's figure that out.
That's a great idea. That's a cool concept for a book, man. Yeah, it is. No one's written a book like this.
We're gonna do that.
Your friends, send me all your friends.
We're gonna do that. We're gonna do that, Adler. We're gonna do that.
Yeah, that's a great idea. That's a great idea.
Shit my friends remember I did. Listen, tell Freddie I love him, okay? The Maestro story.
Looking forward to seeing him again, man. So awesome.
Steven, I love.
Yeah.
And here's a little rub of the beard on all your cheeks because I love you.
Love it. Thanks,
Thank
Steven.
you
God
so
bless
much for
you,
joining
man.
us, buddy.
I love you.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There.
What an
Look at
animal.
that. How great was that? I love these
That's
weird
cool.
little moments.
That's cool, man.
So-
He's still just as sweet, like Mark, you were saying. He's just as sweet and kind as he's always been, man. He's just,
And let me just tell you, like the last hour, because he doesn't have a computer. He just got a phone. No computer with Steven. He's been texting me. That's why I've been looking down. Like, sorry, but I've been looking down. Steven's been saying, "I really want to come on. Like, how can I make And I'm like, all right,
We made it happen.
we made it happen.
Yeah. That's man.
So let's
What
talk
a
some more
great
about
dude.
Bob. Let's talk some more about Bob Chiappardi. We were talking about the rock star thing. This guy is a living legend, man. He has done so much for this business and everybody in it and metal in general. I mean, I can't say enough things about Bob. And
I think the greatest thing about Concrete and just my gig in general, again, Concrete's now over 35 years old. But I got to work with so many great artists, like Dave and Guns N' Roses, all of them, and most of them we started with at the beginning. It was like just thinking back the stories. I mean, I was listening to Nuno, and I go way back, way back to the beginning with Nuno. Matter of fact, with Nuno, I was dating a girl who lived in Boston, and she gave me Extreme's demo tape before they had a and we did a review of the demo tape in Foundations magazine, right? So we were the first guys to give those guys a review, and then when the label signed them, they flew me to New Hampshire to see a show, right? And managers were there. Jim Gierno was head of marketing at the time, Tom Corson, and we all did the show. And then they put me up in a hotel, the same as the band, and everyone's split. I'm like now just about to crawl into bed. There's a knock on the door, and it's all the guys at Extreme, and they come up. Can we talk to you? I go, yeah, come on in. I go, is everything okay? He goes, the record label, they don't get us. You got to explain to them. It's like we had just met. For some part, they thought that I would have all the answers.
You were the magic guy. Yeah, you were.
Yeah, so it was like.
Well, like I was saying earlier, you had a very specific role, especially, in the late 80s, especially by the, late 80s into the early 90s. A lot of us were making those steps. I mean, again, we were signed, I guess, by 86 up to Capitol, but, Anthrax, Metallica was on their way. But then there was all these other bands that came up, whether it was Prong, Faith No More, obviously Extreme, all these bands that were jumping up to these major labels. And that was a big thing, was to not get lost and just sort of like turn your back on your fan base. And you really got that. I mean, you really kind of, like I said, you went from like the middle back, down to the street, because the major labels, they're all about reaching for the stars, which of course, that you need that if you're going to have a real career. But you did this whole other thing, which was just keep what they were saying. Our label doesn't understand us.
Well, the other thing that was so important about Concrete as a music fan growing up in the 80s and the 90s, I discovered so many bands from the Concrete Corner cassette samplers. Like those things changed my fucking life.
That's what honestly, we were the conduit between the labels and the fans. That's what we were. And we were like. We were like the gardener, or we were like the guy, guy that mowed the lawn. It was like the things that the labels really didn't want to do. They were happy to have us do it. The first gig we got, was working Armored Saint. What do you call it? The second one. What was the name of the second one, Tom?
Was it March of the Saint? Was that the second one?
No, not March of the Saint. The one after that.
Delirious Nomad was 3, right? Third album. So I don't know. We'd have to Google it, Wikipedia that.
Yeah. That. Anyway, it was the second Armored Saint record, and they were on Chrysalis. And I had been previously, I had worked in the mailroom at Arista Records, right? And I got blown out and cut off with the whole big layoff of the company. And I hooked up with Walter O'Brien. And we started Concrete, right? And Wendy Goldstein had given us Grim Reaper, who was the first band that we were managing. And then when the album cycle was over and they were done touring, we had no income. They were writing a record. We had no income, so we decided we had toured the country with Grim Reaper, and we had collected all these names from every gig. After the show, it's a typical thing. The bus would be back there. All the fans would come, and one guy would be from the record store down the street. And they would say, oh, I love these guys' record. It's great. Oh, great. And then they would say, we go, yeah, we wish we could have a play copy. I go, well, why don't you get a play copy from the label? He goes, yeah, we get it, but then the owner of the record store will just put it in a bin and sell it. And so I go, all right, well, let me take your name. We'll send you a play copy. And the same thing with the radio station. It was like, oh, yeah, I do the metal show on Sunday night, 11 o'clock. And he goes, I had to go and buy the record. Well, why'd you have to buy the record? Well, the station manager's son likes heavy metal, so we don't play heavy metal during the day, so they gives them All right, we'll get you. So we collected all these names, and when we got back after the tour, we said, what are we going to do with this? So we decided to start a marketing company.
Mm-hmm.
So we made up like $14 at Pitt. It was a little printing place. We made it, and we went to a new music seminar. We handed it out.
Yeah.
Rick Dobbs, who was the VP of marketing, who I'd known from Arista, he goes, I got this band Armored Saint. I don't know what to do with them. Cliff Bernstein and Peter Mensch, they're going to expect me to do something. I'll give you $500 a week. Just do whatever you can. Because I'm never going to get them on the radio. We're like, okay, great. And then we just learned from there. The second record Johnny Z gave us was the first Metallica record.
Mm-hmm.
All right, because the Ride the Lightning was about to come out, and this is that time we just started building from there. We just, and then the labels just didn't know what to do.
So you probably worked that tour then as well, because it was what, Armored Saints, Metallica, and Wasp, I think, right? Wasn't that the tour back then? Yeah. Well, I mean, that's perfect example. You know, we have this band Armored Saint, we don't know what to do with them. And that is, and it's funny, we have with, I think, your blessing, taken, those Concrete Foundations Forum events that you used to have. You had, CMJ, New Music Seminar, those things. Me and Dave used to go to those. You probably got us to those things back in the day, quite honestly. And, now we've done our thing, the events that Tom has started, that we do through our own, through Combat, our own seminars that we have. And the sampler thing, I remember when we were on Combat.
And I totally stole the whole idea for PBX from Foundations Forum.
We
for
did,
the record. Yeah, absolutely. And I admit that loudly. That was just such a part of my life that I missed in this business.
Right?
It is because that whole world stopped. In fact, I remember when Tom was talking to me about PBX back in 2018. He said, "Man, we should, there is no more CMJ. There's, the Foundations Forums don't exist anymore." And he goes, that was just such a great way to bring people together. That was where I first met Steve Whiteman from Kix. I mean, just even as a young, guy early in our Megadeth career, the people that we'd meet and,
Steve Whiteman.
Hey, there he is. Well,
we'll drop him in. What the hell? We'll bring him in.
Hey, Steve, what's going on? We're just talking about you. How are you, buddy?
I heard that.
Yeah. I don't know if you remember.
Your ears were burning.
I think it was a New Music Seminar. Bob, you may know. I remember you were there. I'm a big Kix fan. Midnight Dynamite, that's my record.
Right. We worked that.
Yeah. And I remember you were there. You were on a panel, and
Debbie Harry was there as well.
Yes. Yep. It was just such a great. We're just talking about, you're probably back in the green room listening in, but like back in those days and all that stuff that Bob was a big part of. It's not, and now we know where he kind of built that from and the people that he knew and that he was connected, because you took it and you based, New Music Seminar was a lot of kind of pop and major label stuff. CMJ was often, the college music stuff.
Yeah.
But guys probably like Steve and I and people in hard rock metal stuff like the Foundations Forum, that was the bomb. That was our playground.
The whole trick, again, what I just kind of steamrolled stuff, but it was like I just looked at these things that were established that just always treated metal like a redheaded stepchild. It was that's basically what it was. So it's like, okay, New Music Seminar had one panel, CMJ had 3 panels. So I said, why don't we do a whole convention? And same thing with Foundations Magazine, right? It was like CMJ had 2 or 3 pages, and Fireman Quarterback had 1 or 2 pages. So I said, why don't we just do a whole magazine? And it's just like with the metal stuff, it was like buying Apple stock at $19. It was like we got into it just at the right time, and no one was paying. No one said metal's not going to do anything, and we were like, yeah, it is.
Yeah.
We just grew with the scene.
So Steve Whiteman from Kix is here. Hey, question.
Actually, real quick. Hey, Mark, is there a website? I gotta kind of move a couple people. Is there a website for your art with you and Steve? Is there somewhere people can see it? I was looking to see if you sent me something, but I couldn't find it. Is there a website or something for it?
So, Steve, tell them a little bit about what we're doing now.
Our website's White Sky Lacey. That's our Instagram too. And basically, I just take his images and I make these big screen prints out of them. So that's sort of our passion project. The cool thing for me is it gets me into his archive too. I mean, you know, what Steven Adler was talking about, how there's going to be a decade that rock 2, 3, 4. He has photos that he hasn't even bothered digitizing that other photographers, that would be sort of like their career highlight shots. It's just unbelievable the depth of stuff he has in his house there in Jersey that he's at right now. So
I've been there. We've seen it.
It's unbelievable. It's like going like a pilgrimage to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. I was out there last fall. It's just it's incredible. It's bottomless.
So what Steve does is we kind of agree on an image, and he takes my images to another level. You know, like I don't have any of my photographs hanging on my wall, but I have Steve's art. You know, that he silk screens like these huge, like 4 by 5 foot, you know, pieces of art on canvas. And that's what I have here because I love watching it in another kind of format. And he takes my photography and like makes another, you know, he just I love looking at it. So
it's just, basically the way I view it is like it's almost like I'm a chef and I'm being sourced the most unbelievable ingredients. So it's just I try to live up to the images he gives me. And I mean, it's been so fun diving through that archive again, especially as someone who grew up on these images. If I'm like, give me some Ozzy, I mean, he's got the craziest stuff. GNR, everybody. So it's really been fun. We've just become friends over the years too. It's my passion project in life. We have a lot of fun hanging out together. It's a good excuse.
That's awesome, man. Well, it's Whiteman Lacey or WisemanLacey.com.
WiseGuyLacey.com.
WiseGuyLacey.
It's on social media, so I appreciate that. It's been a pleasure talking to you guys.
Hey, good talking to you, Steve. That's cool, man. Thanks for
Thank
sharing.
you for.
he just had a baby girl named Autumn.
Yes,
Oh, congratulations. Congratulations, man. Thank you so much for joining us, Steve.
Thank you, guys. My pleasure. Take care.
Bob, thank you too so much, man.
Thanks,
it's such
Bob.
a pleasure as always.
Buddy.
We love you. We'll talk to you soon.
Talk to you soon. Let's see how to.
And all right, and now we got Steve
There
Whiteman.
we are. Okay, so now we get the fanboy out on Kicks. And dude, it's so awesome to see you guys working as much as you are. So I was just listening to Sirius Radio the other day, like and talked about was it Halligan Jr. who did he write Midnight Dynamite or was maybe he produced the record or something like? No, I think Bo Hill produced, right? But did Bob
produced? Yeah.
Yeah, was
Bob
Bob
Halligan
involved?
and Donnie Cornell
Yeah.
did most of the writing on that record.
Of course, he was the bass player, right? Donnie, right?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Right. Is he still playing with you or not?
No, I haven't talked to Donnie since 1995.
Wow, one of those. Wow.
Yeah. We took a hiatus because our genre took a dump. You know, I mean, we were kicked out of the party for about 10 years. So when we got back together, I was doing my own thing and had Mark Schenker and Jimmy Chalfon in my band, and we just had to incorporate Brian and Ronnie and plug them right in and just pick up where we left off. And it's been amazing ever since we started back up in like 2003.
Yeah, it's really been great to see. Brian was with us, I think, with me and Tom down in Nashville. I'm in Nashville actually right now, but what was the event? The Rock and
Pot Expo.
Yeah, Rock and Pot
Expo.
Expo. Yeah, it was really great to see him. He looks great. You guys all look great, man. It's like that's a big part of it is like looking like the fans want you to look and still kicking ass, man.
Don't get fat. Don't lose your hair. Don't
Yeah.
If you're on drugs, get off of them.
Right.
If you drink too much, don't tell anyone.
Right.
this.
Those are awesome road rules. I love that. That's great. So what are the, Mark, what are the pictures in the book with Kicks?
Well, in 1990, towards the end, I had a studio in New York City, and I kind of wanted to move out. I was married. I wanted to move back to New Jersey, where I was from, down the Jersey Shore, and I wanted to see if I can like have my business in New Jersey. And I got a house. I rented a house for a year in New Jersey, down by the water, by the ocean, and there was a double car garage that I turned into a photo studio. And I figured, you know what? Let's do the opposite. Instead of like having bands come to my New York City penthouse suite and across from the Empire State Building in New York City, let's have them come to the Jersey Shore and in my garage and like have barbecues and have a boat where we can take a boat ride because I had a dock in the back of my house. So I did that for a year, and Kicks were one of the first bands that I invited over to to come partake in that. And it's one of the photos in my book was Steven in, and when I say boat, because when I lured them in, I said I had a boat. It was a blow up raft, and it was a dock that was kind of like really rickety. I was renting the house. I was just testing the waters, because I just wanted to raise a family and have kids and all that. So Kicks were one of my first bands that I had come over to my house, and I had the boat, and we went on, and I said, Steve, how about that boat ride I promised you? And he went out on my blow up raft, and he gave me a peace sign, and I clicked the photo. It wasn't even planned, and that's the photo that meant a lot. So it's like in that chapter in the book, every chapter has a different title that means something to me.
Mm-hmm.
I did that towards the end. Like, I didn't know what the chapters were going to be called and how it was going to be put together, but it just comes together. And that chapter was Camp Weiss Guy, because I had Mr. Big came by, and Heaven's Edge came by. There's the boat in the back. See the raft? It had oars on it. It didn't have a motor. I think these guys were expecting not a yacht, but something that they can actually motor around in.
Something rock and roll. Steve, you're very gracious to be conned into something like that and still take a picture with them.
We're country bumpkins. We don't know any better.
I tricked
Yes.
Did you remember that day? I actually had a barbecue going that day, and it was like a total opposite of what I was doing in New York City. And I was like, I really like this. And 20 years later, I'm still here. I actually, a year later, I bought a house in Rumson, and a few miles from that house, and I'm still here. 30 years later, it's like I love New Jersey, New York. I never felt comfortable in New York. I knew I had to be there, but I never really, I was born up in New Jersey. I just wanted to come back, and this is where I'm going to be till the day I die.
I just saw somebody over here. They mentioned Rock Your Face Off, and so anyway, I just bought it. You have a new customer here.
Thank you.
So $9.99 went your way just now.
Yeah,
so
we'll make
So Dave, Steve, so we actually bonded over. He's a big enthusiast of Vocal Zone too. We were just showing our boxes back and forth. So I actually hooked him up with them, and so that's all. Yours is all British though. Look at yours. Yours
I know,
looks
that's cool.
Yours looks like my hat. I'm jealous. I don't have one of those. Wow,
so
I need
cool.
one of those. Vocal Zone, are you listening? Why don't I have that?
You got to order 5 packs, and then they send you a 10.
I guess.
Is that what it is? It's a 10?
Yeah.
It's a 10.
That's
Cool.
So this is what I take on stage with me. So I just keep popping them all through the shows.
It's funny. I'm actually reading an audiobook too, in between recording bass right now. And I didn't bring any with me, and I just spaced it, not bringing it, throwing it in my suitcase on my trip right now to Nashville. But when and even like this right now, talking, for like 3 hours like this, man, it really, better than cough drops and all that stuff. It's great. So
awesome, man. Well, Steve, thank you so much for joining us. It was awesome having you, getting to chat.
My pleasure.
The book.
Mark, always great to see you, buddy. Congratulations on the book. I haven't received my copy yet, so I'm waiting.
You're going to get it. You'll get it. Definitely.
I look forward to it.
Yeah, and thank you, Steve. Really, it's like these guys, I love the music, Cold Shower, it's
classic.
Walking M3.
When you reached out, it was a no-brainer. And talking to these guys and saying, yeah, I'd love to be a part of that.
And another thing is there's another band that they reached out to me a few years ago to do their new publicity photographs, just like Eric said, with Bluish or Cold. I don't lose my relationships. I just keep them going. These are my life. Whatever. If they have money, great. If they don't, they tell me they don't. And I just keep doing it. We just do it together.
Well, you do it right. That's why you're still around.
Oh.
Yeah.
He sure does.
Thank you, Steve. Say hello to the guys, man. And
I will do that. Thank you, guys.
Yep.
Have a great rest of the show.
See you later. Yeah.
Thank you. Now we're going to say hi to our friends Steve Brown and PJ Farley from Trickster, New Jersey, in the house.
Yo.
What's going on? What's
How
happening?
you doing, guys?
How are you?
Mark?
You guys again.
Hey, so Mark, I have a question for you that we're wrapping up with Steve from Kick. So, because a lot of photographers who have been in the business like you, was there a fight to go digital? Because, you know, there's a total art to shooting film and all that is. Was there, you know, it'd be like us musicians not moving to Pro Tools or something, you know, it's like, I'm going to only record to analog tape till I die. Okay, well, you're dead, you know? So how was that transition for you, moving from film to digital and maybe back over to film if you're still shooting on film now?
I'm not a quick learner. If I do something, I'm stuck with it. I don't want to go anywhere else. That's what I do. So I did that for like 25 years before digital came in. And then I worked for a magazine called Bravo in Germany, and it was a weekly magazine. They needed the photographs like right away. And I was at that point, I was shooting a lot of pop stars and a lot of not rock but pop, and they needed the photos like right away. So I had no choice. I had to do it that way instead of like sending the transparencies out there. So it was a necessity. I had to do it if I wanted to keep the gig. So I did it, and I was in the beginning, it was like the quality wasn't that great, but within a year it was like good. And then it kept getting better and better and better. And I just went with it. And I actually, at that point, I just bought my Mamiya 645. I spent like $3,000 on this beautiful camera, and I used it like one time. I still have it in the garage. Like if I went on eBay, you maybe get $300 for it. At the time, it was like $3,000. So you just got to go for it. You know, you got to go with what the technology has to offer, and what, you know, in that time, the media needed images right away. It was Germany. I needed to get the images to them as soon as I could. It was a weekly magazine, so I really had no choice but to like cave into this new thing called digital photography.
Right, that's cool. Well, hey, Trickster's in the house. So what are you guys up to? What's going on? What are you doing?
Just enjoying watching the show. You know.
Nice.
PJ sent me this killer picture. Yeah. Where is it? Let me see if I can find it. Hang on. PJ sent me this killer picture. Go ahead, keep talking. I'll look for it while you guys are talking.
Dude, I love your Eddie Van Halen. Is that a Frankenstein in the back, or what is that you have behind you there?
I got a couple of them, Dave. I have the the regular, the striped.
Yep.
78, the 78, and a couple other EVH. I'm a 28-year endorser of EVH stuff.
Nice.
Wow. Friend, so always it's my bread and butter right here.
It looks good on you. That's good, man. That's cool. That's nice. What are you doing? Is that your studio? Are you writing? Are you working on stuff? What are you doing?
Yeah, of course, man. I'm always recording. Just finished a new record for my side band, Tokyo Motor Fist, that's coming out. Single's been out, and always working in the studio. Actually, PJ and I are working on his solo record here. So that's what I've been doing a lot lately, and spending a lot of time doing what I think a lot of guys are doing, the digitizing, preserving I have my analog tapes here. Here's our original first ever from 1986 Trickster 8-track demo tape that we did. So I'm transferring all the old school analog stuff.
Nice.
Cassette.
Good for you.
Yeah.
Is that quarter inch or half inch on
this I think's quarter inch. This
quarter
is the
inch,
Ampex. Goes with the Tascam 38 machine. So
yes. We love Tascam. We were talking about Tascam earlier.
Yeah, man.
We're all big enthusiasts.
Tom, all those demos that we put on Sleeping Giants, those were all on 16-track Ampex, and I think it was the same. They might have been half inch. I guess if it was 16-track, but yeah, that's the thing is Tom and I put out a record last year. It's kind of my first, ironically, solo album, and it had 3 new songs, but the other dozen songs were all old stuff off an Ampex. Yeah. And we know the guy who's got the tape, and it's in his basement or his garage in Studio City. But it's like, thank God we had some DAT copies to preserve it, because who knows what those things are going to sound like, right? I mean, if they've been preserved enough or not. So Good for you, man.
Yeah, we're gonna do some transfers this week, so I'll definitely let you know how that goes.
You'll know.
Yeah, let us check in with us. Let us know how that goes. So PJ sent me this cool picture he took of Mark.
So it was a couple of years ago, I think. So for Mark's 60th birthday party last year, Steve and I went and I had this framed for him. I took him. We did Hinckley, Minnesota.
Oh yeah.
Oh, dude, I love that festival, man. That's so fun.
Yeah,
It's one of my favorite festivals.
We were playing. I think we were with Eric Martin.
Yeah.
And Brett was playing, and Mark was there. And Mark, remember this? And I remember Mark's behind Brett. He's shooting. He's getting all these angles, and everyone's going nuts for Brett and everything. And I'm like, not for nothing. And we've known Mark forever. I mean, I've known Mark since I was a teenager, and and then before that, he's always been a legend in my eyes. And I'm like, Mark Weiss, I got to take a picture of him at work. That's the shot right there, man. And then so we went to his 60th birthday party last year, and I'm like, oh, I don't know how many times other artists have taken pictures of him taking pictures. So I thought that would make a great gift.
That's great. Yeah, thank you.
That'd be like Mark writing a song.
Right. So what's the history with Trickster? Where did you guys meet? How did you guys connect? You're all New Jersey. How did you meet the Trickster guys, Mark?
Well, I did a photo shoot, and the reason why they're not in my book is because I shot them in '92. I mean, I did a really cool photo shoot with them, and they were kind of cocky. They were like, their manager was very like, I should be privileged to be shooting them, and I'm like, dude, I shot Bon Jovi, like their album cover, and like,
right here, man, I got it.
And the manager was like, like he was giving me these rules. I'm like, dude,
what were the rules? What were the rules to shoot?
Make PJ's nose smaller.
He was just like treating me like I wasn't Mark Weiss, And I went with it. I always try to not. Like I try to keep everything in, and I did. We did a good shoot, and that was it. Really.
Oh, wait, this is news to me. You have to enlighten us on this.
Yeah,
What happened?
I don't really remember.
You need to fire that manager.
Well,
I'm sure you probably did like 30 years ago.
This is news to me. I never heard this.
I don't really. He didn't make me feel the way like everyone else did.
You don't say.
It'll be in Mark's second book, The Decade That Grunge Killed Rock.
The decade that kind of rocked.
Yeah.
Now, did you tickle Trickster when you did the photo shoot, or was that one of the rules?
No. I think I tickled Steve a little bit under the arm.
All right, good.
Totally.
But I know Pete didn't go for that shit like Dan.
Yeah, certainly not. But going back, man, I remember. So here's I dug out my tour books, and so Mark has always been. He's been a legend to us. Way when we started Trickster back in the early days, I always said, man, when we get going, we're going to have Mark Weiss is going to take our photos, and, we're going to have Doc McGee's going to manage us, whatever name was in the whatever book. So as time went on and we became, we used to sneak backstage at the Meadowlands Arena to all the shows. And I remember, of course, all the Bon Jovi shows, and Mark would always be there. And I would always go up to him and I go, someday, man, you're going to take pictures of my band. And, well, I think, Mark, honestly, dude, I think we did a session in 1990. I don't think it was 92. I think that was a little late. I think we definitely did one earlier. But I remember, again, like I said, the classic Bon Jovi shots. And even cooler than that, what I have is when Mark shot the MTV Lost Weekend with Van Halen. So I have his pictures from backstage with Van Halen that are, part of my prized possessions that he took, that on the 1984 tour. I don't know if you remember these, Mark, but I have all your. I got them from a friend at MTV. So, but, as time went on, we became actually really good friends. As in the dark days, and I remember hanging with Mark and his son back at a Blink-182 concert. Must have been like 2001 at the PNC Arts Center. And that kind of rekindled our friendship because it was like we didn't see each other for a long time, especially in the mid 90s. Everybody was
quiet.
everybody went on vacation. But then, early 2000s, everybody kind of got back together. And then, when we put Trickster back together in 2007, at a bunch of the festivals, we would all hang and, remember the good old days.
It was kind of like a 15-year COVID-19 quarantine.
Yeah.
Well, and your manager pissed him off. So
yeah, your manager pissed everybody off, probably.
Yeah.
Our manager did, but we're a very disarming person.
Exactly.
Can't hate.
Again, it's another band that, like, after all these years, you keep those relationships up, and it just means so much. And just to see Steve on the cruise and hanging out, it's just, I don't think there's been a decade that really like has this unity that we've had in the 80s. I don't think there's the 60s, 70s, or 90s,
right.
but I think the 80s.
It's funny, we're talking about shooting photos with you, and it's like, Mark, you haven't shot any photos of me or Megadeth or anything in probably, 15, 20 years. It's been a long time, right? I mean, just it's been quite a while. So we actually just went over to Mark's living room, me and Tom did, and he took pictures of us with rock scene magazines. Dude, you had the Kiss magazine. I remember that issue when I was a kid. Like I was like 13 or 14 when that issue came out, and you had it because you own Rock Scene now. So it was like, oh my God, we got to bust that out, right?
Yeah. I always say, like, I throw out some magazines. I'm like, give me, show, because I like to like carry on like what was there in this. I just want everything to.
There it is.
Continue on and like
greatest photo ever.
That was right when Double Platinum came out. I mean,
I'm jealous because I'm looking over his shoulder trying to read the Kiss issue, and I got stuck. We both like fought over the Kiss issue. I'm like, I want the Kiss issue. I'm like, fine.
What was that you just said? That was an Ozzy tour program. What was it?
The Ultimate Sin tour book.
Yeah.
There's a picture of me and Ozzy, and I always wanted to get my picture in there. I don't know. I don't think any other photographer did it, but
yeah, but dude, that was part of your legend. I remember back in the day.
Yeah.
You were a rock star just as big as anyone you were shooting.
He was, man. Oh, dude, I'm gonna fuck it. I'm just gonna drop Jason McMaster in here. Everybody say hi to Jason McMaster from Dangerous Toys.
Hey guys,
good to see you, pal.
How are you guys doing? How have you been, and how are you doing now?
Yeah, we've been well, and we're doing great. Yeah,
I've been watching the show, and I'm getting giddy, like freaking out, fanboy. My whole world before me with Zach and Nuno, and you just can't. This is I doubt there's anything on TV on a Saturday night during this COVID bullshit that's better than this if you like rock and roll and heavy metal.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Bob Chiappardi blew my mind. I haven't talked to him. I was like, I want to talk to Bob. I just want to fist bump the camera. Bob Chiappardi.
Yeah. Thanks for all of our careers, Bob.
Yeah, no shit, right?
Trickster, you guys probably worked with him too, right? You guys worked with Bob Chiappardi, right?
We worked a lot with him, and I remember Dave. I think I remember in 1989 at the Foundations Forum, you guys played. You guys did the.
We were there.
We were there. We saw you guys, and we saw Soundgarden play.
Yeah, Soundgarden that night.
Yeah.
Just going on stage.
Yeah. Was that in LA, right? Out in LA when you did? Yeah.
Yeah. We came out to LA to start recording our first record, and that's when we went to Foundations, and it was that was our first sort of foray into meeting everybody. And Jason, you were probably there. I guarantee Dangerous Toys was out at that in 1999.
Yeah, there was a bunch of those Concrete Foundations things that we were always invited to. I'm just wondering what my manager told Mark when he was shooting us. I don't know. That's just weird when you hear about it 30 years later.
Right. Tell me about it.
Yeah.
These are always these things that it's like, hey, your dickhead singer said this, or hey, your manager snubbed me here, or that lame-o from your record company wouldn't let so-and-so come backstage. And it was always like the one thing that you needed, right? Or some like show offer came in. You go, why didn't we hear? How much money was that? How do we not hear about that, right? And then we hear about him years later on.
No, it's like
StreamYard chats like that.
think that was the only band that like the manager kind of like was having a power play on what I did. I don't know, but I don't even remember who your manager was, Jason. I just got the job from the record company, drew the back cover photos. And the guys were so nice, and they were so like, they just listened to anything I did. Like if I told them to like kiss the ground or like, you know, kiss my foot, they probably would have done it, you know?
You were a lot of fun to work with. You had Susie Owens with you. You came to Texas. We didn't have to go anywhere. You flew down. It was the same night as Skid Row, Bon Jovi at we called it the Drum, the Frank Irwin Center here in Austin, Texas. And you were like, what are you guys doing after this? And we were like, I don't know. Where are you taking us? Well, I'll take you to the Bon Jovi concert. Oh, I bet he's a friend of yours. Yeah, he's a friend of mine. Skid Row was opening. You took Tom just put up a photo from the Meadowlands of us in the shower room that I've never seen before.
Really? Who are you on tour with? Who are you on tour with at the Meadowlands?
That's
Metal
Operation Rock and Roll with Judas Priest, Alice Cooper, Motorhead, Metal Church.
I remember that. Wow.
Yeah,
dude, Mark, remember the shower photos from the 80s and the 90s? I mean, they were just classic. Like all
you guys loved the shower
photos were classic, man. Everybody had one, right? Molly, Metallica.
Sebastian was in there right after that.
Next to the shower was the bathrobe photo, because I mean, when you were like a real arena,
the towel photos,
arena titans, you had robes. We still have ours, just because it just
logos.
Cool.
They have full on Megadeth bathrobes with embroidered Megadeth logos. I've seen them.
I literally walk off stage and make sure they see me getting into it, just like a professional boxer when I'm walking off stage. Just because right?
Playing an arena for 30 minutes, like we just went 9 rounds.
Oh, yeah, right, yeah. We've arrived. And right before the show, Mark Weiss took your photo in the shower with a robe on, looking all like you're. Or right after, we're so exhausted, we left it all on the stage. We gave all for rock and roll.
We did.
Joe Elliott from Def Leppard, he still wears his Adrenalize tour robe. He still has it, and he still wears it. He comes off stage after the show. He puts on a robe that he's had.
And he goes, "Do you want to give rock?" Yeah, that's what he does.
I think you can afford it. I'm going to buy you a new robe for Christmas, man.
Yeah.
He loves it. Oh, I love this robe. It's great.
Well, dude, you filled in. You filled in for Vivian. Went on some shows, didn't you, Steve?
Yeah, Phil and Vivian. Yeah, but
for the
past 7 years, I'm always on the. I'm on the emergency call list for death.
Good for you, man.
That's awesome, man. Well, Steve and PJ, thank you guys so much for joining us.
Thank you. Good to see you guys. Yeah, good to chat with both you guys.
One of my favorite bands ever. I will publicly admit that right fucking here. I love you guys.
And that is true. Tom is one of the biggest Trickster supporters in the world.
I am. God damn it.
Well, it's good to have you on the inner circle. It's good to see you guys.
Mark, congratulations. We love you, brother. Thank you.
See you on the cruise, buddy.
Take care, guys.
Bye.
Good to see you guys.
All right. Well, let's see who else we can get in here. Jason McMaster. Oh, here, dude. Here, check this out. So, where'd he go? Here we go. Dean Davidson from Brittany Fox, the man, the myth, the legend, right there. We actually got Dean to come on, man. Good to see you, brother.
There he is, right there. Yeah.
All right, Dave. How are you? Nice to meet you, neighbor.
Man, great. I was. Yeah. You know what? I was really excited to meet you finally. And Tom told me that you live in Phoenix, right?
I live out in the more to out near Buckeye.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Got it. Phoenix.
I'm going to be in this area for a year, and then I'm going to be looking for a different area. Nice. But I love it here, and the weather's great. I got tired of all the snow back east.
Yeah.
And this area fits better for my wife, actually, because she was born in South America, and she couldn't take Philadelphia.
Yeah,
50 years was killing.
That's a hard turn. Man, Scottsdale, I'm over in Scottsdale. I've lived there since 93 when I moved out. I mean, it's when I moved out of LA, I should say, moved out to the valley there. And probably people are always asking about the quarantine, and Phoenix was largely not that affected. Things were kind of shut down, but it was able to, I was out bike riding, and you can kind of do things in Arizona. We got off pretty light, I would say, with the recent lockdown, right?
Yeah.
So what do you do now, man? You obviously look a bit different than your photos
now.
A little bit.
Yeah, I do tactical training, total like holistic nutrition.
Nice.
All the stuff that was like opposite back in the 80s.
Sex, drugs, and rock and roll, the decade that rocked. Yeah, right. Yeah.
I got into weightlifting, and then I started powerlifting and deadlifting like 500 pounds and weapon defense, all kinds of stuff, and I really took it to the hilt. But I've been working on a cartoon.
I'm calling you.
What's that?
Yeah.
I said, if I need somebody taken care of, I'm calling in a favor to you.
Yeah, I think
right. Dean's like fucking Rambo now. I love it.
Yeah, rock and roll Rambo.
Day, I think you should call Doyle up, and we'll get me and him and Danzig, and we'll do like WWE. We'll do like a
dude, Tom, that could be the next PBX.
Great.
We
That's
should have,
it. That's
we
it.
should have a wrestling.
It's gonna be a
fucking
pay-per-view wrestling entertainment with Dean.
Yeah.
I'm in. I'm in.
So Dean, look, all of us here, we've survived rock and roll. We've thrived. We've had our big years, our down years. We had everything in between. How was the transition, dare I say, out of rock and roll into what you're doing now? That is not an easy thing for most people to do. I mean, how did that happen?
Okay, like the way I live, like I'm living like a normal life, whatever that is.
Yeah, right.
All right. And not too long ago, I was called a weirdo from one of my members. Said I'm weird. Well, we're all weird at what we do,
right?
And really, what I do now, I was doing back in the late 70s. I was a bodybuilder. I'm actually a drummer.
Wow.
I played drums longer than I did being a frontman. I was in a band, World War III, for years.
Oh, you were in that band? I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah, I'm actually maybe going back to drums, playing on people's record. I mean, I play drums like an avid drummer, and people don't know it. I wrote most of the drum stuff with Tony, the first drummer of Britney Fox. Like that's the way people know me as a drummer.
Okay.
They could walk around me. But so the transition really wasn't, I feel like I'm back, reliving back, in my late teen, early 20 years, and when maybe became a front man, I got tired of being in bands. Like every front man that I played drum, they went off here, or this guy was doing this, nobody showed up. I said, screw this, balls. I'm gonna be a front man and do it.
Yeah.
And then when Cinderella split up, so-called, with Michael and Tony, the original drummer of Cinderella, Tony Duster. God bless him. He's not with us no longer. And I just hooked up with them. We all painted together. We used to paint for the Cost Painting. And it was all of us. And our manager, Brian, next thing I know, I got a deal with Columbia. But our first drummer, he got killed on the night of our showcase for RCM. It was the saddest thing. He went home to tell his wife, get the sign, and he hit a pole, and it was awful. So, yeah, a lot of people don't know these things, but really the transition, Dave, was smooth. I love the way my life is now, and I'm working on an animated cartoon. I've been on the cutting room floor with that for a couple years now, and we're actually getting ready to make some demos of that. It's an adult cartoon, It's funny as all hell, but we have two titles, The Hoppers and Adventures of Floribama. It's about a divorced father raising his son, but he's a professional arguer. He fights with everything. So the cool thing about this, I was thinking of putting friends of mine in the cartoon as neighbors. You see what I mean? Like a band across the tracks. Like,
well,
Mark,
we'll be your neighbors. We'll be your asshole neighbors
Yeah.
in the band. Let's do it. Hey, so real quick, I got something I was going to show in here. If you guys, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I could do this whole show in animation, and you're get on that, even songs, because we could do whatever we want, and it's cool. So it was the hardest thing though, was finding an animator to work with us, to be a team.
Yeah.
Most of the guys we hooked up with, they wanted like $100,000.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I was like, no way, you know.
Yeah.
And then they made a
Right.
cartoon with like Xbox. It was so perfect. I was like, I want it to look like old school, you know. But
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
what
yeah.
I do, man. I'm married now, and I'm sure Tom. I don't know. I know Mark knows what's going on, but there's some things that I really can't talk about, and it's kind of sad, you know. All I'm going to tell you, which I got word from my wife. I don't know if you can see that picture there. Can you see that on the
Can
wall?
see it. Can't see really what it is though. What is it?
All right, let me see here. This is my wife here. Can you see it now?
No, we can. Yep.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Oh, you look very happy. Very happy.
Very nice.
Yeah, I'm. Things are great with that, but I can't say where at, what country, but right now I'm dealing with. She's trapped in that country.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And I've been dealing with this and it's just because of their so-called president.
Yeah.
It's sad. We have life in Florida, and she went back to check on her family, and now I'm dealing with that. So.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
Well, good luck with that, man. I know we said we weren't going to get into that, so I'll even just cut you off so you don't. But
it's like I'm ready to go to toe to toe with people, you know.
Yeah.
Well, it's horrible. It's a horrible situation.
Well, we'll send our
man.
thoughts and prayers to you on that, and thank you for that. And you know, when I get back home, I'm in Nashville this week. I've been working on a record, but when I get back home, we'll connect and hook up. I look forward to
Definitely.
So
hey, I got a cool little thing scheduled if you guys want to hang out for it. So we did this really cool collaboration with the Alice Cooper's Solid Rock Teen Center with they actually called and they wanted David to do something with some of the kids, but he couldn't do it. So we got our buddy Rod Diaz from Suicidal Tendencies to do it, and we're gonna actually premiere the video right now. So check this out, man. This is awesome. Ready? Yeah, David, you've seen it, right?
Yeah. So these are kids that from Alice Cooper's Solid Rock Teen Center. And they go there, they take lessons, they learn how to perform, they learn how to play. Alice does a couple of big fundraisers every year for the Solid Rock Teen Center. And this is great. We called Ryan for this, the bass player for Suicidal Tendencies. Let's check it out.
And he's out there watching right now. Rod Diaz, man.
Turn the volume up. We got volume on that, Tom?
Oh shit, hang on.
This is pretty off the chain, man. I was impressed when I saw this.
One more time.
Here we go. It's
Full
right
start. Hang on.
And Dean, you're probably familiar with Alice's Teen Center, right, in Phoenix?
I think he's pretty new transplant to Phoenix. He might not.
Yeah.
Let's see. Here we go. Try this again. Take
Okay,
two.
here we go. Let's see what we got.
Do we have the audio now?
No audio.
There it is.
Oh, there it is.
A little bit. Okay, yeah.
Nice. Unreal.
I see Rod coming in on the Facebook feed.
Like, how awesome is that?
Come on.
Dude,
Rod.
Conrad Varela, Christian
Yeah.
Champion, and our
Yeah.
boy Rod Diaz on bass, man. How cool is
Super
that?
good. Those guys were great.
So we're actually going to post that on all of our social media tonight, tomorrow.
Yeah.
So you can go check out the video. We'll share links to it. So, Dean, Jason, thank you guys so much for joining us, man.
Thank you. Yep. Nice to meet you, Dean. Jason, good to see you again.
See you
Yep.
guys.
Thank you guys. Yep.
Mark, waiting for my copy of the book, or should I say the check's in the mail?
No, you're going to get a copy, and so will you, Dean. Anyone that's in the book will get a copy. I'm going to get. I have like 200 copies coming in about 2 weeks, so you got to wait a little.
And don't forget to go to our eBay, and you can bid on a ton of killer Mark Weiss prints of Jason and a Dean and a bunch of the guys on the stream tonight. I just posted the link in the chat. So thank you guys again, man. It's been really awesome having you on here.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks, guys.
Dean, it's great to see
guys.
you. Mark, Dave, Tom, take care, you
Yeah.
guys. Have a wonderful
See ya.
evening.
Thanks, Jason. See you, buddy. Boy, I tell you what, man. If you need a bass player, call Ra. He's the guy.
Right? Oh yeah, Rod's awesome.
Rod,
Like he's actually been in here watching all night too, which is awesome.
I know,
I
dude,
can
you
never
roll.
get him on. He lives like on a mountain somewhere, and he doesn't have good internet at his house, so that's why he's never on this stuff. Like he's always like so. Unfortunately, I always ask Rod to come do this stuff or do things, and he's got these weird internet issues because he lives on a mountain somewhere. But we love you, Rod.
Yeah,
And look,
and he
here's
does
a nice
great.
co-
He does great playthroughs, and just what a great player, man! Just amazing. God, the Suicidal Band is just killer. I mean,
Did you see this comment from Rod? It says massive respect for Mark's work documenting history. Funny thing, the way I met Suicidal Guys was by shooting photos at their first ever show in Chile back in 2008. I used to be a concert photographer for radio and magazines. I miss being in the photo pit. How cool
Nice.
is that?
Nice.
Yeah.
So let's see.
that
The
was-
schedule is just all fucked now, man. Now it's a free for all. I'm just gonna say, look, there's Dave Alvin from White Trash. Let's see who else we got.
How's it going?
I mean, the
on?
schedule's a free for all. What's
How
up,
are you?
Dave? How are you?
Awesome. Can I bring in a special guest?
You sure can.
Come here. Come here. My My son is joining me.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
hello.
very good. Nice.
He broke his arm.
Oh man.
Oh no,
On
how'd you
top
do
of
that?
everything else going on in the world, this little guy broke his arm.
How did he do that?
I got him a trampoline because of can't go
Aha!
anywhere. And I'm an idiot. He fell on the arm and he broke his arm. So
we had a trampoline in my backyard for like 2 years. Thankfully, my kids broke it every time they went on it. I was scared to death, and now they broke it. Now they beg me for another one. I'm like, yeah, no, not gonna happen. The happiest day of my life was the day that thing broke.
I'm trying to figure out whether to get rid of it now or what, but you know.
Well, hey, you can give it to me. My kids want one if we can get it to Wisconsin.
Cool. You want to drive over and get it?
I will.
I'll help you take it apart. It only took me 3 days.
So, Mark, didn't you say you just shot White Trash on the Monsters of Rock cruise?
Yeah, I think actually my friend Ben Clapp, who was he was like my roommate for about a year when I lived in Atlantic Highlands, and he told me that he was in this band called White Trash, and I'm like, did you ever shoot them? And I'm like, I don't know, but because I don't remember, but I went in my archives and I did shoot him at one point in the 90s, I guess.
Yeah, probably.
And then, they were on the cruise, and of course, Ben's there, my good friend, and we did a quick photo shoot before they went on. They actually had this Love Boat theme. They all had the jackets on, the white, they looked like the Love Boat cast.
Right.
It was awesome. I love that stuff. And then when I went to shoot them live, they were amazing. They were just fun.
Awesome, man.
Fun to shoot. And I think they got a niche that they're going to keep going with the crowds.
Dude, they were always one of my favorite bands in the 90s when they came out, and then I didn't really know, and then they got back together, and me and Dave connected a few months ago, and I just fanboyed completely, man. Me and my buddy Brad from American Terror were on EMP, just fanboyed for like 2 hours one day about White Trash, and then I ordered the record off of Discogs because I didn't have it on vinyl, and then somehow through Kismet, me and Dave met. I think at that moment, I'm like, I'm going to go find White Trash. And I found Dave and we kind of connected. And now we're talking. I was actually going to book a tour for them. Literally, we were talking about booking a summer tour for them as COVID-19 hit like the next day. Like literally 3 days later, it was like done.
We were starting to line up dates. And like I was joking, like the book The Stand. I'm like Larry Underwood. He was like the guy who wrote the pop song. He was on the verge of making it. And then the world ended.
That's all of us, man.
But I just wanted to say, Mark, it was so funny, like seeing you on the boat, and we were talking, and we had the Love Boat costumes and all that stuff, and yeah, you did a great guy, like because guys in my band, they're like monkeys, they're like climbing all over the place. I had to get them together. I was like, listen to this guy, he's like super. This is the photographer you want taking your picture. Like, relax, listen to what he's doing.
It was right before they went on stage, and there was like 10 of them. And it's like, I only had like a minute before they went on stage. So at some point, I like to be like cool and collective, but I got to pull it together. So I'm like bossing, I'm yelling at them, like, all right, you go there. Come on. We only got, they're calling for him. I'm like, so I had to take control over the situation, and we got a nice photo out of it.
That's awesome.
Cool. I still haven't seen it. I got to see those pictures.
You never saw them?
Yeah.
No, does Ben have them?
I don't know.
Oh, there you go. I'll connect you guys. You can see them. I'm going to bring in some more of our friends, man. Phil and Jeremy from the Rock and Roll Residency in Nashville.
Hey, guys.
Join us.
How are you?
Good.
How are you?
How you doing, Dave?
You're
in Nashville.
Stars right here.
I am. I'm right down the street from you. I'm just down Spring tonight. So Franklin area, as you know. So good to see you guys again.
If times were a little more normal, we'd all get together or something.
We'd all hang. I know exactly. It's I got down here about a week ago, working on some recording, and so it's been good. It's in fact we actually booked this because we were gonna. I was going to be down here next week, and Mark's book, of course, is coming out this next week's. The time this was perfect. So. But yeah, great to see you guys. It's
you too, man.
Likewise, man. You too. What our jam at the Rockin' Podcast that we did? It was great to jam with you because you guys are like the heroes in town, man. I mean, you're like so awesome. Gene Simmons took you on tour. That's how rad you are. Right?
And Ace Frehley.
Yeah,
It's happening
Mark,
again.
Mark, you and I hung out for a minute at the artist party on the Monsters cruise, and I was like, "Hey, man, I was in the Ace Frehley band, and you shot us at the Starland Ballroom, and we exchanged stuff, and I was like, man, we'd be honored to have photos that you took of us." And you said, "Well, hit me up, and if I don't answer in a week, hit me up again. If I don't answer, hit me up again." And man, I didn't have the balls to hit you up more than once.
Oh,
Phil and I both would love a photo of us that you took.
I thought there was going to be a happy ending there because, like, I got so much going on and my memory does not, like, I don't remember a lot of stuff. But I do tell people, like, be a squeaky wheel, hit me up. And I know I shouldn't be like that. You guys are the rock stars. I'm just a photographer, but
I'm the same way, Mark. I'm like, hey, that's just when people are busy. That's what you do. You just have to keep hitting them up. And so the reason I wanted to have these guys on, other than they're awesome, and obviously they play with everybody in the freaking world, but so they actually just did an EP as the Rock and Roll Residency, and we just did a deal with them with the EMP to put it out. So we wanted to kind of announce that here tonight. So they're officially.
There's the cover right there.
That's
it. Dude, you guys, it's funny. I remember a year ago we were down here working on the Megadeth record, and I took our drummer Dirk and our guitar player Kiko, because they didn't really know the area. And I've been to Nashville a ton, over the years, and kind of a second home in a way, and so I said, look, we got to go out and see some live music. That's what this town is about. Everybody who plays out plays great. And you guys happen to be playing. I remember Chuck Garrick was there from Alice Cooper's band, and you guys were doing some deep cuts, man. I mean, which I know you like to do. I've seen you do, Kiss songs, and of course I jumped up and played, I don't know, Holy Diver or something with you one time. Oh yeah, that's right. Right when it was when you were at the other location, but down on, is it Cannery Row? Is that where you guys are at now? Or
Mercy Lounge.
Mercy Lounge, yeah. And man, you were playing. I mean, it's funny. I played with Ronnie Montrose for a few years, so I kind of, was around a lot of that Edgar Winter and a bunch of that stuff. But it's like, man, you guys were going down deep into some like, and I don't know what that was. It was just like, is that kind of what your deal is when you play live?
Yes.
Your set's never really the same, right?
Yeah, we never went for like the big radio singles. We went with the album cuts.
Yes,
and that was kind of more what we did.
Even stuff you never heard of, like Sensational Alex Harvey Band, and yes, we never really cared if you heard it or not. And, we took pride in like maybe turning you on to some music. Yeah. And I always say it's like you guys are the only rock and roll in Nashville. Right, and it's, and that's no disrespect to Nashville. The town's got great players. There's a ton of famous rock stars who live here, but it's not like everybody's out playing. You know what I mean? It's of course we had Mark Slaughter on, and Tommy Shaw. I mean, all kinds of famous people live around here, Head and everything. But it's not like people. It's kind of like that in Phoenix where I live. For years, Megadeth, Rob Halford, a bunch of well-known rockers, but it's not like you go down the street and they're playing at the local bar. They're not like sitting in, right?
Like everybody was here, and we just kind of gave them a place to go. Like at least once a week, they had like this thing to go, and everybody kind of started going to our show.
You created the place, you created the hang, and you go where a bunch of us who are here working, and I don't know, the guys that live here, but when I come into town, it's like, you want to go out. Get out of the studio, blow off some steam, go out and hang out a bit. You guys are the hang, man. So I just talk about you guys so highly all the time. I just think it's wonderful, man. Man, I appreciate that. It
was
actually like a complete accident. We only planned on doing it for a month because we had done some tribute bands, for a few years before that, before tribute bands were a thing to do. And then we did it for a month, and they asked us to stay. And that wound up being like 5 years. We haven't really been doing a weekly thing in about a year and a half, because when we started touring with Gene and then with Ace, you can't tell people that you're playing weekly if you only play 26 weeks out of 52 week year. Yeah, right. So now we're like every now and then.
We're more the rock and roll occasional performance now. No residency, just like the whatever.
Yeah. But the name's stuck and everybody knows the name, so
we had to keep the name to release an album. I mean, like to somebody who doesn't really know us, it might sound a little silly, like the Rock and Roll Residency. That's the dumbest name ever.
And we went through every name. I was like this, had this long list of everything going. How about this? Sucks. How about this? Sucks. Like, why change it?
Everybody knows us as the Residency guys, so it's just like, well, fuck it. Let's
Transit Authority. So I mean, come on.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Well, see that White Trash. You and White Trash need to do a show together. Now that would be a fun show. I would like to see that.
No, I saw you. I saw you guys on the Monsters Cruise.
Oh, you were on this year?
Well, I was on as a stowaway, which means you're not really doing anything.
Oh, I was gonna say I didn't see you guys.
He was actually really a stowaway. He was hiding in the kitchen.
He literally like.
Now that thing was awesome, man, and it's crazy because we missed all this COVID stuff by about 2 weeks. We could have easily shut that thing down. So I'm very thankful we got to do that. It was an awesome cruise.
Oh man,
we lost Mark Weiss. Where did he go?
Saw that.
He's looking for our ace photos.
Another bottle of wine, and he's
there. He is. There he is.
He's back. He's back.
Oh, he's got food. He's got a sandwich.
To get a pizza. Hey, what do you got? What the guy got to do to get a pizza around here?
Thank you guys so much for joining us.
Thank you guys.
We'll be putting out the press release about the
putting out our
EP this
record
week.
finally. Because if you weren't putting out our record, it would still not be coming out. You know, we've been holding on to this for a while, so we really appreciate you guys like finally getting this thing out for us.
Look for the official press release this week and everything else. And thank you guys, man. We're happy to do it.
Thanks for having me.
And Dave, we're going to put out some damn records for you too. I promise.
Okay, let's do it.
You heard it here.
Thanks, guys.
Arm feels
Thanks
better,
for having
buddy.
us.
Mark, I'm going to hit you up.
Say something.
Good. Dave, I'm going to connect you and Mark so you can get those
When
photos
I
too.
get my cast off, I'll be stronger than usual.
There you go. He told you.
that
All
on.
right.
All right. Thank you so much, guys. We got to get this guy to bed.
All right, night, buddy. Phil, Jeremy, thank you guys. We'll talk to you soon.
Yep. See you guys. Have a
All right,
great
let's
day.
see. Who's
Thanks,
next
Mark.
in the chat roulette of death here? Let's see. We got our buddy Andre over here from the real world. Hi, Andre Como. How are you?
Hey guys,
And we got Thor.
Yeah,
and
how you
Andre
doing there?
Como. How are you?
What's on, you guys?
Now this
I'm
is a
doing
party.
Hey, Mark. Hey, guys. How are you?
Doing great. What's happening? Where are you at, Thor?
I'm in Vancouver, BC.
Nice. Okay, cool. What's
Yeah.
what's it like up there? What I haven't heard too much about Canada other than I think you guys kind of shut stuff down up there, right?
Yeah, I was in quarantine. I was on tour through the United States in March, and then everything started happening. We played the Whiskey and on the March 12th, and then played Vegas, and then had to stop the rest of the tour and come back up to Canada.
Yeah.
But when you come back into Canada, you have to go on a 14-day quarantine.
Oh man, I saw you play at the Country Club when I lived in Los Angeles. Early days, probably 83, 84. Something
Yeah, with
like that.
with Raven.
Yes, it was with Raven. You're right.
That's right. Yeah.
We had
And
John
John Gallagher was
earlier.
on earlier.
Yeah, we just had
Jake's
him on
the
earlier.
club.
God, yeah, that's right. It was with Raven. That's
Yes,
right.
we were on Enigma Records at that time in United States. We had a album called Only the Strong.
Yep. You know, it's funny. Enigma. We walked into Capitol Records probably right around the same time Poison, and so Poison came up off Enigma. I think the catalog or something didn't that come up to Capitol or something like that. I don't know if you were a part of that, but Enigma was a very well respected, cool label. As one of the indies, I mean, that was. I don't know if you had any success with it. I'm sure you. It seemed like
we did. You know, we got distributed in different countries. Like we were on Ultra Noise in the UK.
Mm-hmm.
So you know, just but I liked Enigma, and their association with Capitol was great. Steve Pross was a guy that was running things then.
Yeah.
But I must say, I'm very proud of Mark Weiss. Mark Weiss and I go back 40 years. I met Mark when he just came out of film school. I think I was the first guy you took a photo of after film school. Isn't that right?
Yeah. I shot Neon Leon and Thor. Like 1979, 1980.
Yeah, 1980, and so I'm so proud of you. I mean, this is a metal rockin' timeline of that era. This is a treasure that you have. This is a visual treasure. This is amazing. It captures that whole decade and what went on.
And John, Thor, he was another guy. It was my friend right from the beginning, and whatever I could do to help him. So I would say, hey, you want to come backstage, meet Ronnie James Dio or Ozzy Osbourne or whoever. I would just bring him in, because I felt he could have been playing arenas. He had Mike Appel, who managed Bruce Springsteen, took an interest in Thor, who actually managed him for a while. And, it was at the time where, Thor could have actually been an arena band, but unfortunate circumstances, some things happen, some things don't happen.
Hey, I still put out 31 albums, and had a great career, and some #1 records on the rock charts in England. And in fact, one of the records, I'll tell you the story, was from Mountain, and a guy who produced Mountain and Cream, Felix Pappalardi, was going to produce in 1983 an album called Unchained, and then his wife Gail Collins would be the one, for example, that would do the designs for Mountain, and Cream, and they would co-write songs. But then he was going to produce my upcoming album Unchained, and Gail was going to design the cover. Then Gail shot and killed Felix Pappalardi in the early 80s, but April 17th, 1983. And what could I, everything was in disarray. So I come to Mark and I say, Mark, I'm going to have to produce this album, and I have no album cover. Gail was going to design the album cover. And Nantucket Sleigh Ride was a big one that she had, right, for Mountain, a beautiful design. And Mark says, we'll fix that. And I think we were at Teen Beat Magazine, I believe. And he said, go in the stairwell. I'll set it up. And he put lights on, chains, and he shot it. And we got this iconic album cover for Unchained. And it became a big success for us in England. And I believe it's in your book, Mark, that photograph.
Yeah, it is. It's actually in the chapter opener, Thor was, he was everything, he had the look, he had the music. It was awesome. And we had a great friendship. And, I just was there with him for whatever he needed me for. And that cover was awesome. And, we still, to this day, we still, talk and work together when he needs me. That's what I do.
Yeah, 40 years of friendship. I'd say that's a pretty solid friendship there, so.
Well, that's awesome. And to be honest, I didn't know much about Thor until I saw an amazing documentary a few years ago about his career. And it was incredible just seeing the things that you did. And again, it's those stories, man, that touch my heart. Those bands that are just right there, but keep doing it and keep putting out records and don't ever quite get the big break, but they keep putting out music and doing it. And here you are 30, 40 years later, still doing it, which is amazing,
Yes. And I probably will continue. Right now I'm 67 years old, and I was just on tour before the COVID. If I get to go back on tour, maybe in another couple of years, maybe I'll just keep touring and recording. I'm definitely going to be recording till I'm 100 for sure.
That's awesome.
We live to rock.
Yes, we do.
That's awesome, man. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Thor. It's so
Thank
cool.
you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep. See.
Congratulations again, Mark.
Thank you, brother. Love you.
So, Andre, my man, how are you doing?
Real good, guys. How you doing, Tom, David, Mark?
I'm good. Have you
enjoying the show? It's so much fun. I've been watching the show. It's been I love the New Jersey hang that was a little earlier. I lived in New Jersey for a few years. My old band Rain Dance was shot by Mark's former assistant Jeff Tisman. And we did a lot of we did a lot of stuff there. It's just I miss my friends in New Jersey a lot. It's been fun watching the show.
Nice, thank you.
Andre, if everybody doesn't know, it was on the first season of The Real World on MTV. He was the cool rock and roll guy. Now he was always an awesome musician. He has a new EP coming out on EMP in a couple weeks, and wanted to bring him on and say hi. We're talking about the 80s, and man, what's more 80s than the fucking Real World, you know? and I always loved Rain Dance. Andre's band was super cool and kind of in that cool pocket between kind of hard rock and grunge and kind of right in the middle of that whole thing. And it was awesome, man.
Thanks. Yeah, no, it was great. And, I've been out here in Los Angeles for, quite a while now. Have this a new rock band and putting out the EP on EMP label group in a couple of weeks. Super looking forward to the lockdown ceasing and getting out there and playing out some shows.
Right.
And
me and Andre have been talking about doing some kind of like a quarantine live stream show for him, like a record release thing. So, we got some plans. We'll see what happens.
Very cool.
Definitely. Looking forward to it.
Awesome, man. Well, thank you for jumping in and hanging out with us. We will talk to you soon, brother.
My pleasure.
Good to see you.
Have a
great
night, everyone.
See you later, man.
I don't know. I think that might be it.
Yeah. Hey, listen, this has really been great, man. And Mark, again, congratulations on this. And just mention one more time where people can go pick up the book, because there's a pre-sale right now, right?
Yep. We actually have a couple copies available on our eBay that Mark is going to sign and send out. You can also pick it up on Amazon or the decadethatrocked.com. We also have a bunch of eBay auctions right now. Mark has graciously donated a bunch of his amazing museum quality prints that he's going to sign. And I just posted the link to that in the chat. And so you can, go pick that stuff up. And the book
and everything
comes out.
from the eBay sales goes to the Ellison Youth Music Foundation. It's helping keep our Schools Out initiative going. And
and our mission to support music education in schools.
Yep. So thank you very much to the Grammy Music Education Coalition for sponsoring this and being one of our partners. And
all of our sponsors too. I mean, Vocal Zone, Jackson, Hartkey, Cisco, designed by Melody and Melody Myers, and all the amazing work she does for us. Everybody, man. Vocal Zone, who supports the heck out of us and make sure I can talk and sing for hours at a time. Everybody who joined us.
Not only have you done well with your craft, but you've done well as a human being, dude. This is what a life well lived, man, and a career you've had to have all these great people come back and check in, and just to come back to the family reunion, man. It's really cool. It's great to know you I know you as much as a buddy and a friend, and from back in the days, and of course my wife knows you, and from all the days back with Dr. McGee and Motley Crue and Bon Jovi and all that. So just really good to know you just as a friend, dude. You're a righteous man.
Thank you. And I just love developing these relationships, like pulling these people in from my past, and I'm sure it's gonna be a catalyst for future endeavors. Yeah. And I just want to do a special shout out to Carissa and Zach and Melody, who's been really my soldiers in my army to pull this together, like on my social media and my YouTube and my Facebook. And I could not have done it without these people. And like, they're like, they don't even ask for money, and I throw them a check every once in a while, like they don't even expect it, they just do it because of the love, and Carissa, like her aunt was an intern for me 30 years ago. I did a photo shoot with a band last year, and she just happened to come to my house, and she just, said, we just had a conversation, and I said, well, do you do video and do this and do that? Oh yeah, I do that, and that's that. And with my and Zach Smith, guitar player. He's in a band. He teaches guitar at home, with Zoom and all that. I did a public announcement at my this George Dassinger, who like had a lot to do with my career, who was a teacher, and he worked in the William Patterson College, and I did a speaking and an Alice Cooper show. Zach was in the school during my little speech that I gave, and I saw him at Alice Cooper show, and he saw me. He said, "Hey, Mark, remember me?" And I was at the when you guys did this, did a little speech at the William Patterson College, and we just started talking. And the first thing out of my mouth was, "Do you do video? Can you edit?" And he's like, "Yeah." He's just an eager beaver, and these guys are like, without them, like just like that army that you got, and now David, it's like a step up, It's like everything's coming together. I'm so happy.
And your other step up, Melody. Don't forget to mention her again. Too.
I mentioned her.
You can't mention her enough.
No, I like.
And Tom, you know what, dude? Tom, you did an incredible job putting this together. I've been in the middle of, obviously, I was trying to finish up some stuff on our record, and then heading here to Nashville this last week. Everything moved up a week earlier, so suddenly I didn't have the time for some other stuff. So you took the bull by the horns while I've been down here playing bass and in Megaland, and so thank you for putting all this together. I watched the emails and just going, man. You're the man. Thank God I don't have to deal with all that. That's a lot of logistics.
Thank you. Thank you, man. Thank you, Mark. It's an honor to be able to.
Full of emails from Tom, Mark, going back and forth and getting the guests in, and just really. And Lisa Sharkin, I just want to give a shout out. She's on the thread here. Lisa used to work at Sam Ash, and she actually sold me a Jack bass over when I really done the P-Cells to her and threw my only Jackson bass in the air and broke the neck. And that ugly yellow eggshell bass you probably took some photos of somewhere along the line, Mark, back in the day. And but Lisa was a good friend to all of us, New York girl, and thanks so much for everybody stepping in here. So
thank you, Mark. It's an honor to be here and pay respect to your legacy and the book. Thank you to everybody who joined us. Anybody who couldn't get in, sorry. Thank you. We'll see you next time, and we're gonna close off with a little bit of coolness again by our friend Melody right here. Mark Weiss, the wise guy, the decade that rocked. Hang on 1 second, and dang it. Let's do this again.
We got audio.
I hate that. I'm always so dramatic, and then it's like, nope.
Melody did this video. Like, Melody's like an awesome, like, she just like took my craft and just kind of put it together, maybe look as good as it possible. And this little clip here, she did the video to it. Like, I'd be like in my bedroom, like sleeping, and she'd be like working on my website and my videos, and she'd be just a trooper, like, I'm telling you, she's the captain of my group.
You're her hero, man. She loves you. You're working.
And she's also one of the captains of our boat too.
She just couldn't stop talking enough about it all. So it's cool. All right, let's see what we got here, Tom. See if it's working.
The guy took pictures of Van Halen and Aerosmith.
Rock stars like Led Zeppelin, AC/DC.
You had to have great shots. And one of the reasons we work with Mark.
Mark Weiss, he was one of my favorite, still is one of my favorite photographers.
The thing about Mark Weiss is super cool, and you just chill, and it feels good when you see the photo.
Mark Weiss, there's a name that most everybody must know, especially if you lived in the 80s. He was one of the main photographers.
Mark Wise did great sessions with us all over the place, all over the world, actually.
His photos are completely iconic. I would see Mark's name so many times in some of the records I loved or credited to some of the photos I would love. His work stands the test of time.
What's his name again? Mark Weiss. That's right. One of my very best buddies. He shot the cover for Night Songs for us, and Mark scheduled the shoot for daytime. And I kept saying to him, that's not going to look right. And he said, I shoot day for night. And I don't know what the fuck that meant.
You would find certain people you knew were the photographers you liked, come out on stage and see somebody I didn't know, and then saw, oh, there's Mark Weiss. And then maybe you would happen to be a little bit more over on that side that night.
But to me, a guy that would always capture me in that great moment
was Mark Weiss.
Mark has shot, you name it, everybody in the business. Just incredible, incredible photography, legendary, obviously.
But they asked me, well, what was it like, growing up in the 80s and being in the rock business and all that? And they can't believe the stories, they really, that happened?
So he said, hey, Zach, man, do you ever think about auditioning for Ozzy? And I remember Dave calling me up saying, oh, yeah, man, Ozzy's up at Mark's studio up at Empire State Building. I got the tape to Mark, and Ozzy said, just, play with your heart, and the rest is history.
I did a shoot with Mark Weiss, the first Dangerous Toys shoot. That photo shoot with Mark was very influential on the rest of the photographs I ever took, whether it was a solo photo or with a band.
You can tell when Mark did something, was so beautiful, was so many things to look at. It always had a great vibe.
There's no surprise that we're sitting here now 30 years later or something and still doing it, because you're one of those guys who have been able to identify and move forward with the manifesting of your passion, and nothing's going to stop you.
Wow, all those pictures in there, amazing. He was everywhere you dreamt of being and then some. This Mark Weiss guy.
Mark Weiss is a fucking genius.
That's killer, man. That's great.
That's the way to wind it down, man. Thank you. Isn't that great?
Yeah. All right. Well, thanks, guys. I'm signing off from Nashville. Thank you so much, Mark. You're awesome. And Tom, we will, I'm sure, talk in about 5 minutes. So
I'm sure we will. Awesome, guys. Thank you.
So thank everybody for joining us.
Team, I really feel like we're going to go somewhere with this. Like, I think it's like our headbangers ball. I think we're going to do it again pretty soon.
All right.
Yep.
Well, let's
Started
do
a
that.
new band.
Good night, everybody.